she was proud of me.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to Inspired by Mystery Podcast. As most of you know, I'm your host, Sammy Source. Ta-da! And today I have my very dear friend, Staci, with us today. Welcome, Staci.
Hello, everybody.
I am so happy that you are here with me today.
I'm happy I'm here,
This
too.
is so awesome. Staci's visiting right now. She used to live here in Seattle, and she now lives in Montana. So she's out here for a visit to reconnect with old friends and like me.
Sammy.
And I was so excited to have her on the show tonight. You're such a very interesting individual, and the longer I've known you, the more interesting things that I find out about you. So it's gonna be really fun to just sit here and dig through your brain too, and let you share some of the.
You'll probably
bullshit.
learn some new stuff.
I know, which is awesome. Like, this is the best way, I think, to get to know people, is because it's just us chatting, you know, and we'll just see where it goes. I mean, I know me and you sit around and we talk forever anyway.
Yeah.
So
We could probably talk all night.
yes, we can. And this is really cool because we get to bring you guys in to it too. So my dear friend Steve is in here, Mr. C. Scott, right here. He says hello. And actually, Steve is also a Washingtonian. He lives on Bremerton.
Very cool.
Which is pretty awesome. And we actually met here on Twitch, and come to find out he's pretty much our neighbor.
He's
so
neighbor.
It's awesome. It's so awesome. So yeah, you know, I'm sure in time there will be more people filtering it, but for right now, we've got Mr. Steve hanging out, and then my wonderful mod Chid said that he will be back at some point. He came in to tell us that he would be late. How nice. He's like, I'll be back.
That's very, very courteous.
It was sweet. Yo, Slim Tony, what's up? Welcome. I'm glad that you are here. And just so you guys know, Staci in the chat is Big Skies Magpies. So, just so
I
you
did
know,
say hi.
that is her. Yeah. So if she has, if you see random things in the chat, it's this lovely lady. So, I figured we'd talk a little bit about like where we met and how we became friends. So some of you guys have talked or heard me talk about Luna Park Cafe, which is a really cool and very special vintage 50s style diner here in Seattle. And it has been open for, 32 years or something like that at this point? It's like,
Yeah, it's in the early 30s at this point.
It's been a
I want to
long
say
time.
33 years in March. I know it's mid-March. And it may be 34. It's either 33 or 34. So it's in there.
It's like a freaking lifetime. But it's a really, really
It's older than
special
half the people
place.
who work there.
That is so true. You're so right about that. Oh, man. And our friend Sweet Pea that works there, she's been there since the beginning. Since, like,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
second
she's
year or
always
something like that.
worked there pretty
That's
much. And she's still there.
crazy.
Like, she was there yesterday when I stopped in to say hi.
Amazing. Can't imagine working at the same place for 30-something years.
I think she's considering not, you know, and I believe she has before, but, you know, yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time. But one of the things about that draws people is that it's really a very special place. It's really special, and even though it's just a little diner, but it's not. It's like this family.
It's a
people
very
have been there so
family,
long.
very destination place. Like, you know, there's a lot of places that are doing that, like kitschy stuff on the wall. You know, like, but this is, you know, this place has like original artifacts. It's not like mass produced. It's authentic.
It is authentic. Everything's hand
with a bit. Yeah, it's very curated type space. You know, and you know, running out of wall space, it's up on the, you know, ceiling, and I actually have helped hang quite a bit of that. 'Cause,
Really?
yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
worked
awesome.
For John Bennett, who owns the cafe, for 14 years. And when I first started, I didn't really have much to do with the cafe except for being next door to it. But then a change in management, I took over like the accounting part of it.
You know, behind the scenes making the magic happen.
Behind the scenes,
Somebody has to
making
do that
sure
very
everybody
important
got
job.
paid to do, you know, their very important jobs. But even before that, I would come over and get like coffee all the time. So, you know, it wasn't like I was never in there.
Yeah. But it's different because everybody that's the servers, everybody's so tight knit because everybody works with each other all the time. that you still knew everybody and were still relevant, but at the same time, you kind of had your office that you could go into, and you didn't have to be involved in the drama.
That was the
a
very
thing.
nice part about it, is I could stay out of the drama but still watch, like, you know, a lot of the people grow up, you know, like there, and like, you know, or work their way through school, or, you know, like meet people they ended up dating. I mean, it was like a little society there, you know,
Really
and it was
is.
really, you know, me being there but not there, I had like a very bird's eye view of a lot of the stuff that was going on, and but without actually being immersed in the drama. So it was
I was
nice.
envious of your position at many points. I was like, can I just go hang in the
like,
office with Stacy? Because this
come
is
in the
crazy.
office. Yeah, this shit's crazy. Yeah. And I tried like you know, waitressing once upon a time, and I was terrible.
Did you really?
I did. You
I
know,
didn't even know
I
that.
worked like food service a bit when I was like in high school and started in college, and I was terrible at it.
What? Okay, I'm curious. What did not work for you? What were you terrible about?
I just, you know, like you would tell me your order and I would forget it like before I even wrote it down. I was like so bad. Like, because I was just so like, you know, it's like when I first meet people, like I have a hard time retaining their names and stuff because I'm so in my head trying to rehearse the conversation that I don't listen to what you're saying. That I've had to ask people, like, you know, I was like, what was your name again? Because I was actually like, you know, working the conversation out in my head when you told me, and like stuff. So be like the waitress, I was not intuitive. I like messed up orders. And I have little hands. It's like I could only bring like one glass out, you know, or like, you know, I could never. I'd see other waitresses with like 5 water glasses, like, you know, and I'm like, no, my hands are too small for that.
You know, it's not for everybody. It's really not. And, you know, that's what makes, I think, being a good server or a good bartender really special, is that some people just have the knack for it. And then, you know, some people out there, you know, they're just like, oh, just a waitress, this and that. It's like,
no,
yo,
I think
it's
hard. It's a special
it's a
skill set.
It
not
really
something I would
is.
want to do because, and stuff like, you know, even like the chit chat, the small talk, you know, the you know, kind of stuff, like my sense of humor, like it made it awkward, and then so I mean, and I was young when I tried it, and I was just like, you know, I'm better behind the scenes.
It's
like
just not your jam.
Just not, you know, I just don't have that skill set of it.
But it's cool that you tried and you realized, oh, okay, that's a lot more than we expected.
Okay,
so.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that's bad with names. Thank you, Tony.
Dusty too.
And Dusty. Yeah,
And
Dusty and I
honestly,
actually talked about that earlier.
It's an issue for me sometimes too, and that sucks. I really care about people. I try to like connect
I try
with
to like,
people,
you know,
but
if I like
sometimes
once I
names-
get their name, if I like say it over a couple of times, then it'll stick. But if it's like they say their name, we have a whole conversation, and then at the end I'm like, I don't remember their name, you know, because I didn't use it. Like, someone didn't use it in our, you know, so it's like, yeah.
There's some people that I have known for years, and I see their face, and I recognize them, and I know where I know them from, and everything. No fucking clue what their name is, and then I feel like an asshole.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, that, you know, that one guy that like is there like all the time, you know, that guy with the hair.
I give people nicknames like that, like people that I see all the time, but I don't really know their name, and so they have a name in my head.
Okay.
A lot, because I'll be like, you know, like a neighbor or someone you see, like, you know, that works next door or whatever, someone you run into all the time. You don't necessarily know their name.
Hey, purple pants.
Yeah,
or whatever,
exactly.
You know?
And like, you know, I end up making up nicknames for them, and you know, so, and then there's, you know, there's other people like where, you know, I'll be like, you know, my friend Sammy, and you're not the only Sammy or Sam that I know. So I'll be like the, you know, Rainbow Dreads one, you know, like, so you'll have like these like Viking names where like it's Sammy of the Dreads, you know, kind of, you know, where it'll, you know, in my head, like, you know, oh wait, you know, Purple Pants too.
Dusty,
Yeah,
you're so funny. Yeah, we got to like categorizing people.
Yeah.
That's kind of tough sometimes.
And then sometimes I say that out loud though, and like I get myself in trouble a little bit because some people don't always like the nicknames I gave them. You know, like, because just that happens.
I have a problem too, and I feel so bad about this, is that I will see somebody and I know that I recognize them, and I cannot figure out where I know them from because they're out of an element. So let's say if it's like, I don't know, the guy at the 7-Eleven, for example,
Yeah.
that I have like seen like 80 times at the 7-Eleven, and I know he's a 7-Eleven guy, but if I saw him at a concert, I'd be like, yeah, the guy.
The guy. I actually,
what the fuck?
when I was working for Bennett, I had the same, I'd have like a mailman for like a couple of years, and so I'd see him every day. Run into him in the pizza parlor. I'm like, I know that guy.
Yes. So you understand.
But and then it took a while to click. I'm like, oh, crap, that's my mailman. I should know, and it's like,
Yes.
and then at what point do you're like, do I know his name? Like, like,
But out of the
or
element.
like, hey, mailman.
It's hard.
Like,
It's so strange how our brains do that. Like, we always recognize somebody, like, in
Yeah.
their uniform. The mailman wearing the
their
uniform or
or
whatever.
where you see them all the time.
Yes.
It's like when I worked, like before I did bookkeeping, I worked at a bank, and I would recognize a lot of my customers, like face, and a lot of the ones that came in all the time, I'd get to know their names and stuff too, but people would see me outside of the bank and, be like, hey, and I'd be like, I don't know who you are.
Totally.
Because
Oh, man.
I see a zillion people a day.
Yes.
And maybe
Yes.
I'm always the bank person they saw, but
Right.
I saw a zillion people a day.
And when you're in work mode, you're in that mode.
Yeah.
And then when you're clocked out, you're clocked out.
Yeah,
so
it's like not thinking
I don't know
about that.
who you
so
are.
It's funny how our brain does that with people. It compartmentalizes
really-
and stuff.
yes.
But like, I'd have some people would come up and be like, they're like, do you need to see ID? I'm like, no, I know exactly who you are. I know how to spell your name, but then I would see him out on the street, and, and I'd be like,
It happens a lot. People know my name. And there's sometimes, and I feel so terrible about this, but there are times people come up to me, they know my name, and I'm looking at them in their face, and I have no recollection of ever seeing their face before. I don't recognize them at all.
Yeah.
And that sucks for me, because I'm like, hey,
Well, then there's
dude,
yeah.
fuck. Like,
And then there's certain people, it's like that are kind of semi-famous, like Sweet Pea is, at Luna, where a lot of people know her, and like they all call her by name, and it's like she might know most of them, but I'm guessing she doesn't,
Yeah.
really. I mean, like your friend Henry that was just in here. Like, I feel like I kind of know him because he's been on so much social media, and like I've seen him like do things, yet I've never met him in person, so it was just like I kind of feel like I know him, but
Yeah.
but I don't
Yeah.
really know him. So like those like semi-famous or famous people, even, it's like you feel like you know him, and then but how, like, the people you should know, you don't know, it's like why does my brain do that?
I know. It's so strange. Yeah, and like you were saying, like the famous people, like what they put out, that's all we know of them is what they put out. But when people share a lot, we feel like we know them, but they don't know you. So it's an interesting,
Yeah, it's
one-sided,
like a very one-sided, very unbalanced relationship.
Yes. And with social media, that does a lot too, because following people on social media, like sometimes I'll be friends with people on Facebook that was a customer of mine once, 7 years ago or whatever,
Yeah.
and we connected at the time, and now we follow each other's lives. And if I saw them out on the street, I wouldn't recognize them,
Yeah.
but obviously
And if you're like
they
him,
will
you
recognize
recognize
me.
you, yeah.
I saw somebody at the zoo one time, and she was like, "Oh my God, hi!" And I was like, "Hi."
Hi.
She's like, "Hey, we're Facebook friends." Da da da. And I was like,
Cool.
"Okay, cool, awesome. Sorry." And I saw her again at another thing, and I still didn't recognize her the
Neither.
second time, and I felt so fucking
Very
bad.
bad.
I went on her photos to like download it, and I'm like, okay, I have to remember this chick,
I have
because
to
on the
remember-
third time, if I see her the third
Yeah.
time and I don't remember her, I'm such a dick,
Exactly.
So I was like,
So
woo,
you're like,
okay,
I gotta-
I gotta pull it together, man. Oh, Dusty. Funny thing is, I know 95% of everyone on the planet.
Yeah.
So I'd probably know the random people.
You do.
Yeah. Yes, Steve. It is true. People find me in random places, like even in different states sometimes or whatever. Like people will
It's
know me.
amazing,
It's so weird.
like the way we run into people, like how such a small world it really is.
Yes.
it's funny that you can go years without running into someone in the same town that you live in, and then like run into someone who
Yes.
you live in the same town with, but run into them somewhere else too.
Yes.
And it's just
One of the
That's
craziest
amazing.
things for me, there was this guy from San Diego that that I knew. His name is Blaze, and he would come into the pizza shop I worked at. We weren't like BFFs, but like I saw him enough, so we've
Yeah.
been social media friends forever. And me and Dusty were in Iceland, and I'm sitting there on Facebook, and I see that Blaze made a post that he's in fucking Iceland, and I was like, no way.
Yeah.
No way.
No way.
So I messaged him because I had service. I have T-Mobile, so I have free service like anywhere in the world that I go. Not everybody is as lucky. Different
Yeah.
ones, like you know, you have to be on Wi-Fi or whatever. So I send him a message, and I'm like, "Yo, dude, I just saw your post that you're in Iceland, and I'm in Iceland. Like,
Like,
where
what are the
are you?
odds?
Where are
Yeah.
you? You know? Because I mean, it's not the biggest place, but
Yeah.
it's still there's a lot of different
It's not
regions you
Greenland.
could be in. Yeah, yeah. So sent him the message, and the next day when he got into service, he messaged me back, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm totally in Iceland. Like, that's so crazy. Like, where are you at or whatever?" And I was like, "Oh, we're in Vic right now, this and that." And he's like, "No way. We like have a camper van, and we camped in Vic last night." And I was like, "We have an RV and we camped in Vic, and there's two things in Vic, and there's only one place to camp your shit." So when I saw his post,
You were neighbors.
we were literally in the same thing. I probably could have got out of the RV and been like, "Blaze!" and he would have heard
heard
me.
you.
So it was so weird. I was like, "Holy shit. Okay, well, where are you going? Like, what's your plan or whatever?" And it's so funny. We had booked a boat tour that was going to go in a glacier lake with like all these icebergs and shit. But there was a high wind advisory, and because we had an RV and it's top heavy, you can't do it.
Do
So
it.
they had a small van. We were going to the same place on the same fucking day, but we couldn't go because of the wind advisory.
So you jumped in the van with
So I
him.
was like, I wish. No, he was already gone at
he's
that
already
point.
gone.
But I was like,
Bummer.
he's like, "Yeah, we went out to, this fucking lake." And I'm like, "Shut up. We were supposed to go there too." So I'm like, "All right." So we're taking the same path. This is so weird.
Weird.
We have to figure out a way to meet
meet
up.
up,
And we
yeah.
did. And on the last night, I was like, "I'm not sure where we're staying." He's like, "Oh, we're staying at this place. It's about an hour from Reykjavik because we have to fly out tomorrow." And I'm like, "We're flying out tomorrow too. So yes, where are you? We'll come stay there." And we ended up hanging out. But the odds of it in the entire world
Yeah.
was the weirdest coincidence ever. It was fucking bizarre,
The
you know?
more, the older I get, the more I don't believe that there's coincidences. It was like, it's just, that's the way it was meant to be. You were meant to reconnect at that particular point. And,
Makes you wonder for sure.
even if you had never really connected, that whole like ships passing in the night thing, you were both meant to be
Yeah.
there at the same time. And it's lucky that you were able to connect
It
and
is.
like,
It
but
was
it's
cool.
funny how close you are to things and when you realize it later sometimes, like
Yes.
how like I was at this moment and like so were they, but we never connected, but then we
Yes.
connected later, and it was like I have friends that got married that were in a photo together 20 years before they met. They were in the same place at the same time. He's in the background of the photo that her parents took of her.
No way.
Seriously.
That's crazy. I've heard of like randomly that happening sometimes, but that's interesting that someone that
And
you
it-
know that happened to.
It's but it's out there.
Whoa.
It's like there's stuff like that where we as people, like, we're meant to connect with people at certain times, and sometimes I think our paths come close but don't quite connect until they're supposed to.
It's so fucking weird. It's so
But
weird.
life gives you those chances sometimes.
It does.
and
You have to wonder why. Like, what is
Yeah.
it about
Like how close
this person
how close
or
did
whatever?
we get? But it's like I fully believe you meet people when you're supposed to, and you meet the people that you're supposed to. So
There's
it's just the
something to
universe
it.
like has its plan, and we may not understand all of it.
You know, I've gone back and forth many times, and I feel like I feel two ways simultaneously, which is confusing for my brain. Because, I want to feel like we have free will
And we
completely.
totally do.
And everything is just, every moment is its own, and every decision we make affects the next moment. But then there's some things that happen like that. Some of those things that are too
See,
uncanny, that what are the fucking odds of certain
things.
things?
And see, I think those two things aren't opposite. I think they run side by side. I think we have the free will to make the choices, and that's how we get close to other people. Is maybe we had that choice to meet up with them at that point, but we chose another direction. But they'll circle back around because the universe still has that plan of you two meeting somewhere along the timeline.
Do you think we make the plan for ourselves?
We can, yeah.
Because I don't believe in in a higher power consciousness that decides our fate. Like,
See, I
consciously.
I don't believe that either, and that's actually not what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm more on the spiritual side than religious. Like, I don't really believe in like organized religion, but I also believe that there is powers out there, universe, energies, like, and part of that is like we create just by existing. We create the energies, and when we don't exist, we create a different energy. Like, I think, we're part of it, but then so is everything else. Every little atom and every little thing is part of that. And it's not like I think, there's the supercomputer god, like, going, Sammy's gonna see Stacy today, but I also believe that there's waves that connect
I
everything.
kind of see it in that same way too, as like magnetism. Like, we all have such unique energy, and the universe is made of energy physically.
Yeah.
Everything exudes energy, and that sometimes people are more attracted to each other because their energies somehow
Or repelled.
align or repel. Yes.
Yes.
So I think that it
fully
might
believe
come
that
down
too.
to that, where I'm not sure, and maybe it is, and there's been times where I think I was meant to meet this person. Like, maybe I chose somehow, and in between lives or something, I chose that this was going to be the moment. But at the same time, maybe it's just like a magnetism type of thing, where we find the people that we are destined
Yeah.
to meet by this like force of magnetism.
Magnetism,
like me
like-
meeting Tavia, I met her at Luna. I worked at Luna for a long time, and she didn't work there for that long, but we connected so hard, and I absolutely believe that she is my soul family. That this is not the first time that we have shared experiences together in our soul path. It's very deep and goes really far back. So how interesting that we both
You
ended
guys
up
kind
at
of have
Luna.
that twin flame thing.
We really do.
And
it's very
I
special.
believe you're drawn to the same place at the same time if you're meant to be. And that's kind of just how I kind of view the world. It's like, I'm not really like saying that there's a one driving force behind that, but I think the universe and all that, the energies and the magnetism and it draws things together and apart,
Yeah.
like in
yeah.
the natural world, like,
Sure.
and like,
That does make sense. Dusty has a really interesting way of putting this. Free will is when we are exercising our consciousness. When our subconscious is in charge, we're just following our habitual programming. We're not using our free will.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
that-
really cool way to put that. I
they
like that.
they do run very parallel, I think, like through us. It's like we have the very conscious decisions, and then I think we do things like very unconsciously too. And like and
Like,
they
we
work.
don't know why we decided to take this other route, or why we decided to go to this restaurant on that day. We just did. It's
Yeah,
like some
we just
kind
did.
of
Sometimes
something was
like,
drawing us to that space without us realizing it,
Yeah.
and without making the conscious choice of like, I feel like I have to go to Applebee's instead of Chili's today because there's a person I'm gonna, it's just
Yeah.
kind of like, oh, you know what, let's do Applebee's, and then you're like, oh my god, I haven't seen you in a million years.
Yeah,
It's like sometimes
exactly.
we're just kind of following
You're meant
this
to be.
instinct
And
that
I
we don't
think-
realize.
like the other way too. Sometimes you feel drawn towards Applebee's because you should be avoiding someone at
Interesting.
Chili's or whatever,
Yeah.
where there's
yeah.
the repelling part too, where like
Yes.
You took this path not to particularly to run into something, but to steer yourself away from something else.
I like that. That's a really interesting counter perspective.
Like, I
I
think
like
it
that.
works
Yeah.
both ways. Like, sometimes, like, the world directs you to do something, and sometimes it directs you to be away from something. Like,
Yes.
one of my best examples of that is, is like when 9/11 happened. The people that, like, got stuck in traffic, went to buy donuts or whatever, and didn't end up in the building.
Mm-hmm.
That energy pulled them away from the building that
Yes.
particular morning. Their alarm didn't go off, whatever it was. Something pulled them away from it. They were, instead of them leading towards, like,
Yes.
something. So
Yeah, actually using that as an example.
I think that's the best example to explain
Yeah.
kind of when I talk about stuff like
No,
that. Because
it's
some people, like, were like,
great.
I love, like, examples or metaphors, because sometimes I don't always feel like my words are coming across exactly the way I want them
No,
to.
that's great. And actually, I know somebody, or I knew somebody at the time, it was a very long time ago, whose family member worked at the World Trade Center, and they slept in that day.
Yep.
And they were late, and they were like, "Oh my God,"
Yep, they were
whoever it
not
was, their
meant to
family
be
member
in that
avoided it
building.
because, and they don't usually sleep in. They just happened to sleep in that
Yep.
day and weren't there. And yeah, that was some kind of interesting energy intervention or whatever,
Yeah.
keeping them from being in that place at that time.
Exactly. So I think that's just the way things are. Yeah.
Ooh, binge box. Last night I was pulled away from my energy drink habit by gunshots and sirens flying by. Interesting. By your energy drink habit. Huh.
Hey,
Whoa. Well, good. I'm glad you were in the right
hopefully
place
you
and
weren't,
not in the
like,
wrong place.
shot and that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
But then you have to wonder too. It sucks when sometimes people are in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh yeah.
Like
There
actually,
is that
one
too.
of Tavia's friends out in Utah was going to the 7-Eleven. It was like late at night or whatever. They're just going to get a pack of smokes or whatever, and got shot in the leg. And they have no idea who it was or what happened. They were just walking in and then just happened to get shot. I guess somebody was shooting at somebody else or whatever.
Yeah.
And a leg is that big.
Yeah.
And the odds of the bullet
Well, it's.
hitting the leg at that time and the guy being there at that store at that exact time,
But he was.
like,
But I
sucks,
fully
man.
meant, even though it's wrong place, wrong time, he was meant to be there for a particular reason.
Something to
Um,
that, something to be
something
learned
to-
from it, or
something
something
to be
to
learned
slow
from
him
it.
down or whatever.
A good example is I had a friend who she broke her leg, like, randomly, just like tripped over something. It was like one of those freak accident type things. At the same time, she was supposed to be taking care of her mom.
Oh, bummer.
And so she was like, I mean, she felt like it was such the worst thing that could happen at the worst time.
Yeah.
But instead of her being, like, overwhelmed by taking care of her mom and working and stuff, she got time off work. They got to spend some quality time together. Both kind of recovering. And she had someone else take care of her, and it took the stress off their relationship. And she said that she has a much better
wow.
relationship with her mother now. And she
That's
goes,
fantastic.
and I don't think it would have went that way. She goes, looking in hindsight, I don't think it went that way if I would have felt obligated to take care of her and try to work and do all my other stuff too. I would have felt resentment towards her because it was just one more
Right.
thing. She goes, but in this case
Blessing in
scenario, like,
disguise.
breaking the leg was the blessing in
Yeah.
disguise. So, maybe
Wow.
him getting shot saved him from something worse. Maybe it was like take a step back and reevaluate your life. You know, there's all kinds of things. Like, we may never know what the actual reason why, but I just kind of trust that there is something out there.
Sure. Yeah. It's very interesting because, some things happen that in the time seem so horrible and terrible. And people are like, why would this happen to me? But it is true that, like, one door closes and another door opens. And that sounds so fucking cliche. But when it comes down to it,
But it works that way.
does.
Yeah.
Like, things that are seemingly very inconvenient or really terrible, you know? At the
Yeah.
time, you're like, what possibly good could come out of this
This.
in the moment? But later on, you're like, holy shit, I would have never had this opportunity. I would have never been able to do this thing.
Even like a nicer example, because it's not a terrible thing, but like I've found some of the coolest places because I really had to pee and we needed to pull over and find a place where I could use the bathroom. And then you find these great little restaurants or like tourist traps that you never would have
Yeah.
stopped at if you were just zooming by. You
Right.
know, and it's like, you know, so I just take that as part of the ride. And like, you know,
It's living in the moment, really.
yeah,
Like
if
when
I was, you know,
you take those little
you
detours
take
and then
those
you
little-
find something good that you didn't even expect. Like, what a wonderful thing to
Yeah.
enhance your life in that moment.
Exactly. And
if you're
like
just
living
open
in the
to it.
moment if you're open to it. There's a lot of people that just like, well, just find a bathroom and get going back on the road type of
Yes.
thing too, you know? So I like to try to live more where I'm open to something happening, you know, so finding something,
I love that.
you know.
I'm like that too. I always try to see everything as an opportunity for something. And, you know, even going into some, I don't know, convenience store or whatever, you know, like maybe there's a really nice person there that I will meet and that
That
will
you
enhance my
smile
life.
and
or
say hi and like maybe made their day because they just
maybe
got
it
yelled
makes
at.
their day. Yeah.
You know, you never
Yeah.
know.
Like everything is an opportunity
Yeah.
for something good to come from it, even if it's something that is inconvenient. You know, like, oh, I gotta pee, but we're almost late. Damn it, you know?
Yeah.
But what if, I don't know, there's a really cool plant outside or something like that, and it just seems so like menial, a plant or whatever, but maybe it's something really beautiful that is just what you needed in that day to be like,
Yeah.
wow, look at that, that's amazing, or wow, that just gave me an idea to do an art piece on this or whatever. Like inspiration can come from
From-
anything if we have our eyes open and wanting to see. And I feel like too many people in this world have blinders on and they're walking through
Yeah, they
life
just
and
zoom
not
through
seeing
life
it.
and like and
It
not see the
sucks.
things. Yeah.
That's why I love road trips, you know? Like planes are great in certain instances because like, you know, maybe I don't want to drive to Florida. It takes 28 hours.
And it's like you,
know?
don't want to
But,
drive to Iceland, but once you get there, you rent something, drive around, and look. And like
Yes.
most of
Little
my
things.
flights have turned into road trips within that like state or whatever. You know, rent a
awesome.
car and do them because the 2-lane highways, you know, the back
Yes.
roads and stuff, you will see a lot more than zooming by
Yes.
on the 4
I
lane. And like
choose.
I choose those.
And
too.
you know what? It's funny. My tattoo that me and Tavia have a matching tattoo.
do.
It says "Take the long way home"
Yep.
because that's what we truly believe. Like we go on these magical adventures together, and rather than just get on I-5 and just zoom down, we would rather spend an
Pete
extra
would
hour.
call them my shortcuts. Because I'd be like, I found us a shortcut, you know, and it would take us 3 times as long. But
But
you
it's the
know,
coolest
but it was
scenic
it
route.
was the scenic routes. It was the things that you were going too fast to see. You know, like
It's the life's
side
a
roads.
journey, not a destination.
Exactly.
And if we're open to the journey and to what the journey can present to us in that moment, then I think the opportunities are endless. It's when people are too rigid. They're like, we have this very strict schedule and there's no deviation from the schedule.
Yeah.
Schedule.
Which is
Like,
so funny because
what a
I
bummer.
come from a family like that, where they have the same brand of vehicle their whole life. They wear the same brand of jeans. Once furniture gets in its spot, it never moves, like ever.
Right.
You know, the same
Rigid.
like, you know, rigid, you know, I'm such, you know, it also sounds cliche, but I'm very much the black sheep of my family. Like you know, there's a lot of things that I've always rebelled against because I'm like, that is too rigid or too, you know, I didn't view it in black and white so much. You know, I
Yes.
saw all the shades. And not just of gray, but all the shades, you know, like, and, you know, which I got called, you know, like, rebel and, like, you know, all kinds of interesting, you know, black sheep, you know, or whatever. And then,
I get it. I feel
and
you.
some people really embrace it, which is lovely, and some people don't understand it. And, you know, at this point in my life, I don't care who understands
I think
or
it's
embraces
great.
it, but
Because, you know, we're all given this very specific, like, on a platter, like, this is how we live our lives, so this is probably how you're going to live your life too. And everybody's family is different, everybody has different things, but it's supposed to be like ingrained, where the parents a lot of times want the children to be like them because
Yeah.
it kind of justifies all of their actions and the way that they've done things. But where we come in, those of us that are very unique and different and kind of break that mold, is that we can take the good from what we view as good, like, okay, well, these morals and these specific things are really positive things that my family and upbringing have given me, so I want to integrate this into my life. It's positive lessons, but also I see these specific things
that I want to do, I don't want to do.
I don't want to do that, and it's okay because we're individuals, and parents make children, and they a lot of times assume they're going to be carbon copies and just follow the leader type of thing. But then those of us that think very differently, we're like, no, these things are great, but I don't want to be, I don't know, codependent or whatever. I don't want to have a rigid schedule. I don't want to be a morning person. I don't want to do these things. I don't want to live in a house with white walls, whatever, whatever it is,
Don't get me started on white walls on houses.
I know. I mean, look at my house. And like, I think it's really neat that we all get the opportunity to pick and choose what things that we want to keep and what things that we make our own.
Yeah.
And then those of us that have children, which you don't,
we don't.
but those things are passed along, and then it's up to the kids, the next generation to decide.
I'm the cool aunt. Is what I
me
am.
too. I'm the cool aunt too.
Cool aunt club.
Totally.
And I'm a great aunt now.
That's so good.
My oldest nephew just had a baby girl at the beginning of June, which makes me a great aunt. Which is just.
So you're not only great aunt, but
I'm
you're
a great
aunt.
So, that is something that definitely made me feel old. But I was talking to my sister, and I was like, Grandma sounds older than great aunt. And she's like, shut up, But it's
yeah, Steve. PSA: children are great as long as they're someone else's.
Yeah, exactly. I love other people's children. Well, and I don't always love everybody's children's. I actually call them flesh monsters. But
there's some good ones.
There's a handful of good ones, and there's some bad ones too.
Yes.
But yes, I'm not the kind of goes like, ooh, baby, and goes running toward. No, I'm like, they're like, do you want to hold her? And I'm like, do I have to?
Actually, it's so funny. We went to Texas a couple months ago to visit Dusty's family and friends. And his best friend and his wife have a baby.
Crotch goblins. Yes, Dusty, yes.
But they have a baby, and she was really, really, really cute. And Melissa was like, here, you want to hold her? And I was kind of like, I don't know, I'm kind of scared. She's like, it's totally fine. And I was like, okay. And the photo that was taken, I'm like it was like, so funny because I have this, like, I'm terrified, I was like, oh, God.
Yeah.
But, just the fact is that, like, every generation, actually last week, we talked about generations and then how they evolve over time, all the specific generations. It was an awesome show. But, going along with that is that, like, every generation, we need to strive to be better and different. And we need to figure out what
some of these guys' comments
bad.
are just distracting me. I'm like cracking up with used to drown my troubles, but then they learned how to swim.
Steve,
I'm like giggling at that one. I was really trying to listen to you there.
No, I know. It's so funny. I love the chat so much. We have such fantastic, sarcastic, dark humor people.
And why wouldn't we? Because that's our people.
That's our fucking people.
Yeah.
I know. I love it. So I love our little Twitch family, man, because everybody's right on point.
Example of what we were just talking about. I did one of my friends, the ones I just made the bookends for. I painted a mural in their little girls' room, and
oh, that's awesome.
Pete and I actually did it together, which was amazing at the time. But it was like, I used to work with him, and like I knew them, but like we hadn't spent a lot of time with them recently, so I had never really met the little girl, and then they just had their second one, and now they're older now, but. And the oldest one, whose room I was definitely, kind of, was fascinated by fish. So we did like this fishy mural. It was really cute. But she has Down syndrome. And like, I'm not awesome with kids. And like, you never know like how they're going to react. And like, it was so funny. Like when we came in the door and we started getting set up, we were chatting. She just came straight for me and went up like, and I was just like almost panicked. 'Cause I'm like, what do I do? Like, so
roll with it, roll with it.
So, I picked her up and like, and then, her attention span at that age was like, wanted to be put down like 2 seconds later, which was good for me. But, it was like, I'm like, and they were both looking at me like, she isn't usually like that with people. And I was just like, oh, well, that kind of just like killed my heart, because I was like, what do I do? But she was like, I like her,
That's
like
so nice. It's, the energy that we put out, it's so interesting. Like, kids, animals pick up on this shit, and it's so awesome. Actually, just yesterday, I went with my friend Charlie to go pick him up before we went on an adventure, and he was at his parents' house, and I just got to meet them. They just moved from Spokane, so I got to meet them for the first time, and me and his mom have like chatted on the phone and everything. She's awesome, so I got to meet her. But when I walked in, she has a little tiny dog whose name is Luna. Actually, it's so funny.
That's
and
funny.
The fucking dog like loved me. Was like, I was like hugging her hello, because it was the first hug, and the dog was like, oh my god, and was kissing me. And she's like, wow. She's like, Luna's like generally pretty friendly, but she doesn't act like this normally with people. Like, she really likes you. And I was like, I guess I just put out the good vibes,
When little kids or like dogs or like, like cats come up to me and like I have been chosen, and it's so like,
nice.
It is nice that it's like, oh, I'm having a good vibe day then, it's like, I swear there's days where my vibe is like, stay the fuck away from me, and everybody does, because
the
I
animals
think they
too?
can. The animals too. But it's funny, like, I do a lot of, in Montana there's not a lot to do, so I do a lot of hiking and walking, and the town I live in isn't huge, but it's a good sized town, but we have this really crazy deer problem that they've just,
it's like, a problem.
It's a problem.
Oh no.
There's enough of them in town that it's a problem. And but it's funny, like, I will see deer and bunnies, and they don't, like, I had 2 deer follow me the other day for like a couple of blocks, and
Really?
and they don't shy away from me, and like,
That's so cool.
on most days, and I think especially when I'm out on walk, because that's kind of one of the things I do to ground myself, is I'm recharging my energy, and so like the animals respond to that, where I'm not like this power walker, like, going past them, like, and startling them,
Yeah.
I like to feel like I'm more part of like the nature when I'm out there. I don't
love
listen to
that.
music. I just walk in nature, which is, I love.
And then the little animals.
And then the little
come and
animals, and I
greet
feel like
you.
Snow White, and I bust out into song. And like,
That's so awesome.
They
Oh,
really
that's
respond well to
nice.
Metallica, and like Motorhead,
That's so funny, dude.
Um,
I love that. It's nice. I feel like, animals, kids, and then even like humans way back in the day, before of all these distractions, like, we had to follow our instinct more. The animals have to follow their instinct for survival purposes, so they're more tuned into that. But now, with all this distractions and bullshit, humans are tuned away from that, generally speaking. So some of us that are,
and see, that's why
more
I
tuned
out
in,
of, like, I like to, do the nature to like kind of get away from that, because like inside,
reattune
I feel
to
like
that.
there's so many things that distract us, and some of them are very good things, very useful things, but they're also very distracting and can be over, done. So like, I need to get back in nature and like ground myself, and like, I think better out there without the distractions. So yeah,
That's
I'm
really
definitely,
good.
I see so many people walking with their ears, plugged, and like, I just, I always like, I bet you they're listening to a murder podcast, or like they're listening to classical. I
Yeah.
try to guess.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, that's kind of fun.
It's a little game I play. It's kind
Yeah.
of thing where it's like, but it's like I like to hear things, and like and feel the energy, and like I've had times where talking about what we were talking about earlier, where it's like I went to start down one street, and like something was like, don't go down that street, and I will go. It's like I like to be more in tune.
That's
And,
really cool.
stuff with like Priuses, those like deadly Priuses that sneak up on you and like, try to run you
Yeah.
over, it's like stuff like that you got to be like aware of, like,
Yeah.
but the deer thing especially, like, is one of those signs from the universe that I've got in the last couple of years. almost 3 years ago, I started seeing 2 deer at a time, just two, and like after I saw them, something would happen, good, bad, something. Something would happen though, always after I saw the 2 deer. And I mean, it got to the point where it was like more than, I was like, I keep seeing these. Like, what is the trying to tell me? And I still see them. Like, not as much lately, but
It's like a sign to pay
but
attention to
but
what's
yeah. So I
coming.
kind of looked up, like, did some research on like like seeing deer in general, and most of the, they all had their varying kind of, but a lot of them were like being in the moment and like paying attention, and like and when I started reading more of that, I was like, that actually correlates. They were like kind of warning me that something was going to happen, to be like aware.
Interesting.
And um, it's been interesting to like some of the stuff that's like come out of that, like, but I realized I'd started seeing them before I realized that there was a pattern to it too. Like I went back,
Wow.
like months before I realized there was a pattern, and I took a picture of 2 deer from, like, on this one trip, and I was just like, oh yeah, I was seeing them then, and it was like, but if I see one or
Interesting.
more, like more than two, it doesn't mean anything. It's always
Wow.
when the two,
And it's something
which two has
kind of
never
big,
been my
like
number.
whatever comes from it. Like it's something more of like a
It's significant. Like,
significant. Okay.
when I started noticing it was right before Pete passed. Actually, it was a couple months before that, but like he noticed that we were seeing him too. Like, we totaled our car by hitting 2 deer, which was
At the
like,
same, you hit two at the same time?
well, I came around this
Shit.
dark corner and there was one in the road that was like someone had already hit, and so like I aimed for the head because it was either oncoming traffic or like ditch,
Right.
kind of thing.
Oof.
So I like, aimed for the head and, and tried to slow down and bumped over that one, and the other one came out of the ditch and like smashed into us,
Oh,
which is what ended up totaling the car. Like
man.
it would have been damage on the first one, but it definitely totaled it the second one. And then, like a couple weeks after that, we were meeting the our real estate agent at the house that we almost bought, to talk about the inspection report, and there was 2 deer in the yard when we got there. And then we decided not to buy the house because something came up on the inspection report that we didn't like, and the owners were being cagey about it, which was made us more uncomfortable than the actual thing. But hindsight, I'm glad we didn't buy it. But
Yeah,
it
the
was like
deers would
the
maybe
deer.
like pay attention.
And then,
Hey.
like, later that week, I had 2 deer, like, come out in front of me driving to work. And it was just like a lot in a row there. And then, um, and since then, I've seen them random walks, but like driving too. And like,
Interesting.
mostly when I'm walking. But they saved me from getting run over by a Prius, which is why I made the joke about the
Really?
deadly Priuses sneak up on
Okay,
you.
how?
Just because I stopped to like look at the deer, and then this Prius just came zooming out of the alley, like blind alley that I almost just was in front of. And so I like totally was
Whoa.
like, thank you, dear, for distracting me,
Yeah.
because I would have probably been hit by that. And then
Absolutely.
one of my walks, on my walks I used to carry like a little wallet and my phone and keys. Now I've stopped carrying the wallet. I just do the phone and the keys. I was like, I need to get back into my house, and I'm tracking myself GPS and emergencies with the phone, and I take pictures.
Sure, for
Um,
sure.
but I dropped the wallet on one of the walks,
Oh.
and I didn't realize it till I got all the way home. So then I basically had to retrace my steps to figure out if so, and it was just this little wallet, um, with my ID and a card and some cash in it, a little foldy thing, gray, of course, which is like probably the worst thing to drop, type of thing.
Yes.
And so I start back along this route and I see these 2 deer, and the block after it, it's laying in the middle of the freaking crosswalk on this busy street with cash and my ID, like,
Maybe the fact it
face
was gray
of-
was good because people
I think
didn't
it was,
notice
and
it.
being the busy
Ooh.
street, I don't think anybody bothered to stop to see what it was. They just,
Kept driving,
you
yeah.
know,
Wow. I'm glad you found that.
I mean,
Sucks.
because that would have sucked so bad. But it was just, so then every time I'd see them, I started really paying attention into my surroundings. And, it's like, and even if nothing happened, and maybe because they prevented it, I don't know. But even if something really significant didn't happen, or something I didn't notice happening, it still made me, like, kind of be more in the moment.
Yes.
And get out of my head. And, like, so even if I just needed that little thing with it.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's kind of neat when you see them. It's just like a reminder to just ground real quick, feel your instincts. Like,
Yeah.
what is it? Is
Be
it
more
is it
aware,
good
be
or bad?
around,
Be
And it's like,
aware.
I realized, one of the people I met in the last year, I saw 2 deer the night I met him. And it should have been a warning, kind of thing. But, like,
Yes.
hindsight, there's a lot of, like, there were certain connections where I was like, oh, I didn't know what they were trying to tell me at the time. But,
Yeah.
but now I try to pay attention. And,
like
like,
that.
so.
Actually, it's kind of cool because similarly to that, the sign to pay attention. I had something happen recently, a couple months ago, when me and Dusty, we had went to Texas to visit his family, and then we took a little road trip, and we were in Bisbee, Arizona, which is super cute. If you guys have ever not been to Bisbee, highly recommend it. It's great. But we're in this little shop, and this necklace actually that I'm wearing was at this shop, and it's a really cool symbol. It's really neat, but something grabbed me when I saw this necklace. I was walking by it, and it made me physically like, oh, and I even out loud said like, oh, and I was like, that's weird. Like, it's a cool necklace. Like, I like the
Yeah.
the pyramid in the eye,
Right.
cool. But
It's
what
kind of
what
a
is
Illuminati
it?
thing, isn't it?
It can be.
It
Yes,
can be.
yes.
I mean,
but
they have used
ancient
it as a-
Egyptian type of thing too,
Too.
and in
Especially,
religious
the pyramid
stuff.
and eye, definitely
Yes.
very Egyptian.
Yes. But something really jumped out at me, like, energetically, and I didn't know why. This is a mass-produced thing. It wasn't a one-of-a-kind handmade thing or whatever.
Which is more what you gravitate towards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But something about it, I had picked it up, and it told me, like, you need this. This is something that you need. And I was like, okay, I'm going with the instinct. And I told Dusty, I was like, I really like it. Like, it's really cool, but there's something more to it, and I don't know what it is. But I feel like the eye is telling me to pay attention. So I'm going to get the necklace, and I'm going to pay attention. And
Yeah.
strangely enough, the next day, we drove to Jerome, Arizona, and we decided to go by Maynard's restaurant. So Maynard from Tool has a restaurant down in Cottonwood. And I'd never been there. I knew that the restaurant's been open for a couple years or so. And I was like, oh, shoot, Maynard's restaurant is here. We're going to want some dinner anyway. Let's go to Maynard's restaurant.
Let's go.
So we pull up into the parking lot, and we just start friggin' laughing because the logo of his Merkin Vineyards thing is a fucking eye and a triangle with the rays coming out of it. The food truck that was parked in the parking lot, boom, giant
It
pizza
rays
slice with the eye and the rays coming out. And we're like, no fucking shit. What the hell?
Like, we were meant to be here.
Yo, like, I was
Yeah.
like, that literally is, okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, so I was like, what does this mean? And we had a really long introspective conversation about, like, okay, this instinct was this thing and this symbol. Let me look more into the symbolism of this actual symbol. And we did that, and we talked about it a lot, and, like, what gravitated us there. And we came to the conclusion, I think that it's reminding me to pay attention and pay attention to the little things. So if I see the symbol somewhere else, like, that'll be my reminder. That'll be my 2 deers. Is like,
Yeah.
hey, stop for a second. Whoop,
Yep.
third eye,
Third
pyramid
eye,
eye.
open it. Yeah.
Pay attention. Take a
Attention.
moment and be aware of your surroundings. So
Yeah.
that's kind of what I pulled from it. And it could have just been totally fucking random. It could have been just a cool thing that I just
Yeah.
got, and I felt this, but then
See, remember, I don't
weird.
believe in coincidences though necessarily. It was meant to work that way.
It's very possible. It's very possible. And I believe sometimes things are coincidences. I do believe that. Sometimes weird. That's just a funny
Yeah.
thing that lined up. But at the same time, there's some things where I'm like, okay, I feel like that's too oddly specific for that to have been a coincidence.
Coincidence.
I feel
Yeah.
something more from that. So yeah, it's kind of cool that you've got your little symbols of hey,
And
remember,
it's
be in the
funny,
moment.
like and it's not just the actual live deer too. I've started like like on my last trip to Seattle, I found a sticker with 2 deer on it. I went into this shop and they had 2 like plastic deer up on the shelf, and like stuff like that.
It's a reoccurring theme.
Where
over
it's
and over and over.
reoccurring, so it's not just the live animals too, but and it's like one of those things. It's like, if you're thinking about elephants, you're gonna see elephants everywhere, kind of thing. So it's like, does it
Pattern
get into your
recognition.
head first,
Yeah.
and then you see it? Because, whatever I'm thinking about, like if I'm thinking about, oh, I, really want this new car. I've been looking at like the minis, and then I'll see minis everywhere, and it's like I know they were there before,
Right,
but all of a sudden that's what I'm paying attention to. So sometimes it's funny. It's like you kind of go around.
Yeah.
It's like, am I noticing it because I'm aware of it, or but it was always there, or is it like
They've done a lot of studies on that, on pattern recognition in humans, and how when we are attuned to something like that, that we notice more of those things.
Yeah.
Which I think is awesome that they've done that study, and we know that our brains work like that, because to navigate through life in the most positive way that we can, if we are kind of attuning our focus to these positive things, stopping and smelling the roses, living in the moment, all of that,
Yeah, and
that's like us seeing minis everywhere. It's seeing the beauty in
Yeah,
everything
it's
everywhere,
seeing the-
because we are focusing
we're looking for it.
on it. We're looking
Yeah,
for
we're
it.
looking for it. And I think that's just the thing, is like, um, whatever it is that, gets your attention and makes you stop and like slow down and like be more aware,
Yes.
is whatever it is a good thing.
It
You
is,
know, like-
especially like all the distractions we were talking about. I mean, so many times everybody's just looking down at their phone the whole time, and I'm like,
it's interesting to watch
sucks.
people like, I've been eating out a lot by myself lately, like, and I will people watch, a lot, and I will notice like, 2 people are having dinner and they'll have a conversation, but if one of them leaves to go to the bathroom or something, the other one just brings out their phone. It's like they can't be still for like,
Yeah.
or undistracted.
yes.
But I've seen where it's like a whole table and all the kids have their phones the whole time too, and it's like, so I've been like purposely like not trying to look at my phone in those
Okay.
situations.
That's
like
kinda cool.
no one waits anymore. Like waiting rooms, everybody's on their phone. Waiting in line, everybody checks their phone. It's interesting, and so I've like been purposely trying not to, and just people watching, and it's really interesting the way like what you observe.
Yeah.
Um,
By actually
by
observing, consciously
like,
observing,
things,
things.
and that's it's my own little studies of human nature,
like that.
but it's
No, it's definitely changed a lot, where that's like the go-to. But I always wonder what people are doing. Like you were talking about, like wondering what do they got on their headphones.
Yeah.
I wonder a lot of times when I'm seeing people just sitting there on their phones, like,
like, are
The
they checking?
content.
It's like, are they like watching Pornhub, or are they like,
or are they checking in on their mom?
Are
'cause
they
their
checking
mom's
on their
not
mom?
feeling
It's
good?
like,
or are they engaged in a debate? There's a conversation happening on Facebook or whatever,
Yeah.
and they're like engaged in this whole thing, or like, what is it? Like, it's a tool that is endless. Like,
Yeah,
each little
I mean-
computer, it's endless. Maybe
I mean,
they're
they could be
researching
paying their bills,
things.
or they
yeah.
or researching something. You
never know.
know. But I always like to kind of like, like speculate,
Yeah.
because it's fun.
Uh-huh.
It's like, it's like you see a date go really bad, and the one gets up and the other one's whipping out the phone. It's like, are they on Tinder, like already, like planning the next date?
Or they're talking shit to their girlfriend, like, this
Or
guy
they'd be
fucking
like,
sucks,
this
or
guy,
whatever.
this guy sucks. Call me in like 5 minutes so I can get out of this date.
Totally.
Type of thing. Like,
You never know.
You never know. But it's.
But if
and,
you're not
but-
observing, then you really don't.
yeah.
No.
And I know some people with like, whether it's like, um, attention kind of thing where they like moment there's silence they have to like whip out and like play a game or something too. It's like they have to be always active. It's like the ADD or whatever,
Yes.
you know, and it's like,
Yes, people are so used to
and
things
I am
constantly all
very
the
like
time.
an idle hands type of person. Like I have a hard time sitting through like TV shows and stuff without actually
Okay.
doing something with my hands. And I've tried like leave the phone over the, you know, like it doesn't need to be my phone, but that's how I ended up, you know, making a lot of things, or like getting into certain things like rocks, just because like someone gave me one of those worry stones because my idle hands annoyed them, so they gave me something to play with.
Ah, that's so
It was a
funny.
roommate. It was just like, she's like, here, like
You need this.
you
That's
need
so
like
funny.
something in your, because I would like
Yeah.
play with like you know, like if I had like a soda bottle or something, I'd start like squeezing it and making that noise. It would just annoy the crap out of her.
Tapping people drive me fucking crazy. Tappity tap tap tap.
Yeah,
And some
yeah.
people that are tapping,
Or
I'm
like
like, oh my
pop,
god.
or you know, just sitting there popping their gum or something. You know,
Yes.
like I'm
My
just
dad
like,
used to be a leg shaker, and he would just sit there and just shake his leg, and like we'd be sitting at a booth or something like that. I'm like, yo,
you're shaking the whole freaking table.
you need to stop shaking. You're fucking killing me right now, man. You know?
Yeah, I know I'm not the only one with idle hands for sure. Like, there's definitely us out there.
Yeah.
But I think it's helped me as an artist too, because there's certain things like, you know, modeling clay and like embroidery and stuff that I've learned just sitting there doing something.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
why
it keeps you creating
it keeps
at the
me
very
creating,
least.
you know, which is, you know, is always good. It's always good to stretch your artistic hands out, you know.
Yeah.
And I've had some paintings like actually inspired by scenes in movies and stuff too, because I'm like, oh, that's cool, and like I'll just get it in my head and like you
I
know,
like
I'll end up
that.
painting it later. And I've had a few people notice
Really
a few
cool.
things, like where they watched, it was like one of their favorite movies, and they're like, did you, is this from this movie? And I'll be like, oh, it is, like someone noticed, you know. And it's like
I like that.
which I don't think a lot of them are very obvious too. But so it's like really cool that I got the vibe that I was like, you know, going for too. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
you know, so I love that kind of stuff where it's like, you know, but like it's amazing, you know, like talking about inspiration. It's like it comes from everywhere, like music, movies, nature, you know, idle hands, just needing to do something, you know,
Yeah.
or like hearing something or watching something, you know, just I like the way it fires that creativeness, you know.
Do you put a lot of this kind of inspiration into all the art that you do? Do you feel like you
Oh,
really
yeah.
channel a lot of things?
Yeah,
into
music is
that?
my big thing that
Really?
inspires me,
Cool.
and usually what I'm reading at the time. So a lot of, especially my early work, because I kind of stopped doing it like lately because I just stopped. I don't know, but I used to put like the whole song lyrics or like the whole passage of the book like on the back of the painting.
Cool. I like
But now
that.
I just kind of more name it after like the song
Okay.
or like the you know, or something that reminded me. But like um, yeah, I've had a lot of, you know, especially like I said, especially music, and like there's certain music that I paint better to, but I almost always like paint to music. Um, if not like you know, I've tried doing like, you know, like your podcast and stuff, and it's like it's almost too distracting. um, and same
Sure.
with movies and stuff. It's like I can't always be artistic in front of that kind of stuff.
Interesting. Okay.
But music, and especially certain types of music, like inspire me without being distracting. Like,
Do you have the vision of what it is that you want to paint from the song? Like, let's say you're driving around in your car and you hear the song and you feel inspired. Do you like immediately kind of like, ooh, this is what I want to paint? Or is it something that kind of comes out in the moment when you're like, okay, I know this song made me feel these emotions. What does this want to be?
it's not necessarily like I have a perfect image, because a lot of my art doesn't work that way anyways. It's a lot of times I'll get a feeling, or like I will, like a song will make me feel a color um, a lot. Um, and then,
Interesting.
you know, it's like I have certain music where I'm like, you know, it's like I have this kind of image and it has to be in blue, you know, or something. Like it just,
Yeah.
it has that, and you know,
That's
kind of thing
cool.
too. And then there's other ones where it's like the words gave me an image that kind of maybe correlates to the whole song, but maybe not. Um, you know, like trying to think of a good example. There's this song that one of the lines is his wings of youth have lost their feathers. And when you guys were in Montana, I had you guys listen to that song, and I made a comment that I was like, that gives me a very artistic vision. And Dusty said, he goes, oh yeah, I could see this like kind of fallen angel with like, you know, the shredded wings and stuff. And like I could totally tell Dusty saw that, and then like, but that's not what I saw. Like when I, you know,
Interesting, yeah.
I saw definitely like feathers, but more of like the texture and like the qualities of the feathers, where I didn't see a whole person with this thing. You know, I just
Right.
saw the colors and the texture of feathers more in my head. You know,
So
so
neat how we all interpret things so
yeah, and we're all such different
uniquely.
artists. You know,
So
like I had the
cool.
best conversation with one artist that did. He does like picture perfect like animals, and like every hair and every little rock and like twig, like it's photographic like quality type stuff, and which I think is amazing, but it's not what I do. Um, and he was like, he's like, I was like, that would drive me crazy doing every little thing, and you know the time that he spends on them. I mean, he spends years, little paintbrushes and stuff like that. And I was like, that would drive me crazy. And he's like, your abstract ones, he goes, would drive me crazy. When I put something down, it has to be something. And I was, you know, he's like, so our minds work totally different. And he goes, I don't think that makes either of us the lesser artist.
Yeah.
It's just that
It's
our
just
minds work
different.
completely
Yeah.
different, you know. And
Yeah.
it's like, so it was interesting that, you know, Dusty also being an artist, you know, was like, he saw, I could, you know, like, he was like, oh yeah, I see this. And I was like, that's not what I see, but I'm like, it's cool that we both saw something. And the musician behind it is the artist itself too, you know, and they probably saw it completely different, you know, when they wrote it too.
Yeah. And it's funny because when you said those lyrics, what I saw was different than both of them.
Exactly.
Too, you know,
So,
like I saw like a old bird, like a old crow, because you're talking
yeah.
about like what's the quote again?
His wings of youth have lost their feathers. So yeah, an old crow
An
would
old
be kind
crow,
of like
yeah, like old haggard, and like I've seen some shit, you
yeah,
know, and like
exactly.
they're all just like torn up or whatever, and it just shows he's like this gruff
Yeah, that's been
old
around.
guy,
He's
you know.
probably
So
missing
we
a
all
toe
see,
and like
yeah,
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 maybe
yeah.
a pirate pet,
See, you're giving me the image now.
yeah,
You know, type of thing. But it's funny, like as artists and our inspiration, you know, it's like we all have our like muse in different ways, and like you know,
yeah. And as far as you saying that like the songs have colors and stuff like that, is do you feel like it's actually synesthesia? Like, do you feel like you have synesthesia where you attribute different emotions to colors or different?
oh yeah,
You do.
yeah. I'm very like color orientated, and like all my emotions have like colors,
That's so
and like certain color
cool.
combinations like give me anxiety, and like I
Interesting.
cannot walk into a
Wow.
T-Mobile store, the pink and the white and the
It's too
bright
much.
lights, it's just too much.
Dusty worked for T-Mobile for
It's
like
like
8 million years.
and
He's like
it's like
fucking magenta.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I cannot do that. Like I could never switch them because I could not walk foot in the store because it just, you know, and I
That's
think
so
that's
funny.
uh
Shit has a question. I'm curious. What emotion is chartreuse?
chartreuse. Hmm. I'm definitely fond of greens, and like chartreuse being kind of like the, you know, it's a very like springy, mossy kind of color to
Mm-hmm.
me. So it brings up like that kind of, you know, like the smell of the earth and that comfort kind of thing. So I don't know if it's like quite an emotion, but it is, you know, if it's like really chartreuse, like really bright, it would probably like overwhelm me anyways. But if it was more on the mossy side, you know, like of the chartreuse. But I've seen some really bright ones that like,
I like
um,
chartreuse. I
you
like
know,
it.
I yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, for me, I saw you ask that question and I was like, huh, let me think.
What emotion is
To me,
chartreuse?
feels
Yeah.
like like beginning and
like
new
new
growth.
buds, yeah,
Yes,
new growth.
that's
And like,
that's
you
kind of
know,
what I got
like
is like
I get a very spring
fresh and new. Yeah.
yeah,
That's funny. We had the same kind
Yeah.
of
kind of feel to that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then mauve, which is really funny. What the living heck
Mauve.
is mauve?
Mauve. It's just terrible. It
That's
is. It's
pretty
one of those.
funny.
It's like, you know, I'm not. You know, actually, as a kid, I loved pink, but
I loved pink too, but mauve is all.
yeah.
That's like
I mean,
the
I was like, I
80s.
liked pink,
Ugh.
and then like in like the 80s, I turned to like, you know, fluorescent, like, you know, neon pink and green, and
Oh,
with
yeah.
black, it was like my
Oh, yeah.
favorite
That's
combo.
the shit for sure.
Like, you know,
Totally.
and then now it's just like, yeah, I can't do pink, but mauve just is, I think it's dirty. Like, it's gross to me. It's like so, like, I think of like that old person smell
Yeah.
of like the nasty bitty old woman that's so
With the
bitter.
mauve, yeah.
That's what mauve makes me
Yeah.
think of.
You know what? It's funny because
It's
I
like-
had a
it's really-
similar type of thing. I kind of felt like old,
Yeah, 80s
dusty,
grandma, like
musty, kind of like, yeah, like breaking down of things. Like,
Yeah, like
I
you
don't know.
could the face you're making, like, you know, like the sour old
Yeah.
lady face that
Yeah,
you were kind
yeah,
of doing.
yeah,
It's like, you know,
yeah.
the bitter old woman that like has the
Yeah.
like doilies and like everything's
Yes.
mauvey
And it also
like-
makes me feel this sense of like conformity and plainness as well. Because back in the 80s, there was so much mauve. It was just like the easy choice. It wasn't
Yeah.
a matter of choosing what do you want? What colors do you want in your home? It's like, well, mauve is the thing, so that's what it is. So to
Yeah.
me, it kind of makes me feel like, yeah, like old and
Yeah.
outdated, but also like
yeah, that conformity.
uninspired. Yep.
Uninspired. It's very
Yes.
uninspired color.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
where like
Path of least resistance. Mauve it is. I'm
yeah.
like,
yeah, it's almost like a beige. It's like so neutral,
Yeah.
but it's also has that pinkness to it, which
it
really
does.
just-
But you know what? Coming out of the 70s, it was the most color because the 70s was like goldenrod and browns and those
so
kind
much
of, you know,
browns.
it was like
So many
brown.
browns.
Yeah, and like oranges.
Yeah, brown and orange.
That was
like,
a big
and if
thing.
it was
And then
greens,
mauve,
it was
oh.
like, you know, like the mossy, dark greens.
Yeah.
You know, to-
Everything was very like
muted. Yeah.
Totally
And then I think
did.
the 80s counteracted that with all the vibrant neon, like, you know, splashes of colors. You know, which
Yes.
was like, I think everybody's like, oh my God, we
which
need.
is awesome. But it's funny because the 80s, it was both at the same time. So
Yeah.
the youth and the younger kids and the teenagers, they were the ones rocking the neon.
Yeah.
But it was the moms and the grandmas
that were doing the mauve.
that were doing the mauve and still had the you know the
The
browns,
browns
and
and,
the orangey like burnt. What is it called? Like burnt orange, I guess,
yeah,
or whatever,
it's like
you know.
that pumpkiny burnt
Yeah.
orange.
But
like,
the
yeah.
youth, I think,
Yeah,
was so
embrace the
excited.
colors
Yeah,
and
like
yeah.
I had a fanny pack. I had a neon New Kids on the Block fanny pack, and it was like my favorite. It was awesome. And then I made puffy paint shirts. I was all about the puffy paint shirts back in the day.
Do you remember
and I would get all the
Hypercolor?
neon. Fuck yeah, dude.
I had
Ooh, I
the,
love
the last
Hypercolor.
time I really remember wearing pink actually was I had this like pink and purple hypercolor one.
I had a pink and
that-
purple one too.
That I absolutely
we probably had the same
loved.
one.
We
There
probably
wasn't
had
too
the-
many.
Yeah, that's true.
But
I
man,
am
I
a
wish I
little
still
bit
had it.
older than you, but then in Montana we got things like years later than the rest of the world.
But I remember when that shit like
Yeah.
dropped, you know, and
Yeah.
it was like the coolest shit ever.
Yeah.
I loved it. There's actually a photo of me. Oh my god, it's a horrible photo. It's me and my best friend at the time, Staci. Actually, her name was Staci. And we were standing in front of my house, and we were both wearing our hypercolor shirts, tucked into our acid wash, cut off jean shorts
Love it.
with our like
Yeah.
kind of thing.
The
It's like
pose.
so cheeseball, dude. And I'm like, oh my god, we were fucking matching and everything.
Oh.
Like, oh,
So
god,
me and
dude.
my two best friends in high school, we did like senior pictures together, and you know the only thing that we could, like kind of figure out to kind of match each other were those like brushed silk shirts that were in style.
Yes.
And they were all like pinky and purpley and like so we're all wearing those like the brushed silk shirts and like pink and purples and our big hair, and like,
Oh, man,
and
oh,
they're
man.
they're just
Oh
amazing.
my
Like I am,
god.
you know,
It's so fun, the matching thing, like with the best friends back in the
yeah,
day. Like, we're matching.
and yeah,
God, actually, we had a birthday party. I don't know, I was maybe like 8 or 9 or something, and it was at this place called Squirts, which is funny now thinking about it. But at the time, I
at
didn't think
the
about
time, yeah, I
but
know.
it was. Tell me if any of you guys remember these, or if you had these. It might have been a Florida thing. I don't know. But you pick out your shirt, and you pick out your colors, and you pick out the pattern that you want, and they put it on this, like they like stretch the shirt around a hard thing, and they you drop the little paint, boom, boom, boom. So I did a heart or whatever. So I did like, oh, I'm gonna do whatever, pink shirt with like white and purple drops in a heart shape, and then they fucking spin it. They hit it super
Oh
hard, and it's
yeah,
like
and it just
boom,
like
and it's
yeah, it spins out and like
like it's so funny because like that was like a 5 minute thing. Like that was like cool for like 5 minutes.
yeah,
And then I never heard of anything coming back. Like a lot of the styles come back, and I like
yeah.
I've not seen that come back. Probably because it's a whole thing. You have to have like
A machine that
centrifuge,
does it,
you know,
yeah,
type
yeah.
of thing or whatever. But me and my friend, we went and did matching, but the opposite colors. And there's also a photo of the two of us with our matching,
Matching.
stupid 80s shirts. It's so funny, man.
Um, one of my, like, every time I see a picture of me in them, it's like kind of like the like MC Hammer type pants that like had the Velcro
Oh, yeah.
that like
Yep, yep,
you could
yep.
like put in, and like
Yes.
so I have like these pink and purple ones with the pink and purple like hypercolor shirt
Yes,
and
dude.
and
We were so stylish.
and Converse on.
Okay, good, good,
So
good,
at least
good.
I had the
At least
Converse
you had
on.
the Converse. They could have been white Keds.
Yeah, no. I was never a
Oh
kid. I
my
was always like a
God.
Chucks, like growing up. Like, it was like the
I had a
Converse
bunch
were,
of them when I
the-
was like in like middle school and high school. That's when I got into it. But as kids, we were like Payless. We'd have to
Yeah.
get the Payless for a bunch
Yeah.
of things.
I never realized how little money we had growing up until I got older, because my parents kind of just made stuff work. But like, but yeah, it was thrift stores and like Payless shoes and like
Okay, we're in the same boat.
and Kmart,
Yeah.
and like the
And honestly, I'm glad because I didn't get all this fancy stuff. I had to appreciate what I had.
Yeah.
I attributed more value
yeah,
to
we
the
only
things
had
that I got.
the big like gifts at Christmas and birthdays,
Yeah.
and yeah, it was like they made them more special,
Yes, and I was lucky to get what I got. And I felt that. I really always felt very lucky and grateful for the things that I did get. And, I knew that we didn't have as much money, and I felt guilty sometimes when I really wanted something.
Yeah.
But, like, after we'd go to the dentist or the doctor, that was like a thing that we did. Is every time, I was like, good, we
Yeah.
went to the doctor or the dentist, it's like, hey, let's go by the toy store,
Yeah.
and you can pick out a Barbie or whatever, and I always loved that. I always looked
Yeah,
forward to it, and
I
it made it
realized
special.
we did that too, and like I remember like my younger brother would get like a Hot Wheels, because it was like one of the cheaper things, but he loved that kind of stuff. And I remember like us getting like the tiny Lego sets, just the little ones that we could add to our collection each time. But they were like the inexpensive things. Yeah, when we'd go into the dentist or whatever, type of thing, and would go into town, because we actually had to like, we lived out in the middle of nowhere, so we went into town, and like a treat was like freaking McDonald's, and like
Right.
and they actually had the playgrounds and stuff, like back then, and like and then we'd go to the mall or like just somewhere like Kmart or whatever afterwards, and like and that town that I grew up going into town for like stuff is actually where I'm living right now, like back in.
Oh,
so
really?
I
Okay.
haven't been in this town, like I mean I was there a lot as a kid, but I was never really touristy in that town, necessarily, and like and I, it's not like I spent a lot of time as an adult, so it was like I knew it, but I didn't know it, and like
Right.
the mall's been knocked down, like there's no more mall, and like some certain things have changed, like where it's, but there's this one old, like the downtown area has this trolley that's been sitting there for like ever, and I remember eating ice cream on that trolley as a kid, and it's like, so every time I walk by it,
All these little
it's like
old
you
memories
get
come
these
back.
like little flashbacks. I'm like, oh yeah, our dentist was right around the corner here, it's like somewhere, from the,
Interesting.
type of thing. And
Yeah, kind of a way to reconnect with
and,
that
and all the stores
little
have
party.
changed in that area, pretty
How
much.
is it
But
coming from living in Seattle for as long as you were here with so much diversity and so much culture and art and live music and all the things, the water, the sound, everything. Like, how is it as far as comparatively, and what do you miss the most and what do you not miss the most? Like, I'm really curious your perspective.
I miss the water a lot. I mean, I've always been kind of drawn to water. And so, like, the lakes and the rivers and stuff are nice. But, like, the ocean always, and the sound goes into that category for me, too. But, like, um, I've never been one that really likes to be out in the water. But I really like being on the shore. Like, I really like my view of the water. And, like, to pick up rocks and sea glass and shells and stuff. I love that stuff. So I really miss the water.
I could see that for sure.
I miss a lot of the cultural stuff, like the live music, because in Montana there's only like two types of music. It's like country or western, kind of.
And they're pretty much in the same category.
And it's
really.
like, or old guys singing classic rock, which
Okay.
there's.
I would be all about that,
like
but
if
diversity is good.
luckily, every once in a while I run into like some hipster kids doing something a little different or something, and I actually went to a really good spa.
Cool.
Show there.
Awesome.
Like,
I like that.
it's funny that there's like,
Yeah, Dusty's not much of a swimmer, more of a hang my feet in the water kind of guy.
yeah, I like my toes in the water, but I'm not really a swimmer, and I'm like okay on boats, but that's not necessarily like my goal with water. Like
Sure.
I love taking the ferry across or whatever, but I would never own a boat, kind of thing. But yeah, I'm a decent swimmer. I grew up swimming, but like I'm more of like, I like being on the shore with my feet in the water, but my feet in the sand too.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. But just the act of being by the edge of the water
Yeah.
is nice, and just like, I don't know, the
I
energy
love the
of
sound
the water.
and the energy, and like
I agree with
like
that.
I will just sit there and record the water so I can like hear it later,
love
and stuff.
it.
So the water is the main thing I miss. Besides some of the people and the art, the opportunity for art and music, and just the diversity and the food, even the food, the diversity of the
yeah.
food. It's like
There's a lot out
there's Montana doesn't have a lot of the ethnic without it being really watered down American version of it.
Sure.
Where you get like the generic Asian restaurant where every,
Right.
kind of stuff. But a couple of the bigger cities have some decent like Thai food and stuff where I will actually have to drive like hours to go get a decent Thai food.
Damn. And out here, you've got like
choices,
30
like,
different
yeah.
places or whatever. Yeah.
So there's some
that's,
stuff, like but then there's stuff like when I lived here, I really miss seeing the amount of stars there and the quiet nature and being in nature quicker. Like here, living in West Seattle, it's like, yeah, I could go down to Lincoln Park and be in nature. I could, walk through Smith's Park and end up at Alki, and it's nature. But to really drive out into nature
Right.
and like be in nature,
It's more of a commitment.
it's more of a commitment here. It's like it takes you a while to get there, and it's like as much as I like what the city has to offer, I definitely need the nature therapy. Like I totally believe in
good.
things like tree bathing. It's like I need to be out there and like hear the trees and like and not cars with it. Kind of
Yeah.
thing. So
Yeah, that's really cool. I'm glad that you
so it's
have
like
that
I
now.
need to yeah, it's like if I could find a place that was a little more culture and diverse, which Helena is the capital, which makes it pretty diverse actually for the state, because there's a lot of different people that work for the government there that, and I don't know, it's just way more diverse than some of the other cities. Missoula is, has its diversity, or it's a little more, it's like certain towns have like different personalities type
Yeah.
of thing, but I think Helena is actually the most diverse in the,
Oh, that's really cool.
so that is
I like
nice.
that.
Like, kind of one of the reasons I ended up there. Besides the fact that it's, you know, close-ish to my family.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's very different. Very, very, very different.
I wanted a slower pace when I moved, which it definitely has.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, don't you, like, you don't want to drive in 5 o'clock traffic here. I was like, this is nothing. Like, after driving in Seattle, I was just like, not even the 5 o'clock, it doesn't faze me at all. Like, you know, where here I would actually get anxiety in traffic. And there it just doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes people out here, they're like, oh, the traffic is so bad. Now it's worse, especially with the bridge out. But, like, people used to complain a lot. And I'm like, I lived in Atlanta, where all of the main freeways were, like, 6 lanes. Some of them
and
more.
You had to get over really quick.
It was, like, crazy.
Yeah.
It took you an hour. The joke is, to get from Atlanta to Atlanta, it takes at least an hour. You know, and like, it's crazy. So I'm like, man, I've lived in like a massive, giant metropolis city, and this is smaller and more manageable. And I'm not like discrediting the fact that there is traffic, because there is traffic here, but it's not.
It's not the worst it can be, too. Yeah.
And people are like, people drive terrible here, and I'm like, oh, try driving in South Florida, where so many of the people, at least back in the day, are like 95 years old, you know, and you can't even see their heads over the steering wheel. I'm like, you want to talk about bad drivers and inconsiderate drivers? Like, this is fine here. It's fine. But
it's
people
fine.
Don't know until you go other places and you see those differences.
And see, my mom, who lives out in the middle of nowhere, like, coming into town, like, the traffic, like, gets to her, and I'm just like...
Perspective.
It's perspective. It's like you're in your environment. It's like, you know... So it affects us all different. Some people thrive in like the busyness and like the you know, the fast pace, you know, kind of thing. And I realize I am one of those people. I walk fast all the time, and it gets really, I get annoyed at people for walking so slow. And I'm just like,
yeah,
animals.
Yeah, Jedi's like, hi.
Make an appearance. Like. I ventured into the mall today in South Center because I was looking for something in particular, and I don't do good in malls. Like, it's too much stimulus, you know, like, and too many people, and like I'm happier in a small thrift store than I am in like big department stores. Let's just put it that way. So but and it's a Mondays, so, and most people are at work, and it was, you know, early afternoon, so it was like, it was pretty quiet in the mall, so I was like, I think I can handle this. But I'm like veering around people because I'm like walking faster.
Pick up the pace, assholes!
Like, pick up the pace, assholes! Like, you're in the slow lane, and I'm like, ugh. You know, it's
I know,
like,
I get irritated about shit like that.
And I'm
too.
in the
People
grocery store. I'm that way too. I'm always like, I just want to get in and want to get out, and like, so I seriously power walk through it, and I don't even realize that I'm doing it, and I'm like, until I'm like shop with someone else, and they're like, we're halfway across the store before I looked up, you know, and I'm like, just getting it done.
Dude, Princess knows. She's like, oh my god, Seattle traffic is not traffic. It's definitely gotten way worse since I moved here.
With a lot of constructions and closures and stuff.
And with really Amazon coming in.
Yeah.
Since Amazon, there's been like, I don't even know how many more thousands of people here. But when we first moved here in 2012, I was like, oh my god, you guys think this is traffic? That's so cute. And people were like, oh yeah, there's the ghetto area. And I'm like, there's not a ghetto here. Like, what are you talking about? Although, over time, since all these more people have come in,
things have changed.
Things have changed, and especially since COVID, there's a lot more crime, and the bridge being out has made more traffic. So now, like, I'm like, okay, now I see, yes, there is some crime.
Do you feel like that there's less traffic coming into West Seattle, though, now because of that? Like, people avoid this area, except for the ones who live here?
I don't know, because I can't tell the difference of who is from where. And I guess it depends on the time of the day. Like, I don't usually travel during the...
rush hours.
The rush hours, usually. But at times where I do have to here and there, I'm like, damn. But I'm usually going the opposite direction. So I'm like, oh, I'm glad I'm not going that way, you know. But sometimes I'm like, fuck, there's a lot of people just going in one direction. It sucks. And the bridge being out really sucks. I mean, it's been 2.5 years almost since the bridge has been out. So everybody has to go through one way.
It was right after we had left. Yeah.
You nailed that, because that's pretty crazy.
speaking of timing and stuff, it's like, we decided to move and we kind of gave ourselves a timeline, and then we bumped it up because we just had this feeling. It's like, what if we can do this in like 6 months rather than, the year or something that we were planning. And we moved right before the bridge went out. We moved before COVID start. You know, there was all these things where like, God, we're glad we're not there. On a couple of things, and it was just like, I remember it was like we went up to Lake Stevens to have Thanksgiving with my cousins up there, and on the way back, I was like, why don't we just do it in like 6 months? And he's like, yeah, let's do it. And we just did it.
Trigger.
And we just pulled the trigger and did it.
Wow.
And we had been talking for years, like, well, maybe we could do it in a year or so. Once we get this paid off, blah, blah, blah. It's like we had all these, like, and then we're just like, screw it, let's do it in 6 months. And
oh shit, Princess lived in Alki. No way.
nice.
That is awesome. Yeah,
I've
that's,
heard
like,
that
right
people
down
who
the
live right on
road.
Alki complain about the traffic, but only in the summer.
Oh,
but I
yeah.
can
That's
imagine,
he's saying
like,
too about how people drive their shitty cars up from Burien to go cruise on Alki. Like,
oh, yeah.
dude, it's crazy on Alki. It is nuts.
That's kind of one of the reasons I didn't go down there today, is because, like, I was like, I don't think I have enough time to deal with, like, getting around to Alki and then coming back up here. And, like,
Yeah, because with the traffic and everything, like, just to get from Alki to here, if it's in any trafficy time right now, because every single person from all of West Seattle has to come this way to get out, like, it can take a long time. Like,
That's
normally,
what
what is it,
I
like
was thinking,
15 minutes or so with no traffic
Yeah.
at night or whatever to get there from here. But in traffic, I mean, it could take a good 45 minutes just to get from there to here. It's crazy. Yeah, wow, that's awesome, Princess. Then do you know Luna Park Cafe, since you were living on Alki? Because that is where we met. We both worked at Luna Park Cafe, and that's pretty awesome. And yeah, talking about Boston and New York City, oh my God, we've driven through New York City, like not like in Manhattan or anything, but like the highway system near New York. Oh my God, we were driving from Philly to Salem a few years ago, and we had to go around the highways. Oh my God, it was so confusing. I'm looking at the GPS, and you're like, okay, the GPS is just going to tell us. And there was like 8 million different lanes and all this stuff, and we accidentally got off on the wrong thing. We were supposed to go straight.
It's so
and it
easy,
sent us
even
on a
with
fucking
GPS.
bridge, and the bridge was a toll bridge, and we just literally had to turn around and come back. So we had to pay 2 tolls because we had to turn around, and I was like, fuck. That just cost us like $8. Like, turning around just cost us like $8 or whatever,
yeah.
$12. Like, oh, man. Yeah, that was a bummer for sure. Oh yeah, the neighborhood of Alki was beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, like during the off season, it's great.
That's it.
I mean,
I've
on
spent
Alki.
more time on Alki in the off season, because
Yes, I prefer it.
The son and I have a love-hate relationship anyways, so like I'm better in the spring and the fall and even in the winter down on the beach.
Ooh,
I'd rather
Me-
extra
me
hoodie has more
working out
pockets for
there.
rocks.
Yes.
And
Definitely.
and then go down, when everybody else is like half naked playing, beach volleyball, because
Yeah, bumping their like shitty top 40s music.
yeah.
Being stupid. Like, I'm not
I'm
into
not that kind of beach person.
No, I'm not
like
either.
I'm more of like I like the
it's
Northwest
so
beaches
annoying,
where
dude.
they are more
Calm,
calmer and
yes.
like people don't go unless it's perfect weather and
Yep.
like
I mean, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for me working on Alki during the summer, I probably very seldomly ever would have been there unless I'm meeting with somebody. But I made
Exactly.
a lot of money working
oh yeah
at
in the summer,
Chupacabra
yeah.
on Alki in the summertime. Like,
Yeah.
man, it was busy all
I know,
the
yeah.
time. It was pretty
the
crazy.
places down there do bank all
I'm okay with the sun. It's the Father and the Holy Ghost I don't seem to get along with. Dusty is
Dusty.
so funny.
You're hilarious, Dusty.
You're so funny. And actually, Binge Box, yeah, the Stevens Pass, I actually just drove over Stevens Pass yesterday. And it was fucking beautiful, man.
It is a
was
nice one.
so
And I drove over Snoqualmie the other
beautiful.
day, and like
I love that pass, too.
there's certain we were talking about taking the long way home. I was thinking about, I've taken I-90 so many times between when I first, like trips back to there and then like back here. It's like I've done that so many times. I stop in the same places. It's like some of the drive I absolutely love and it's gorgeous, and some of it I'm like, oh, can we just get through this part?
Yeah.
That I was looking at alternative routes to
Cool.
like get back to Montana, and I was like, even if it takes me like 6 hours longer, I think I want to take a different way,
Yeah.
because I've done
Oh,
that
for
one so
sure.
many times, and I'm just like, ugh.
And the time of the year is perfect right now because all the passes are passable.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about
You
snow.
don't have to worry about
There's a
something.
very small window that you don't have to worry about snow when you're in it. So
Exactly.
I think that would be
So
really
yeah, I haven't quite figured out
awesome.
which way I'm getting back yet, but I mean that's the nice part about driving over here too, is I have the ability
Yeah,
to detour, which I love, and
I like that.
you know
And you got a car that you love, that you're comfy in. So like, maybe
I still love my car. It just passed like only 13,000 miles
Woo!
on this trip here, because it's my first ever brand new car. But I love it, and it's reliable,
great.
and like her name is Nessie because I name everything.
Yes, me too. I love it, Nessie. It's perfect.
When I first I did test drives and stuff, but it was like something I was like I didn't like the light interior of this one, and like and so he was showing me around all the colors, and he's like, oh, there's this one over here, it just came in, and we come over and it's like had all the darkness that I wanted, like the dark interior, and it has dark chrome rather than the shiny chrome, like in the wheels
Awesome.
and stuff. And so I was like, ooh, I love the darkness. And then I just started calling her Ness, and then it involved a Nessie.
That's really cute.
So,
I love it.
But yeah, every vehicle I've ever owned has had a name, and yeah, I name pieces of furniture. Anything with a face definitely gets a name. Plants, like
Yes.
all that stuff has names.
We even named our freaking air conditioner unit because we put googly eyes on it.
Yeah.
And we fucking named it. Like, it's ridiculous.
You
the amount
put
of
what
shit
is
that-
your
Yes.
what is its name?
Hold on. It's a Japanese yokai name. Fuck. We just got it recently.
I just put you on the spot.
It's
on
new.
that.
No. I'm trying to remember. Damn it. Dusty will remember.
Dusty, what's the air conditioner's name?
Yeah. It's the Japanese yokai of like snow and coldness.
Oh, that
And
would
winter.
be perfect. Yeah.
Because
that's what it is.
Great.
Yuki.
That's
Just
it.
Yuki.
Yuki. Yep. Yes. Thank
That's
you.
funny. Thank you, Dusty.
And I bought these giant.
But yeah,
googly
like
eyes. It's great.
if you're like telling someone, like, oh, it's in this piece of furniture, if they're looking for something, it's like, it's better if that piece of furniture has a name.
Yes.
It's like, even if it's just like the big black thing, it's like, but I always call it that, or like, I had this one nightstand where the design name was Raja, and so I just called it Raja the whole time I had it. And so like he would ask me where, so I was like, I'm pretty sure it's in Raja, and he's like, okay, but he knew what I was talking about. And
I love it. That's so fun.
same with like yeah, it's like I have at least like nicknames for furniture, if not full names.
It makes life fun. It makes life fun and not just so boring, Most people would think that's ridiculous. I don't think it's ridiculous at all because everything with the face has a personality and a name or whatever, and it makes
And anything I
me
can
feel
stub my toe
happier.
on, I want to like swear at it with its name, like,
Oh,
So yeah,
man.
most of my furniture has like some sort of like
I like that.
it's something I call it, where because I swear they jump out in front of my toes.
Yes. I really like that. That's cute. Did you always name all your toys when you were a kid too?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
your dolls and
all
everything?
my dolls had their own names. All my stuffed animals, which I had more stuffed animals than, and then, being an '80s child, some of the stuff came with names, like all the Care Bears.
Yeah.
And
I had all
and the
the
strawberry
fucking Care Bears.
shortcare.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Oh my god.
But and I was that little girl. I didn't get into like Barbie at all. I've never owned a Barbie until
Barbies.
Barbie's little sister. One of them was named Staci.
Oh yeah.
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 So my one of my small stints in the food service was at a McDonald's for a while, and they came out with a McDonald's Stacy, and so my sister bought it for me.
Okay, that's so appropriate and perfect.
Because it was like she thought it was hilarious, and then it was spelled different, so she changed the spelling everywhere on the box, and then it was like little sister of Barbie, so she changed it to her name wherever it said Barbie.
Cute.
And
That's
so it was, and I had it
cute.
for the longest time, and I, to tell you the truth, I have no idea if it's like out there or not, or where it is, because the amount of movement I've done in the last, like, things,
They go.
they go.
Princess, my car doesn't have a name, but my GPS is Priscilla.
Nice.
My GPS has a name too. Mine's Pam.
You
I'm
know,
like, God damn it, Pam.
Did you hear that one? Actually, I call my GPS Tony, because he's just like, he's this very like, and he gets really, he's like, proceed to the route. I'm like, I'm trying to get out of the damn parking lot, Tony. Give me a break, like.
That's so funny.
But
I turn that shit off. I don't want to hear. It's like distracting to me. I just have it up so I can see it.
It depends on what I'm doing. Like here when I'm like, like I trying to pay attention a bit more to traffic and stuff, I will have him like tell me what to do, and like, and have it up on my screen.
That makes sense.
I can like,
yeah.
But I like the visual and his voice kind of thing, where like he's given me some hints in the last couple of days that I didn't even know. Like when I was driving into town, I was like, which way should I go to Burien? Because I'm like, I'm not going to West Seattle, which I'd normally just take I-90 all the way in. But then with the bridge being out and stuff, I was like, well, and I'm headed to Burien, so should I go 405 and go around that way? And so he was like, at first he picked the 405 as the fastest route, and then he switched it to like 90 to I-5, and like, or I don't know, we ended up going, 509 or something, but he was like, there's an accident reported like up ahead, but you're still on the fastest route. And I'm like, oh,
thank you.
And it was like,
Tony.
he's like, going through this one way, he was like, stay in the right lane, because the left lane is a turn only. And I was just like,
wow, that's,
and I'm like,
handy.
wow, it's a smart, Tony's actually kind of smart. Which maybe I haven't been using him to his full potential until this trip or something, but like, he's been very,
oh, your dream car died a very sudden and surprise death. Aww.
That sucks, because like, I've had
sorry.
cars that I've absolutely loved, and like, there will never be another car like them type of things, but I still name all of my, like my favorite car, like I had to like it, I just couldn't drive it anymore because I had like basically ran it into the fucking ground,
Yeah. Me too.
But I definitely, I started with naming, the first one I ever had, and then like I just keep it,
Yeah, I like it. It gives the cars a little personality. It does make it more sad though when they're dead,
Yeah.
You're like, oh, Ruby. Like
Yeah,
when I had to
exactly.
give my last Mini up. God, I ragged her out, man. It was
Yeah.
great though because it was the Adventure Mini, and it was fan-fucking-tastic. But it was like,
And
Ruby,
I've
I'm
had
okay.
vehicles though where I couldn't name them right away, and those ended up being the ones that like I hated.
Really?
It was funny. It was like I didn't have that instant name.
Yeah, you gotta have the friendship there.
The instant connection with it, and then it ended up
Yeah.
being the ones that I like didn't have for very long because I'm like, I hate this vehicle, kind of thing. So it's good to love the one I have right now.
It
Like,
is,
you
it
know,
is.
the hot black seats in the summer though, against bare legs
Yeah.
has not been my favorite thing.
Yeah, I've got
but,
leather seats too. That's a little
but
bit rough sometimes.
but other than that, I don't really have a lot of complaints about the car.
But since you live out in a more remote area, glad you got something.
It's actually
comfy
been
to drive
nicer
around a
temperature
bunch.
here. Like these last couple days, it's been so nice.
So have you gone rock hunting recently since the weather is all nice? Because when we came out to visit you,
All the
we
time.
found some amazing rocks.
Yeah.
So
I brought you the volcanic glass
so
one that I
awesome.
found. I rock hunt all the time. Like I literally go on hikes just to rock hunt.
Yes.
And I mean, yeah, I have like a destination, and my favorite destinations are like hiking up to waterfalls.
Cool.
And I found
Good one.
there's been some great ones in Montana. Um, there's this one Memorial Falls that it's not a hard hike, but you can hike above the falls too, which is a nicer, like more, less people-y up there. But to the actual lower falls, is kind of the touristy part. But every rock around there is fucking sparkly. Like, so you go up
Ooh.
there in the sunshine and, like, it's just everything
Cool.
sparkles and, like, so I end up carrying, like,
awesome.
bags of sparkly rocks home with me all the
Yeah.
time, kind of thing. So, and I'm not, like, looking for necessarily anything precious. Like, the ones that I like. And half of them I don't even know what type of rock it is, but, I have a rock garden inside and outside. There's outside rocks and there's inside rocks.
Yes. Yes. I
Um,
feel you on that so hard.
and that was
So
one of
right.
the things with like my current place, like my landlords. I'm like, can I start a rock garden over here? And luckily, my one landlord he's he works for like the city somehow, but he's out there like, and he's kind of a rock hound too. And so like,
Cool.
he's like, I found some new rocks for your garden,
Oh, that's
So he's been adding to
awesome.
it, which is cool because I don't think his wife lets him bring a lot of them inside like I mine. But yeah, I'm always
That's
rock
so
hunting.
cool.
Every hike I go on, I love carrying rocks when I walk. Even if like a nice smooth stone is like, it helps me ground too.
I like
But
that.
it's like when I walk, your fingers all swell up. Holding a rock actually helps that too.
I like that.
Because the coolness of the rock. Um, but it gives my hands something to do
There
because
you go.
even
Yeah.
walking,
Yep.
I
Yep.
have
Yep.
idle hands,
Yep.
and I'll be sitting there like doing the like. If I have two of them, I'll kind of like do like the medicine balls
Yeah. Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
them, or click them together. I'll be like walking down the street going click 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 click, and I've had people look at me and I'm like, oh, I'm just clicking rocks together, like and it's like, but yeah, I
like
always
that.
end up, if I have pockets or hands, I will come home with a rock.
Do you
Almost
look
always.
up like rock hounding sites before you go? Are you like, ooh, okay, so I know that I can find like quartz and fluorite in these regions, so I'm gonna go specifically.
Sometimes, but not always.
Okay.
Like sometimes I go for the hike and the rocks are just a bonus, and
Yeah.
sometimes I go for the
I'm-
rocks and
I'm the
then
same way too.
the hike is the bonus. So
Yes.
um,
Agreed. Yeah, it
I would
depends.
it just depends. Like but I've also picked up like driftwood and sea glass and like little metal like found objects and made stuff out of them too.
Fun.
Like um, we were out, I was out on this walk and it was like right after the rain, and so we came back with like our shoes were just muddy as hell from where we were walking. But I had picked up like all these little cool sticks and some rocks and stuff, and I was trying to clean my shoes off before we got back in the vehicle. And he's like, well, you have a stick. And I'm like, that's not a mud stick. That's
Right.
an art stick.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
one's coming
yes,
home with
yes.
me. There's a difference. And he's just like, okay. And I'm like,
For sure.
like
Some people get it,
some people
don't
get it, some
get
people
it.
don't. But so I'm that person. And like bones and feathers and um, flowers that end up. I have dried flowers all over my house because I pick some. A lot of them I just leave, but like I'll pick some and stick them in my hair, and then they'll just like end
Yes,
up on a piece
yes.
of furniture in my house.
Yes.
And so like when I clean, I like kind of purge some of that stuff that's kind of more fragile and doesn't move very well, and then I
We're
clean
so
under the rocks
similar
and
in
put them
this way.
back.
It's so
But
funny.
yeah, I was like looking at your little alligator, head up there. Like I have one too on my shelf, and
We
like
have
with
a
the glass
lot of
eyes and like
similar aesthetics, but also like the way that we interact with nature
Yeah.
like that. Like it's really, really.
I have a lot of
cool.
nature inside my house. Like I will stick leaves behind like pictures on my wall, and like flowers and stuff. And so it's like all of them are like kind of crooked because they have like stuff tucked like around them.
I
and,
love it like a little squirrel.
I am. I'm like a little, and it's like one of
Good
my
night, Steve.
one of my aunts. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks for listening to us chat for a bit.
Yeah.
One of my aunts messaged me the other day. She's like, I found this skull when I was like up in the woods, and I knew you'd like it, so I brought it home for you.
Cool.
And it's a fox skull with all the teeth,
Awesome.
and it is perfectly bleached out. Like, and I was like, oh my god, like I'm so surprised no one else found this.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But she was up on a horseback ride, and like in an area where she was got the permission to be on the land kind of thing. So
So-
I'm like, anytime you find stuff like that,
Yes.
like, because I bought a little kind of a handheld Dremel. It's like pen size, but it's got all the different heads on it, and I want to start carving into some of the wood,
That's awesome.
and then the bone after that, like eventually.
I
So
love it.
That's gonna be my
Oh,
newest
man.
like hobby to
That's
like.
that's a great idea. We've acquired a bunch of new skulls recently and a bunch of bones.
I saw your
This
post
is so
about the
fucked
3
up.
boxes of bones. I was like, I was so jealous. I was like, boxes
Later
of
we
boxes
can let's
of
look through them.
bones.
We haven't even been able to look through them yet.
Oh yes.
It was just Saturday night. We got them.
I'm gonna want to keep something though if you let
I'll
me
let you
look
keep
through them.
something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I brought you a
I
rock.
share. I
Can
will
we
share
trade?
it. Yes. Yes.
I'm like,
Absolutely.
don't tempt me unless I
No,
can take something.
Of course. I would be happy to share. I don't even know what all's in there. There's some, like, you can see jawbones and rib bones, and there's a whole bunch of shit going on in there, and
That's
we just
cool.
haven't had a chance to
Even go through it
take
yet,
them out.
so,
Yeah, I'm excited. And in Canada, we got a couple
Dusty's not
goat
letting me take
skulls.
anything, right?
What a bitch. That's so funny. Yeah, so we've acquired a lot more. It's interesting. Over the past like 2 months, now we have a lot more bones and skulls, which we always have had a reasonable amount, but for like
Well,
attracting
you guys have some
them.
taxidermy and stuff too.
We do,
like,
yeah.
The only thing I really have is taxidermy is the alligators,
Okay.
head, but
No, we've got some fun stuff, but we really love bones. And it's funny, we went to Texas to
I like
visit his
the bones,
family,
too.
and his mom and stepdad, they own some property out there, and it's like a big area. We haven't been out there. It's like it's too far for us to just go check it out, but they own it, and they do some hunting on the land and stuff, and they've got like invasive pigs, boars, I guess, out there, and they have to keep population control going. So they'll use the meat or whatever, but they just leave the carcasses that they don't use and all the animals and everything. They
Pick it
said
off,
within
yeah.
like no time, within like 3 weeks, they're like completely picked clean.
Yeah.
So we're like, wait. So you're telling me you have like
piles
a bunch
of
of bones and skull, and they're like, yeah, and we're like, oh, can you like
Can we
please
go there?
send yeah, at first I was
Yeah.
like, can we go tomorrow? And they're like, well, we don't have time to go, but we'll pick them up for you. Like, you want us to send you boxes of bones?
Bones?
We're like, yes,
Yes.
we do, we really do.
We really
so
do.
for our anniversary, they had found one smaller boar skull and sent it to us, and they're like, there's more coming. We're gonna find bigger ones with tusks and the whole thing.
Dang.
Like, there'll be more
Oh my
coming,
God.
but here's your one. So we got that as a present, which is great. And then
That
when
is
we were
cool.
in Canada for our anniversary, there was a roadside stand where this guy was selling goat skulls. So we got 3 goat skulls with the
That's
horns
cool,
and
with
everything,
the
which is
horns and
super
everything,
neat.
yeah.
And I'm thinking about doing some kind of art with them. And then
Wow.
Tony gave us the boxes of bones, and I was like, this is fucking
You could-
sweet.
Yeah.
Right now.
You
We are
could do a
killing it.
huge art project
I
with
know,
all of them.
thinking.
Yeah.
Now I have so much to work with. It's amazing, you know? So, yeah, I'm excited to see what
And
kind
that's
of comes
yeah,
from
it's
it.
like some of it is just like I like it on a shelf, and some of it I'm like I could make something with that, and like, and sometimes it sits on a shelf until I make something with it, like. But yeah, I have a lot of nature inside my house,
I love that.
which I love. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I just pick up things and they come inside with me, and like it's like emptying out my pockets like after every walk is like, awesome. And then there's some from like I'm sure you have something in your pocket.
It's actually kind of funny. So we went to this this like old like ghost town historic site when we were in Canada. It's called Yale, and it's a site from like the gold rush days or whatever. And there's this little like mining or gold panning thing that they have set up. They just grabbed soil or sand or whatever from the river, and they put it in there, and they give you the gold panning
Yeah.
stuff so you can look for flakes, but they put fake gold in there
For
for the kids or whatever.
And you're like,
And so we were like, oh my god! But then we
Shiny, yeah.
also found a couple garnets. So this in my pocket right now, I just have this like fake gold and a
And
couple garnets,
garnets.
dude, just sitting in my fucking pocket. Like always, like there's
Yeah.
always something fun,
This rock in particular, like, show it to everybody. It's actually kind of like shaped kind of like my hat is.
Oh, that's cute.
It's
I
got
like
that
that
little
rock.
indent and stuff
Yeah.
like, yeah. So I found this on Alki when I was here last May, and I've had it in my pocket ever since.
Really?
I, empty my pockets every night, but then it goes back into my pocket every day. And it's like, because of that little notch in there, it has like
perfect,
that
huh?
perfect little like idle hands kind of thing, and it makes me think of here. And
I
I've
love
basically
it.
worn it like fairly smooth. I mean, it was kind of smooth to begin with, but it's like,
But it's smoother
and
now.
it comes with me everywhere. And it's like,
I love it. So what's its name? It needs a name then.
it
It
does have
does.
a name,
At
but
this- it does.
I actually just call it Alki because that's where I found it.
Perfect. That's
So yeah,
very
Alki
appropriate.
comes with me. I have actually like 3 things that are always in my pocket. Alki, like it since the last year and a half. One of Pete's guitar picks, which has been in there for like it'll be 20 months next weekend. And chapstick. And they were all like they
Okay,
go in and out of my but I mean I will like the dresses I wear I have to have pockets because I need to like have these things in them and like
Yeah.
but it's funny I'm very like it's not really superstitious, it's just I like little tokens of things like
Too.
you know like even like the bracelets, like the ones that don't come off, kind of they're a token of something.
I totally agree. Which is why I have 8 million rings.
Yeah.
And all these bracelets and all this shit. And why I love getting jewelry on vacation.
I've bought
'Cause
more
I bring
jewelry
that
on
energy
vacation.
back with me.
Yeah.
I love
And there's
it.
certain things that definitely have called to me and then sometimes it's like my favorite thing forever, and then sometimes it's like, why did I buy that? But it did call to me at the time, so then
Yeah.
sometimes it
Serves its purpose.
serves
at the
its
time or
purpose
whatever.
for the day or for the vacation or whatever,
Yeah.
and that's all it was for. And then sometimes
love
it's
the
something I wear
collection of
forever.
it.
I do too.
It's
like
nice having a little collection of these things, especially traveling. Like, I want 50 million things, and depending on where I'm at, I might get like some bigger items. Like in Venice, I got a couple masks and shit, and like
Yeah.
all this cool glass stuff with Murano
and it's
glass.
like, when am I going to be back to it's
Yeah, it's like
you
this
know,
is the time. But
yeah.
with jewelry, it's so easy to get anything, and it just fits right on your neck, or it fits in a little bag or whatever. So, and I love it because whenever later on, whether it's years later or something, I put
Like,
it on
I
and I
remember
feel that
where-
energy of
yeah.
that spot, and I can kind of like zone back and be like, awesome,
Yeah.
like Bisbee. I love
That's one of the
Bisbee,
reasons
you
I
know?
like to find rocks in every place I go to.
Me
Is
too.
because it brings. I can't always tell you every rock where I got it, but I can feel kind of the vibe of
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah, me too.
And it makes
Binge
a
box,
good,
have a nice lurk. We love you.
good little love Stacy's vibe. Oh, thank you.
You're the sweetest. But yeah,
Uh,
the rocks, I like to take a piece of the special place that I
Yeah.
find and be able to bring that back
Oh,
with me.
Exactly.
And, have
And
that
I like to
energy.
bring a rock from like a local rock when I travel too, because I bring that piece of
Oh,
like kind of
that's really
home
nice.
or wherever with me too.
I like the.
you know, so I definitely
do
am
that,
that kind of
too.
thing. But I love little tokens from trips. The stuff that can be put in your pocket and like so or wore. So like jewelry, rocks,
Shirts too. I like
coins.
shirts too.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I got the, I'm
Stickers.
representing.
I've been
Yes,
like
the
really stickers from
stickers,
everywhere
yes.
lately, and like the things that I put stickers on, I'm running out of room. But
you need more stickers.
it was like when I was at Slim's the other night. I was like, "Oh, you have stickers? I must have." And she's like looking at me weird. I'm like, "Sorry, I'm like need a sticker."
No, I need a sticker, of course.
you know.
Oh man, everything is so stickered up in my life, man. Like,
Yeah.
I
Everything that like
because it's little pieces of other places
yeah.
that get to come and be a part. It's like a mosaic, or like a
of
collage.
a collage of all the places you've been or
Yes.
things that grabbed your attention,
Yes.
and like that kind of stuff where I I love stickers. Everybody loves, it's like,
They're fucking great.
I think everybody loves stickers. It's some people just don't admit that they love them.
Whatever,
But,
losers, if
exactly.
they don't admit it. My God.
But yeah, I
no,
love
that's so
stickers, and I
fun.
used to collect the squish pennies from places.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
and I have a huge collection of those at home, which I'm finding less and less machines. Like, but I used to have an app that would tell me where they were at.
Oh, that's so funny.
And I haven't been able to find an app that does it anymore because I think they're kind of like. But when I find one, especially in like a old touristy trap, I'm like I must get it, kind of thing. So
It's funny Dusty mentions about stickers. He has a huge sticker collection, but he has a really, really hard time committing to where to put them. And I know I have a similar type of thing where I want to make sure it's going in the right place,
Yeah.
but I also want to adorn things with stickers, so I'm more willing to use them.
yeah,
And one time I bought him a couple sticker presents, but I was like, this is the deal. I got you these presents, but you have to put it on something. If you don't put it on something right away, you can't have it. I'm taking it. This is the deal.
this is the deal.
This
Yeah,
is the
that's
gift.
funny.
Take it out of the goddamn package. Find a place for it. And he was like, "Ooh," and I'm like, you can't fucking have it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to put it on something if you don't.
See, I have different levels of stickers, I think. I have ones that I need to find the perfect place for it. I have ones that I put on something right away and I don't care, like, if it gets worn out. Because on my to-go coffee mugs or water bottles, I put a lot of stickers that I'm, like, temporary or whatever, like, because I know that how many times they're going to be washed or whatever.
Totally.
Or, used, that they might come off or whatever. And then I have stickers that go on like Pete's guitar case and my drum case and like my art tackle box, and stuff that I know they're not going to get worn out very fast and they're in a good spot, So they. But yeah,
Totally.
I
there's,
have.
there's an art to stickers and
Yeah,
where
there
you
is,
put the
where you put 'em.
stickers. And I still have some
And I'm
from a
so
million
I
years
don't
ago
have.
that I won't put on anything
I have
yet because
two
it's
on
too
my
good.
car and that's it.
I used to be the sticker master on my car. Dude, high school into my early 30s, stickers for days. I would find the coolest stickers. I loved stickering my car, and I was like, what's the point of having a car if it doesn't have stickers on it? But my last car, I got some cool traveling stickers and put them on there, and of course the car's gone. But this car, I decided to take a different route where I did a theme. So I got decals. So I have Egyptian decals on my car. So instead of just slapping stickers on, which I always loved, and I kind of want like another cheaper vehicle just
So I can put stickers on it, yeah.
But I really like the aesthetics of what I have going on with like
Worst gift ever.
the cool. I know, right? But yeah, so I like the fact of like, cool, I got a theme. I got like a iridescent winged scarab on the hood, and that was hard too because I was like, oh my god, I'm just putting this like giant thing on the hood of this fucking car.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, I don't understand when people they spend all this money and get these like really nice cars and then don't personalize it in any way.
Yeah. And
I'm
I'm
like,
kind
oh,
of the
that's
person
fine.
where it's like, I have stuff hanging from my rearview mirror, and there's some people that's like, no, you can't put stuff there. And I have a couple of stickers, but yeah, I haven't like overdone it on the, but then one of this woman I met recently, her name is Monster Maud. Oh my god, she makes these little
That's
fabric
good.
like creatures, and they're amazing. But I bought a couple from her, but I bought this little kind of devil looking guy, and I've named him Frankie. But I sewed a big safety pin on the back of him, and I pinned him to my roof of my car. So he's looking down at me, and like someone's like, "You have a devil?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's my guardian demon. I don't need a guardian angel. I need a guardian demon." Because actually, like my
funny.
plates start with DEM, and someone, being in Montana, someone made the comment. It was like, "Well, that doesn't stand for Democrat, does it?" And I was like, it's just random letters. But then I was like, no, it stands for demon, and then
That was your response.
and then it has 3 numbers after it. So I'm like, this is my demon number,
Ah, that's funny.
I'm working up into the single digits, but I'm still in the triple digits right now,
That's so
Um,
funny.
and so that's
Democrat.
Nessie's like alternate thing is like we're the darkness, we're the demon vehicle. So yeah, I have my guardian.
You really are the
demon.
black sheep.
I am the black
Literal
sheep. Of my
black
family.
sheep.
I
Yep.
am
Yep.
like,
So interesting.
and it's funny. It's like my brother was like, just because you're a widow doesn't mean you have to wear black all the time. And I was like, I did not change my wardrobe.
Yeah, literally is what I do.
Like, it's just literally what I've always, and it's like, yeah, like, I had pops of color, and I still have pops of color, but I prefer black, like, and I've always, if there's a dark side to something, dark roast coffee, dark chocolate, I will always gravitate towards that side, no matter what. Like, I don't even do it consciously, but that's just what I prefer. And like,
I like I like the dark aesthetics, but I also live by
a very
the light.
Colorful,
yeah,
like,
I do. I
person,
definitely
too.
am a person of like white light energy.
Yeah.
But I also like the dark aesthetic, and I respect
like
the dark, so I
yeah.
feel like it's a balance, which is why when I met Tavia, she said, "You're a gray witch," and I was like,
Yeah, you're the balance of
Nailed
the
it.
yeah.
Oh, speaking of white light, Joanna's here. Gentle Heart Mojo is one of my oldest friends in the entire world.
And
Joanna.
she just came in.
She just came in, and she is an energy worker and an acupuncturist. And
Very
she
cool.
is magical, which is perfect timing that you actually just came in, because speaking about all this kind of stuff and intention and everything, I wanted you to share some of your cards if you want to share some of your decks, because Staci has just recently started doing oracle readings and tarot readings as well. And she has an amazing collection of decks that she showed me before the show. And some of them are so freaking beautiful. They're amazing.
I feel like it could be a really bad habit because I've found so many pretty like decks that I'm like, okay, I gotta like.
I think it's a great
I need
habit.
to limit myself a little bit.
No, because you know what? They're not $800 a deck. It's not
That's
like
true.
They're
Yeah.
like $20-$30
Bucks
or
or
whatever,
whatever.
and you have a lovely collection. And then depending on the day,
And they really
you choose what you feel.
depending on the day and stuff. But I do really like pick them out for how they make me feel, like how they speak to me, And there's some ones that I'm like, ooh, that's pretty, but it doesn't say anything to me besides
Yeah.
being, it's like, it's there's some people out there that are really pretty, but
Yes.
their personalities I don't mesh with. And then same with cards. Like, I think it's the energies. Like they have different.
See, Joanna has like 50.
Like 50. So I'm doing pretty good.
No,
then.
it's
There is no
great.
limit.
Yeah, I agree. And actually, you guys have similar. I think the spirit animal one, Joanna also has, and I think the other Colette one, I believe that she has both of those. Correct me
These
if I'm
just
wrong,
like
there, Jojo.
have the most amazing images. The spirit animal one, like I've definitely talked about animals a lot tonight, and like animals are kind of one of my things that I connect to. So just the imagery on these is just I thought was absolutely
It's
gorgeous.
so beautiful. The artwork is great.
Yeah, I mean they're all just
I have most of them. She
yeah,
says.
most of them. Yeah.
Totally.
Some of these are just absolutely gorgeous imagery. And then the, her words and like how she correlates them to each animals. I don't know. It really did speak to me. The bee spirit. I'm definitely like, I love bees. Save the bees.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's a really nice deck, and it's a really nice oracle one, where
Ooh, Dusty redeemed the Lunar Logic, which we talked about before the show.
Yeah.
If anybody redeemed Lunar Logic, that they could choose which deck, and that Staci would do a card pull for them. Ooh, Joanna says you should look up Elena Fairchild.
I
White
will
Light
have
Oracle.
to look that up.
Actually, is that the one that Tavia got?
This is her other oracle deck that I have. I'm like really bad at putting this in the right place. But they're more like peoply, and they have some great images though too. Look at that card came up again. Okay, this has been like my main card for like the last year and a half. I've been in serious limbo, and this card comes up for me all the freaking time, and not on purpose. Not on purpose. It just comes up. Whether I'm holding the deck or someone else is holding the deck, it comes up all the time.
Hi, Sherry. Welcome back. Hey.
This is one of my newer ones, and she does the most beautiful watercolors, mainly of trees, which I definitely have a thing with trees too. And I found her on Etsy. No, I found her on Instagram, and then I think I bought the deck on Etsy. But they're all these lovely one-word ones with like these trees, and they make really good clarifying type cards, or like a daily poll for the vibe kind of. So I like that.
I like those too. And Dusty, while she's going through all of these, decide which deck that you would like her to pull from for you.
This deck is really interesting because I kind of feel like it's part tarot and part oracle. Like, they definitely have a different feel to them. Perfect example, creativity is a good card for me to show, where they have like an image, but they also have like a little statement and a word, so they're
It says spell cards. So is there
there's actually
like,
little
on them?
spells where you say them out loud, and it kind of like
Cool.
with intention, kind of things, where I've used a couple of them that way too, like
I like that. Yeah, show a
like
couple more of those.
Destiny, but yeah, they're kind of nice little spells that you could say out loud with like with your candle lighting or whatever, like to start. So they're kind of interesting and inspiring that way.
I like that a lot. That's really cool.
Yeah, so I just kind of liked the imagery, and they're good clarification ones too, I think. After I pulled tarot. So
Oh, I love it. Those are so beautiful.
and then my tarot deck is a pretty beginner's one because I just kind of started doing this, and I haven't fully memorized, what all the cards exactly. I mean, I know like the 4 different emotions, and like the levels between aces and like sevens. I know kind of what the meanings, but like cards like this really help if you're a beginner, where they give you kind of an intent on the bottom. I'm horrible at putting this in the right place. So like this one is temperance, or it's patience, balance, and then the reversal is like reckless imbalance, which is another perfect card for me to just pull up randomly.
I love that. That's a good way to start memorizing what the cards.
Yeah, I mean, I really
represent.
wanted like one that not just images, and there's some that are like, I've seen some decks that are very lovely, like abstract images, but they don't give me like a sense of like building foundation, like that's not the meaning I'm getting from them. So it's like I kind of like the image and the words together right now until I get more of a feel for it. So
That's so cool. And actually, we did that tarot class here on the podcast. So on our YouTube, there is a 2-part tarot class from a experienced reader who went through all of the cards individually and talked about each card. So I think that that's something that you should check out later.
I found a
That was
book
great.
that I want to get that looks very instructional goes through kind of more of them too, and I plan to read that. So what did Dusty? Not sure which deck. Let Staci choose which best. I'm trying to figure out what direction to point my magic practice in. It's kind of plateaued.
And I want to keep it going. Okay.
So I think for that, Dusty, I would do like several decks and maybe do like a 3-card draw, and then see if we need any clarification ones.
I like that.
That's probably what I'd do. Do you want me to do that now?
That'd be great. Yeah. Yeah. I would love for you to do that. Yay.
Need to make a space.
Yes.
And sorry, it's going to be a little off camera, but I will show you what cards I draw.
Yes. I think that's
and
perfect.
kind of talk through what I see in the message, and what the universe's advice is for Dusty.
I love it. Ooh, good. This is going to be good, and that's a very good question. What direction to point your magic practice in? So it seems
Hopefully
like
it's not too vague of an answer, but some of that stuff where there's a lot of different directions, I find I get vague answers sometimes, or if but we can get the general vibe of where his practice is supposed to go, I think, if we kind of more focus on that.
I like that. Oh, it's gonna be good.
That one's good. And I think I want one of these. So some of these decks, like I actually grew up like playing cards with my grandfather, and I like learned how to shuffle properly. And none of these decks are the right size for my hands.
Oh no.
Or very few of them are,
Uh-huh.
and like so I've like just.
I
just have
honestly
this
like
tendency.
shuffling in that kind of way instead of like a
Yeah,
shuffle
exactly. And
because
then-
I feel like it's more intentional.
And sometimes if I'm at a table, I will just spread them all out and then bring them all back together and just have fun mixing it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
finger painting, which is a thing I do. So. And
Hey, Shannon. I love you. I'm so glad you're here. JoJo's here too. Hey. Wait, you had to chase your dog around Hollywood. Oh, she got out. Kill her and dump her
Dump her
body
body
in the
in.
Everglades real quick. But love you. Good night. Shannon. Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm sorry your dog is like a terror. It's rough. She's cute. Good thing she's cute,
and
though.
dump her body in the Everglades.
I know, right? Aw. Well, I'm glad that you popped back in to say hi. I love you.
Okay. I actually ended up doing a 4-card draw because I thought we should have 2 tarot, and this is not going to stay very
Do you
long
need
right here.
a better thing?
Yeah, Henry's book. I just need something a
That'd
little
be good.
more flat.
More sturdy?
I think.
There we
like,
go.
Yeah, there
Okay.
we go.
Got you.
So it wasn't doing
Perfect.
this. So.
It was the humane way. Actually,
Ooh.
yeah, that's funny. He said perfect 4 is my favorite number.
Oh, good.
So
And
that is true.
I'm getting a very positive message here, Dusty, about like your magical. I'm getting a lot of luck and like trust and like take action vibe with this. So the 2 tarot cards I got, one was the Wheel of Fortune, which is basically a door opening for like all kinds of possibilities. And the Knight of Wands, which basically has that like you're ready to make shit happen, kind of vibe
Ooh,
to
good.
it.
That's really good.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Knight of Wands, like it's at almost the highest peak. He's not like down here in the 2s where it's just beginning. It's the
Right.
Knight is very action like. But then I also got the Trust card in the Magical Spells one, and the Rabbit in the Animal ones, which is also luck. So, I think your plateau is about ready to come to an end. That you just need to trust in yourself and make that, now is a good time, luck-wise, to just take action, like wherever you want to go with it. And you probably know deep down where you want to go. You just need to take that leap of faith. That's what the bunny's telling you. Take that leap.
With
And
trust
with
and
trust and luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 2 luck cards.
There's 2 luck cards.
which is interesting. So
And
I
then
feel like that
the-
does mean good fortune.
Yeah,
you know?
it's a really. I mean, I don't even feel like I need a clarification on this one. It's just so like the message is very obvious to me that just need to trust yourself, and this is a good time to take action. So
That was very, very direct, and with using the 2.
yeah, I like 2 or 3
Yeah.
tarot, and then with the Oracle ones is kind of declare. But it's so funny that the 2 lucks came up.
Yes.
And that's where my placement was too. But
That was pretty good.
that's
Dusty, I
one of
think
the
that's
most
good.
clearest readings I've ever like had come up, where it was like super obvious, where
Yeah.
there I don't think you could read this in any other way.
Yeah.
Really, like.
And you
So-
know, like you just pick a
and,
direction and go. I mean, it seems
Yeah,
like
it's pick a direction that you want to
there's
go in.
positivity
and
there.
Yeah, it's so
Channel it.
positive. I want to take a picture of this and send it to you,
Okay,
too.
that'd be
So,
that.
It's really horrible lighting, but
That's okay. We'll get it. Perfect. Awesome. Dude, that was great.
yeah.
Cool.
I mean, that was one of the most clearest readings I've ever had. So, that was, yeah.
JoJo wants one too.
Okay.
Yay.
Do you have a particular thing you want me to ask, or do you just want like a general vibe, or any direction?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag, so she will definitely. That's over here. I don't know what the lunatic is.
Oh, no, I can just pull our card.
in this circumstance, totally fine. It's just the more people watch the show, you generate like channel points, and it's just a fun thing to be able to redeem them. But in this case, it's totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah. So, Joanna says, "What do I need to know?"
So the general vibe is just, what do you need to know
What
right
do you
now?
need
Okay,
to
I can do
know?
that.
Okay. Ooh. Curious to see what comes up. What
I
does
do a
JoJo
lot of
need
those
to-
like kind of what's the general vibe of today, or like what do I need to know currently in life type things, and it's really interesting when they come up.
Joanna's definitely a very introspective person, very tapped in to the source. So I imagine that it is going to be something profound that comes.
I think I want to use one out of this deck for her. Too many decks,
Wisdom
not
Oracle.
enough space. I'm like,
Let me find something else that would be helpful.
oh, it's good.
Have it,
Especially
right?
having like a
Yeah. Okay. So I have a whole tray if you want it.
yeah, I think we're getting a little bit of Henry's vibe in like the book too. Like, so that's good though.
That's true. The radical abundance.
Yes, I should get one of those, definitely.
You definitely should.
Okay.
Okay. I'm very excited to see what comes up here.
All right. Huh.
Oh, this one. Wow, that's very
So
Joanna.
we have. I did 3 tarot, one of the magic spells, and then an oracle card. So 5 total. And we have some reversed cards, which definitely, it looks like you have some kind of blockage with like do you have a project that you're working on that's been like delayed, or like feels like it's stuck? Because you kind of get this, I'm kind of getting this vibe that there's something in the works. Like, the fertility doesn't always mean fertility. It means, something's creating, to me. But there's this lost motivation and useless delay kind of vibe with the tarot cards. So it just seems like you're like about ready to like birth something, but there's been like a delay. Does that resonate for you?
I'm curious. But this.
But I think that's how she would unblock the blockage, is like just being loyal to her heart and what her heart wants.
This card. Loyal heart. If you showed me this card and said, who makes you think of a loyal heart, Joanna is definitely a loyal heart.
Well, so whatever you're
For
working
sure.
on, if you're stuck, just be loyal to your heart, and like, and you'll get that completion of it. But I think what you're stuck on is some kind of lost motivation, or something's delaying you.
Yeah.
Useless delay, yeah.
Yeah, she said it does.
Band name dibs. That's totally true, Dusty. That's a good one. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
so what do you need to know?
I think what you know,
Yeah.
if you keep loyal to your heart, that'll cure um, that stuckness.
And then the fertility is the growth of something
Yeah, the growth of
new.
something. So, it's either the growth of something new, or that's whatever is being produced is what's being delayed, and she just needs to kind of break through the delays and the lost motivation to birth that thing that she wants,
That
or is
makes
creating,
sense.
or whatever.
Ooh, I'm curious what it is. But
Yeah.
maybe that's the
But
advice that you needed to
yeah,
kind of
it
unstick that energy.
it doesn't have to mean something to me and you. It just has to mean something to her too.
Yeah.
So, but hopefully that helps.
That's pretty good. I like that, and that's very nice card spread too. This one is so pretty.
Yeah.
Get this fertility one. Let's all take root, seed, and sprout. Let new life be all about. That's a beautiful card.
Yeah.
So this is where you're going for, is the fertility.
Fertility and that loyal heart one.
Oh, wow. Funny story. Joanna did a whole heart energy treatment today to heal my resistance to heal.
Yeah. Well, I think it's gonna work then. Your hopefully your treatment works, because I think that's
Oh, the car accident
Yes.
settlement being delayed. Yes. Yes. And then once that's done, then that will be complete, and you won't have to have that hanging over your head. The anxiety, I'm sure, of that,
Ugh,
and having something
anxiety.
uncompleted
yeah.
sucks. So once that's done,
Once that's
that'll
done,
be
it'll unstick things.
the healing.
So
Yeah.
it'll help the healing, because half of healing is in the brain too. It's like you can't heal here if you can't heal here. So.
Yes. The willingness to heal too.
Yeah,
you
the
know, it's like you
willingness to
throw
heal.
somebody in drug rehab. If they're not ready to do it, they're not going to do it. It's a matter of wanting.
Either
to.
that or you're 11 months pregnant and need to stop holding it in.
No, Joanna would not be the most hurt. Hey, that was really good. That was very good on both of them, and they were both very skewed towards what it was that each of them
Yeah.
were doing. So I feel like
I like doing
That was
those
good.
general vibe ones, because you never know what you're going to come up with. Like,
yeah.
trying to ask a yes or no question. Like, I
Yeah.
never get,
Yeah.
like, a lot of straight answers. Or if I, like, should I choose A, B, or C? It's like, no, kind of thing. So, like, I really like the general vibes, or, like, what direction should I go with this?
I do too. I really
type
like
of-
general
Yeah.
stuff too, which honestly 98% of the time when I pull cards for myself or when I have readings from others, I ask for general, because I just want to see what it is that
Yeah.
wants to come out.
Yeah,
You know,
it's like,
and
what
then-
what should I know for today? What should I know
Yeah.
for this week? What should I know for this season? Like, I do that all the time.
Very
Like, just
rarely am I
more-
like, I have a very specific thing
Yeah.
that I need to know. It's more like, okay, give me what it is that I need, and I will know upon looking at
That,
it what it's trying to represent.
that 3 card thing I think I told you about, where I, like, it ended up being very color coordinated, with, which was crazy. It was like I was asking it 3. It was like, should I go this direction, or this direction? But I was like, so these cards I want to focus on kind of this vibe, this vibe, this vibe. And it gave me, like, really interesting answers. One was a definite no, and the other 2 were like these weird soft maybes. Like, it was like, you could possibly do this, kind of thing, and then the other one was like, nope, nope.
Do you think, since
know.
you have the synesthesia and you attribute emotions to colors, do you think that the color coding was meant to, like,
I think it was meant to, like,
Get
steer
some
me in
kind
the
of
direction,
emotion
type of thing.
from
And
it?
I hardly, like, it's funny how many times I will have color coded reads. If I do, not if I do a 10-card spread, but if I do, like, a 3-card spread, and especially with 3 different decks, I'll end up with, like the colors.
That's so cool.
It'll all be blues and greens, or it'll all be, like, golds and, like, yellows or something, and I'm just like, totally didn't do that on purpose, but that's because I very much am very color orientated.
That's so cool.
You should see my spreadsheets at work, and because that's
They're all
like
color
the
coded.
other total because I'm an artist, but I also do math for a living. It's my two different brains, but I bring like the color coding in my spreadsheets like
I
a
like
lot.
that. Well, yeah, because it helps your brain to make sense of it.
Yeah, it helps difference the different
Yeah.
sections and connect things and stuff. And my boss uses colors a lot to like mean things, but the color she picks drives me crazy. And so it's like I'm like, don't touch my spreadsheet. That's the little Virgo-ness in me because I'm on the cusp of like Leo and Virgo, but it's like I have that little bit of OCD like with certain things. Like, don't touch that. It's in the
Well, you doing accounting and those kind of admin stuff, it's very detail oriented. So your brain organizes things in the way that works for you. Like the way that you need it to be done is because that's how your brain works. It's not standard for everybody, you know? So I could totally understand. You're like, all right, I need to be extremely organized and detail oriented with this job. Don't come and throw purple because purple is this thing and you're fucking killing me.
It's like,
right
don't
now,
put
you
mauve
know?
in there because it'll fucking piss me off.
Exactly. Exactly. That's that's interesting.
But and she'll like my colors usually like flow, like where hers will clash next to each other, and I'm just like,
that's so funny.
or she'll use like too many colors, and I'm like, I tend to have like a more subtle palette. But my art is that way too. If you notice, a lot of my paintings only have like maybe 4 colors tops, like and I tend to do a lot of like 2 or 3 color paintings.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't
I
really think
do
about that
keep my
before. That's
palettes like
interesting.
pretty simple. And part of it was in college I could only afford like so much art supplies at a time.
So you learned how to work with that.
That you
That's
learned how to work
interesting.
with it, but then I find like it more I find it more visually appealing to have even though I love color, to have less colors next to each other, kind of thing. Unless I'm going for a rainbow or something.
For
where
sure.
It needs the...
Yeah.
And actually, I've never actually felt the urge to paint a rainbow until recently. And I saw this one picture, and I was like, I have to try to capture the vibe of this picture. And it just happens to have a rainbow in it, So I've been working on it, and it's going okay.
Trying to integrate more color into the things.
But it's it's totally me painting a rainbow too. So it's still like, instead of doing each color individually, I'm kind of blending. So I'm still only using several colors.
Sure, sure.
And it's only a little part of the painting. So the rest of the painting, of course, is like grays and blues and
You
but
have a lot
it's
of
the
darkness with the color pops, but it's not super uber bright color pops. It's always that kind of muted
or like
colors. I like it.
like rich metallic kind of stuff, like that little fruit series that I did based on like mythological fruits. Did you?
I don't think I saw that.
I did
We
this.
could pull up some of your art actually for this. Did you want to pull it up?
Yeah, if we want to. I did this series
Instagram
of,
or Facebook? You got the Facebook page, right?
Yes, but I think Instagram looks like it flows better. I don't know. It's just my... I think the page is easier to find stuff, particular on.
Okay, let's see.
I know you tend to gravitate towards Facebook more, but look at all your zillions of messages.
I know. I barely ever check that. I'm terrible about it.
So it is the
Fucking terrible.
Rising Rock Art Studio. If you just want to search.
Where is the
But
search bar on
I did
here?
this series of fruit based on fruits from mythology, and they're very blood red and metallic, and golds and bronzes and stuff that it's like someone was like, oh, you actually painted something kind of happy, and I was like, well, fruit, but I was like, I did it my own way,
How do I? Where am I searching here? I don't see a search thing.
it usually has a little hourglass on
I
mine.
know. I thought that there would be, right? Isn't that weird? Maybe it's in here. what's the
Like, your
name of it again?
Instagram looks so different than mine.
I use
like,
it. I mean,
don't
I
know.
only use it on the app on my phone, but it's very rarely. Oh, there's this. So, do you have a link on your personal page to that?
Dusty, were you trying to pimp me out there for a second? You like want to see Stacy?
Yeah, he's hooking you up. Oh, now it's just going to like this thing. Oh, there we go. There we
That-
go.
yeah,
Okay, I
okay.
had to take a real roundabout way,
Right,
but
right,
we
right.
did it. We did it.
So,
Okay, so I'm gonna turn this on here, so you guys will be able to see Rising Rock Art Studio here. Okay. So if you want, do you want to like click and navigate so you can, you know?
Yeah. I mean, if
Actual-
you just kind of scroll
okay.
down, I can show
Okay.
you the fruit series and
Okay.
stuff. I have a few other things thrown in here, but the cherry kind of rounded out, but I'll have to tell you about that. I didn't think they were that far down, but I did them last fall, so
That's
I
okay.
guess I
Everyone's
have
getting
been
a nice
doing.
little view of some of your fun
And some of this is old, and some of it's new. I called that one Cliff Dweller. Knowing you would like the purples, and
Yeah, it just feels really like happy and peaceful.
I was
and light.
happier when I painted that one.
I like that.
You can definitely tell a change in my art over the last couple years. It's got darker. That one was so hard to photograph, but it has a lot of silver and purple in the
so
background. That's one of my nemesis of like posting art online is getting a good photo of it.
Yeah.
Just some colors photograph better than others.
Fun.
Yeah, my little
These are
creatures.
awesome. Look at it.
And
That's
of course
so
I had to
fun.
name all them, and I had so much fun like naming
Oh, that's great.
all my little creatures that I made. And like I've been doing this art with cassette tapes lately just because
I love it. Oh yeah, these are some of my
it
favorite ones.
needed to be done.
It did. It needed to be done.
And his eyes are like actually a pair of earrings that I found in a thrift store. They're like total 80s earrings that like I'm like they look like eyes to me.
Perfect.
I'm like I'm gonna put them in
That's
there.
awesome. How cute. You know I love all the Halloween stuff.
Oh,
so
me too.
I absolutely love it.
I love the Halloween
And then we
stuff
got
too.
this guy. We got a
Oh,
vampire.
Vampire bat.
That's so cute.
One of the local places. I love his
Oh
his,
my
like,
god, yes.
upper
it's
bite
like,
on him.
what do you call it?
werewolfy kind of thing.
Underbite?
Underbite, yeah. The bookstore that has a couple of my paintings hung in it because they have kind of a gift shop kind of vibe too. You can buy tarot cards and like incense and stuff all in front. So he has some local art and stuff too. And he's creating a music corner, so he wants some of my cassette art.
Oh, that's
to go
perfect.
above it. So that'll be cool.
I think Dusty wanted to know what Frankenstein's name was. Because you mentioned they all have names. It was when we were on that one.
I believe I just called him Frankie.
Okay, there you go.
But like this was his nose on that one you were just on and his cigar are like fake candy corn that I found during Halloween.
Oh, cute.
And so I named
Oh, I
him
can
like
see it.
Colonel
Cute.
something to go with the like Colonel Corn or something. I don't know.
Good
Like,
night, Joanna. I love you so much. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out.
Yeah.
And I hope that
Thank
your
you.
healing ritual that you did for yourself, I really do hope that helps you for sure. And I hope that this card reading gave you a little bit of inspiration.
I
too.
think it's going in a good direction. You just got to get unstuck.
Yes, it's coming. It's coming. Hang in there.
Hang in there. But I can definitely tell you which ones are like, older paintings versus newer paintings just because of the color schemes and stuff too. Like, because, when my emotions definitely go into my artwork for sure.
And you've had a lot of, big changes happen
lately.
since you started doing.
I totally made like a little Blair Witch
Cute.
stick guy for Halloween last year.
Awesome.
And he is still, he's guarding my door. He's become
Perfect.
like a permanent
That's
fixture
great.
in my house now. And it
love
scared a
it.
few people, but I love it.
You're like, well, don't fuck with me. How
Exactly,
about
don't fuck
you
with
should be
me,
scared
yeah.
a little bit.
So there's the peach of this series. So like peach is like the fruit of life in a lot of or fruit of the apple is the life one. This one's like of. Can you click on it and see my little tag underneath it or no?
Let's see.
So I've been talking about so much stuff. I think my brain's a little scrambled.
No, I want to see. Maybe is it like that one?
I wonder why you can't see like my little tag underneath it.
I don't know. I don't know why. I like the peach.
It looked very womanly the first time I painted it, and I tried to get away from that a little bit. I was like, that wasn't my intention necessarily the first time I painted it, but I like the way it turned out.
Fruit of knowledge.
Fruit of knowledge?
That's what Jesse said.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. The
Oh.
peach is knowledge. There's an apple, which is life. There's a fig, which is enlightenment.
Okay,
And
so fig.
there's the apple of life. And then there's the pomegranate, which is death. Which I started with, which has always been kind of a favorite. There's my fig. So like the fig tree is very symbolic in like Buddhism and stuff with you know, like your enlightenment is usually underneath a fig tree. So I tried to create that kind of symbolism of the tree inside the fig.
Oh, I totally see it. Absolutely. Yes.
And if you go down to like the pomegranate, which should be just a little
Yeah,
further
here it
down, like, you know, because it's the one of death, there's little skulls in the seeds.
Oh, really?
Like you can see a couple of them really clearly, like once you kind of zoom in, and like, but there's little skull types, like
there.
yeah, you can see kind of one right in there, and like, so I didn't want them like uber obvious.
No, I
tried
like
to,
that a
like,
lot.
kind
That's
of,
really cool. The
But
death,
I've
the
always
seeds of
loved the
death.
story of Persephone, and like she's one of my favorite mythologies. Like I relate to her being like the goddess of death, but also, you know, the queen of death, but also the goddess of spring. At the same, you know, she has that duality that I just relate to a lot.
Oh, that's awesome.
You
and
know,
you put that energy into that pomegranate.
and that's
really
what
cool.
started it. And then I was like, oh, it would be cool to do kind of look more into mythology and like not just mythology, but like spiritual kind of, you know, stuff too. And like that's definitely an older one. I was happier then.
Really cute.
You know,
Oh,
so
I
yeah, I
love
can
that.
totally tell like how old or how new, you know, something is. And it's so funny. That one is actually from a photograph that I took. It was my parents' neighbor's barn, and I grew up playing in that barn, like jumping in the hay
that's
and stuff.
awesome.
But my mom and I were out for a walk, and this storm came rolling in, but the sun was setting and lit up the cottonwoods there. And everybody's like, no way that the sky was that dark and the trees were that lit up. I'm like, totally. They were totally that way.
That's
I
my
have the
favorite
photographic.
thing with the dark sky and the sun coming
Coming
through
through
and
and
lighting
the lights.
things up. Oh,
And so I'm like, I have the picture to like, you know, kind
that's
of.
so cool. Oh, I'm glad that you recreated that. It was really beautiful. And this guy's awesome.
Yeah, I really like that guy. I've had a couple offers to buy that one, and I can't quite give him up.
You know, I have certain ones like that too. Like,
Yeah.
nope, it's not for you.
And I did a whole Alice in Wonderland theme with the cassette tapes, like a whole series of like from the pages of an old Alice book.
What a cool
And there's
idea.
9 of them, and they make kind of an interesting little set. And if that book wasn't already in bad condition, it would have like kind of hurt me to tear it apart. But I loved like actually tearing it apart since
Yeah.
it was like it didn't have much life left in it to you know, to be read anymore.
Yes.
Really,
So no,
I
it
mean the
got
paper was
repurposed into
so
something
brittle and stuff, but
great.
I love the imagery and the words and like.
Love it.
So yeah, I did a whole series
That's so
of
cool.
the cloud one right there. One of my favorite songs is "You Look Like Rain" by Morphine. If you're familiar with that song, and so like I decided to do it, and I can't sell that one either. It's hanging in my bathroom.
That one's for you, yeah.
That one was for me, you know. So there is some art out there that's just for me. And then that frame was a good thrift store find.
beautiful
So
frame.
I love doing that with like my art. Like I'd rather not you know, necessarily spend a ton of money on framing. So I love to thrift them
Oh, I
because I
do
like
thrift
the
shop
older ones anyways.
frames too,
you
for
know,
sure.
so.
Scar, you did biscuit art. I want to see that so hard. I want to see that. Our mutual friend, they stream as well, and his doggy's name is Biscuit.
Biscuit.
Really, he's super cute. Wow, that's cool.
And that one was it was like a snowy day, and I just wanted to capture kind of that feel. And like I just sold that one actually in the last month.
I like that. That's awesome. I'm so glad you're selling stuff.
Yeah, you know, enough to keep me in a little bit of art supplies. I sold that one too, which that was one of those where I like started creating it like years ago and could never figure out how to finish it, and then one night I just figured out how to do it.
Oh, awesome.
And so it's like some people have asked me like how long, you know, it's like sometimes I spend a couple hours on something, sometimes I spend a couple of years.
Yeah,
I have one painting
Each
that's
one's
hanging up
different.
that I'm like, I don't know how to finish this one. It's killing me.
Interesting.
And then the other ones I know exactly when to. Good old hugging and munning, you know, the Odin's Ravens.
Wow. That's awesome. Dusty said, I love your ability to capture a feeling. That's a
I
good way
definitely
to
put a lot
that.
of emotion into my artwork. Like, it's been my therapy for more years than I even realized it was therapy. This one John Bennett owns.
Really?
My first ever show he came to, and he just like, I want that one.
Oh, that's awesome.
Write yourself a check on Monday.
That's
like,
funny.
I'm like, okay.
That's funny.
You know, so yeah, it's another one of the Alice in Wonderland ones. And
That's great.
just playing with the tape itself, and like, you know, figuring out how to stick them to canvas and stuff has been really, you know, I like to learn new things all the time. So
Yeah.
I bought some records recently
That's
too that
good.
I'm gonna paint on them too, or do something. I think I want to break them and
awesome.
put them back together.
Ooh, cool.
Kind of.
Yeah, I've done some
vibe.
record painting. Actually, there's a couple over there I did for a Dead Rockstar show, and I did Nirvana lyrics
Nice.
on the records, which
It's funny, all my cassette tapes, a lot of them have musical themes to them, but not all of them. You know, it's just kind of feel like the Halloween themed ones. It was just like in the Alice in Wonderland. I was just incorporating, but that one I called Phoenix.
I like that.
I sold that one to actually this girl that was in a band that was like traveling through, and it just like called to her.
Oh, that's
And,
awesome.
And her, you know, being in a band and musical, she liked that it was a cassette, but she really, yeah. So it was kind of cool.
That's so cool.
I'll have to look up the band name or something.
Everything kind of touches somebody different, you know? Like,
Yeah.
It's so neat that you
And
never know.
You know, I definitely have
Who it's
the
gonna
darkness on some. Like I said, I can tell usually what I was going through. So that feeling, I guess. Yeah, thanks, Dusty. And experimenting to see what works and what doesn't. And
Oh, I like these double ones. I remember this one when it came
Cleela
out.
bought that one.
Did she?
Yeah, she really liked it, and she was like,
Awesome.
"How can I send you money and you give me that painting?"
That's awesome.
Which is cool.
really
I
like
love
it a
when other
lot.
artists buy my stuff, because I know, like, you know, when I buy other people's art, it's like usually something kind of special that calls to me and stuff, and I, you know, so I feel like when other artists buy, you know, it's like it's definitely a compliment.
Yeah, I agree for sure.
I painted that after one of the super blood moons, you know, like that.
Yes.
I just had to try to
Oh,
capture
yeah.
like
Oh,
the
that's
color that. I painted that one right before we moved. There was like some super blood wolf moon, you know, kind of thing
Yeah. You nailed it, man.
that I was just like trying to capture at that point.
On Princess at the Bad Seed, it's the name of a play and a movie. Was it inspired by any of that, or was it?
It was actually a name of a punk song too, which is actually I was listening to punk music when I did that,
Sweet.
and it kind of inspired that one.
I like that. Ooh, this is really cool. All the rings.
All the Rings of the Wood. I ended up gifting that one to a friend of mine when she got remarried.
That's really nice. Like your love should grow like this tree.
Exactly.
It's so fun. Wow. Yeah, and then there's like
Like
landscape
like
stuff.
like this one, I painted for my brother who's like a snowmobiler. Sometimes I do stuff like that for someone in particular, kind of thing where I knew he would like the snow and like the little snowmobilers going through
Your
it.
texture is fantastic.
I love texture.
You use so much texture, and it's really
I go through so
awesome.
much paint, but it's like I love the texture.
Wow, it's really, really cool.
I use a lot of palette knives and I use brushes a lot too, but I've been known to use forks for texture or like
Cool.
whatever I can get my hands on, and I like to paint on different things. Like I think that's why I did the cassette tapes, and that's the
Yeah.
one I'm stuck on. That's a little piece of it, and I really like that piece in particular of it, but it's this big landscape that I just
Ooh.
can't quite figure out how to finish.
Nuckin, thank you for resubscribing for 14 months.
Woohoo!
14 months. That's a long freaking time.
Time.
I am glad that you were here, Nuckin. It is so nice to see you pop in. It's been a little while. Thank you. We love you. This is Stacy. We're looking at Stacy's art right now. So, yeah, this is that's I
original
really
movie.
do
I'll
like
have to look
this.
at the Bad Seed original movie. I feel like that is something I've seen though. I'm gonna have to look that up. I used to work at Blockbuster Video at one point, and so I feel like there's a certain time period where I watched every single movie that ever
right.
existed.
Blockbuster Video. Wow.
This one, it let some paint dry in the palette, and when I peeled it out of the plastic palette, it stayed kind of the shape. So I trimmed it,
Oh.
and like that whole flower is made out of like dried acrylic paint that I then
That's
like
really cool.
formed kind of.
That is
And I
very
learned how to do
neat.
some stuff like that, just plain with stuff, and like even this middle part of the flower is like the crusty dry stuff around the acrylic, like
Yeah. That's really
and
neat.
like
that you're
using
like,
how
"Oh,
to
shit, that's
I'm
super
like
cool."
such a repurposer even in my art, kind of thing where I'm like I could make this out of paint or I could make it out of
No, that's very good use of like reuse, recycle, reuse kind of thing. Because you definitely did.
Yeah, I
use
think that's
most
what the
people would call trash.
the cassette tapes, it's just like they were sitting in a thrift store never to be bought. There was a lot of
That's
banjo
awesome.
music. A lot of banjo music.
Really?
Yeah.
I really don't like banjos.
Me either, which is why,
Pro tip there.
and sometimes I paint little happier things,
That's cute.
A little dragonfly on there. And
I like that you can just paint whatever you're feeling in that moment. You don't have to be like, well, this is what I do. It's
Yeah.
only dark and
it's
moody
only
or
dark
whatever.
and moody, and yeah.
But when it is dark and moody, it's appropriate. And when you're happy, it's appropriate too.
Yeah.
Wow. Just super nature in the middle of this magical tree.
I love when trees bloom. The only pink that I can really, be around is the blossoms on trees and stuff like that. It's like can't do the artificial T-Mobile. I was painting this one with
Oh,
I am
You got caught red-handed.
I am a messy painter. It's it's like murderer or artist. It's like half the time. I usually have and especially if I'm working with red, it's like
so
very much
funny.
a thing that I like,
Oh, Binge Box, I'm so glad that you're enjoying the art show.
And I remember exactly when I got inspiration for that painting.
Tell me.
Pete and I went down to the International District for Chinese New Year, and we were just walking around enjoying, like, the fireworks and the dragon dancing and all that stuff. And but we kind of needed a break, and so we like kind of went around the block. And so this was like mid-February in Seattle, and there was just this one pole that just had a zillion birds, and it was like they were watching us, like, watch the parade and stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it was just like this weird little gathering, and it was kind of cloudy, like overcast that day, and so like there were just these perfect little silhouettes up there.
That's
and
awesome. You were able to capture it perfectly. Like that's it.
And
That's
most
totally...
of that stuff, it's like I remember it in my head a certain way, and that's how I paint it. I don't tend to paint from photographs very often, and if I do, I usually end up changing stuff. But usually it's that feeling that I try to capture later. Where it's like I may not do exact, but it was, I wanted to capture that feeling that was in my head.
I think that you really did with this one. I hope.
Jedi remember.
What was that? I just saw it. Did something just fall, like, from the ceiling or something? I just saw
Jedi
it.
just came through, but not quite
That
sure.
was weird.
That was weird.
I just saw something out of the corner of my eye. I had no idea what that was.
Get totally sidetracked here.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Wow, and look at this. This is so different.
And see, that was Happier Days too, but there was this, that road trip feel where you're just going through all the colors and like the endless road and
It's beautiful.
thanks.
It's really beautiful.
That was even before I met Pete when I painted that.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, there's some older stuff on here too, and then like some of this newer stuff is much darker. Which is hard to photograph, which is why it's kind of on the side, but...
Is it waterline?
Basically, yeah. There's a bit of dark green in that one, too, which you can't... it was so hard to photograph, because it was so shiny, too, with all the black. But, I had this old black paint, that was kind of older, and so it was thicker, and I just... it has the most amazing textures on it, which is hard to capture, too, but...
I really like it. I wish I could see all the detail that you put in it, but it's very cool.
Thanks. This is one of those where it's like a scene in a movie, and only one person has ever asked me if it was from that movie.
You know
too,
what I see, and I wonder if it's it. It reminds me in Dracula, when he basically impaled everybody and had everybody out on the battlefield to scare everybody.
The name of this painting is Where Lie the Ancient Dead. So you got the general vibe of it for sure.
Yeah, I was like the whole Vlad the Impaler scene in Dracula.
It's actually a scene from like a samurai movie, and they like this. They basically just came through and slaughtered everybody in the village and burnt it to the ground, and it's like and then the heroes of the story come upon it after the fact, kind of thing.
I can see the Asian things right here, like the pagoda kind of
pagoda thing,
and there's someone hanging from there.
I think it was supposed to be more of the bells that they would have hanging,
sure,
kind of thing.
Yep.
I think that's more what I was going for. But I literally painted this before I met Pete, so it's been a while. But
ooh, welcome in Kirby and Christy.
Hello.
I'm glad you guys are here. Hello. Yes, Christy. This is my friend Staci, and we have been talking about a bunch of different stuff. Actually, we've been talking about nature and coincidence and connection, and we did some card readings, and we're looking into her art right now, which is awesome. So we're going down all the rabbit holes.
All the rabbit holes.
It's awesome. Yeah, I really like that. That's really beautiful.
Yeah, it's very Japanese, kind of, yeah.
It is. Now I see it. I didn't even think too hard. I just was like, this is what it makes me think of, so I went with that. But now that you mention that, I do see that. wow, yeah, there's some really, really cool stuff in here.
Thanks. I definitely really like the texture. Finding
Yeah,
like found objects to put into paintings and like,
it's very unique.
um, that was part of a series for this show I did here in Seattle called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And
Nice.
I picked kind of like certain things that I thought was good, bad, or ugly about myself and tried to capture that.
Interesting.
And so this is the bad one in that series. And it was kind
The
of
isolation.
the isolation and feeling lost kind of feel. So yeah, you get it.
Wow.
But they're
Yeah.
all kind of like foresty scenes with a figure of some sort, which I don't do very often either.
Yeah. Lonely
Thanks on
in
the
the
crow.
forest. I know. I love the crow too.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
love
my
I
favorite.
love
Let's go back
crows
up
and
again.
ravens and magpies. Hence the handle of Big Sky Magpie. Scavenger birds.
So
You know,
cool.
like I said, on the dark side of things as usual.
Yep. Some things never change. Feel so predictable.
So there's the whole 9 of the Alice in Wonderland
Oh,
together,
That's
which I've
awesome.
always liked that story. It was one of my favorite stories as a kid. So it's like I've always gravitated towards
I have
to
a
her.
old book too, like from when it around when it first came out. I have one on the
Oh,
upstairs.
lovely.
It's cool.
This copy that I like tore apart. It was very like loved and used, but it was a very old copy with the beautiful illustrations and stuff. So that was a fun series, and
love
I
that you
definitely
use
dipped my
them.
toes into some colors that I hadn't used for a bit too, like
I used to draw him all the time in high school.
the White Rabbit.
Yeah.
I love it.
I honestly really thought for a very long time about getting that tattooed, and I just never pulled the trigger on it.
I've
But
wanted
I
an
really
Alice
love
in
it.
Wonderland tattoo, and I just haven't quite figured out exactly what I want.
That time will come.
That time will come. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, I love it. I love your art. I'm so glad we got to go through so much of it here too,
Yeah.
and share with everybody. It's really really cool.
Thanks. Thanks everybody for like,
Really
yeah, it's like
great.
it's definitely, like I said, it's been a lot of therapy for me and like definitely a creative outlet to keep me balanced. And so yeah, a lot of my emotions go into it, and I don't really paint for other people. I just paint for me, and then if they like it and they resonate with it, then
Yeah.
I'm happy to sell it to them.
Good. I like that.
But
attitude.
and then there's some, like I said, I just haven't been able to part with either, where they sometimes hit a little deeper than
Yeah. They're
you
like,
know, and then
"Sorry, it's not for you."
my 80s child coming out and like the Pac-Man
Oh
and some of
yeah,
that stuff
dude.
too.
Yes.
I did this art walk recently and I had that
love it.
out there, and a lot of the younger kids were really drawn to it. They knew who Pac-Man was, but they couldn't say what a cassette tape was. I was just like, what are we teaching these kids?
Oh God. You ever
Uh,
watch that Kids React YouTube?
Oh yeah, when they
So,
listen to different music.
There's
Some
so-
of it is
There
hilarious.
was so many different things. They'd be like, okay, here's this boombox and here's this tape. Like, what do you think you're supposed to do? Or here's this Nintendo
Yeah,
and
how
here's
do
this
you-
cartridge. How do you make this work? And they're like, I don't
I
even
don't
know what
even
the
know,
fuck is
yeah.
going on. So it's so funny. Yeah, there's such a disconnect. Which, I mean, I think if like people like us, like I still have an old Nintendo, and I still have cassettes and a cassette player and stuff like that. But if their parents don't have that stuff,
Yeah.
how are they going to know?
How are they
And to
gonna know?
think too that like a lot of the parents now are like millennials. They're not even of our
Yeah.
generation with
That's
the
true.
cassette tape generation. So,
Yeah.
if somebody was born
But
in
a lot of their parents would be like, "Oh, those are
1993,
cassette tapes," kind
yeah,
of thing.
yeah.
Yeah, Christy, amen, definitely. Like painting is a very personal thing and should be for you.
Definitely.
And if I fully believe if other people enjoy it, sell it. But deep down, it should be for you, kind of thing. So,
I agree.
You
And
know.
that's the thing. That's what makes it hard sometimes to sell shit because you're like, I don't
Yeah.
even want.
I was
sell
I was
it.
very picky about like certain things like who I would sell my art to at the beginning, and now I've become less so. Because a lot of it, it's like I got out what I needed to, and I'm ready to move on to the next one.
Yes.
But there are like a few pieces where I'm just like, I don't want, like I had one of my relatives want to buy one of my paintings, and I did not want to sell it to her.
I remember you telling me about that a long time
And I
ago.
didn't sell it to
Good.
her. I ended up giving her a price that I knew she wouldn't pay for, and that made it like kind of go over better. And she's like, I can't swing that. And I'm like, sorry, that's what it has to be, kind of thing. And,
What amount did you give her?
it wasn't even
$1,000.
It wasn't even that bad because it was like an 8x10 painting. So I think I told her 5. And
Okay.
she was just more than I knew she would be willing to pay for it,
That was a good way to go about it.
But if she paid the 5, then I might have been okay with letting it go, kind of thing. Where I was like, it's kind of in that, And one of my hardest things is pricing my work, where a lot of my regular canvas stuff, I pick a price per square inch.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I need kind of a standard versus like how I feel about this painting versus how I feel about this painting, kind of thing. And then if there's elements like the cassette tapes where, maybe I put a little bit more money into framing it in the cassette tapes rather than just paint in canvas, I bump it up a little bit. And then if it's at a show where I have to pay someone part of my, as a commission, kind of thing, I bump it up, but I have these levels of like standardization that I've had to kind of do. But then if I do something out of the norm, like those bookends,
you can adjust it though.
I don't know how to price it again. I'm like, I gotta figure it out again.
Christy was wondering, what would you say your painting style is?
I'm definitely, very good question. I'm definitely probably mostly impressionistic. With like a lot of people like Van Gogh really inspired. That's who I gravitated towards, was the Romantics, which I didn't really like their subject matter, but I like the way they handled the paint. And then the Impressionistics, where it didn't, you saw something differently if you like stood up close to it or moved back, and it didn't have to be perfectly straight lines. I found I could express myself better with like the impressionistic type of style than I could with some of the other ways.
Well, realism, I mean, it's so rigid because it's like, well, either it looks like a fucking apple photograph or it doesn't, know? And it's like there's not that much creativity, but there's a lot of skill.
Yeah.
There's so much skill with, the really like,
and then some
stuff,
of the
it's not my favorite.
Some of the abstracts, artists have really influenced me and stuff too, but like only certain ones. So I feel like mostly yes, I'm very much an empath. And it goes into my art. Just binge box, like, it's like I am very I get the feel of things, and it goes into my work a lot. So
it's really cool. Glad you had found a good outlet. To
there's certain things that are like, really good to be an empath, where I can feel things, and then sometimes it can be really like a burden where I definitely have places where I have to leave the room, or like because the energy, or I have to take a nap after, or like the T-Mobile store where I just can't go in there. The vibe is just,
it's a blessing and a curse for sure. For me, like, I'm very glad that I can feel other people's things sometimes, because it really helps me to connect with people, and it helps me to be support for people and really listen to people, and they know that they can come to me because I care. But then there's the other part where I just don't want to have to feel everybody's everything all the time, and it's hard for me to like
there's a level of where it's like I have to compartmentalize some things, and sometimes it's just overwhelming, and I just need to leave the situation, and so
I could see that.
I've been considered rude sometimes because I'm just like, it's like,
Irish goodbyes.
Because I'm just like, I gotta leave and now, it's not like say goodbye to everybody. It's just like, I gotta leave now. And, the older I get, the more I can be like, know when I'm about ready to be at my limit, so then I can say my goodbyes and exit.
Yeah. Yeah. Rather than
So
like, oh,
yeah,
time's up. You know,
where
you're like,
there's
okay,
times where
5 minute
I've
warning
let
type of
myself,
thing.
yeah, I'm, luckily I'm better at it now, and I try to not overbook myself on social things, and like, if I like know I'm gonna do something with like a big group that's gonna have a lot of energy, like I won't plan anything for the next day so I can recover a little
Really,
bit.
it really takes it
Yeah,
out
it
of
really
you like
takes it out
that.
of me like that.
Interesting.
Like where there's days where I'm like, I have to talk myself into leaving the house because I can't be around anybody.
Wow.
And so sometimes I just don't.
That's very interesting that it
Because
affects
it
you
affects me a lot
like
in
that.
certain situations. Yeah, getting overstimulated.
I feel like I get like
Um,
charged up a lot of times if I'm around a bunch of people and it's a really
it
fun party or it's great or
it
whatever,
depends on the energy. Like
concert. I'm
I
like,
can have really good vibes, um, and I can have really bad ones. So like um, and I know kind of where to set those boundaries. Yeah, learning my boundaries has been good. Like I absolutely love live music, and I love concerts, but like the amount of people sometimes is overwhelming. So we would come early and get to our seats, and then we would wait until a lot of people left, and then leave.
gotcha. Yeah. You
Because
don't want to be in the herd.
I cannot be in that herd,
Yes.
um, at all. Um, that is where I get triggered and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I kind of know my boundaries,
I'm
and
glad that you know yourself and you know how best to handle
yeah, Christy,
things.
crowds are definitely hard, and like one of the reasons like why I felt like I needed to leave Seattle when I did, it was like getting to be um, my anxiety was like, I was having anxiety attacks in traffic and in
It's
certain
too
places and
bad.
stuff where I needed kind of a quieter space.
Makes sense.
And then, you know, I know myself better now, and like I've learned how to control it better, which is good.
I'm really glad. Like getting to know yourself and being able to be honest with yourself about what your limitations
Yeah.
and boundaries are is really
And like some of them I've
good.
realized I've had them for like a long time, but I just never knew how to put a name to it. And so just even learning, you know, that oh yeah, I am like an empath, and I feed off, like I said, some people are energy vampires for me, and some people charge me
Rough,
up,
man.
and then some people are I'm totally neutral with. So it just depends on the vibes, of kind of things. So
For sure.
um,
And you know who's got good vibes and who you actually want to be
yeah,
around, who you
like
will
I try to
prioritize.
gravitate towards the people who charge me, or at
Yes.
least don't train me.
At least not. Yep.
And
Yep.
then
That's how I kind of feel
you know
too.
and then yeah, and then it's interesting the way with people, like how, you know like some people think I'm like don't talk at all and I'm shy, and then there'd be other people who's like, what the hell, she talks like
It's just
like
sometimes you don't want to share in
yeah,
certain
and then there's certain
circumstances.
situations and like certain people that I don't share, with or whatever, and like um there's stuff like that where I've
More
learned
choosy.
I've learned like to be hold things and give things, and like and that balance, I
And
think,
to reserve your energy
and to
for
reserve the energy, and
where
like
you want it to go.
and reground myself when I need to, and
To charge up.
and to
Oh,
learn.
Binge Box, you're so sweet.
Aw,
You're beautiful people too. And we're so glad that you are part of our little family. Thank you. That was a very kind thing to say.
all this
And
stuff has like been very like your comments and stuff have been great tonight. Like I usually don't do this kind of thing, so this was kind of a new thing for me, and I was a little nervous at the beginning. So it's like having the feedback is and doing a couple of really great reads. Like
yeah,
it was
that
nice.
great.
Where I tried to let the not be nervous about them, just let them flow, which
Yeah,
is good.
and
So,
they're perfect.
and they were good. So
That was so good. Yeah, I'm really glad. I'm glad that this is good for
yeah,
you.
this
Been
is
working on opening up a little bit more and sharing.
Yeah.
And this is a really
It helps
good
that I've been like
thing.
looking at you most of the time and just talking with you versus
Yeah.
like then I like the comments and then
No, yeah, it's just me and you, man. There's
yeah,
nobody
it's
else
just,
here.
there's nobody else here. Yeah. That's why you won't see me looking at the camera very often because I'm like,
That's totally okay. It's totally okay, you know.
yeah.
I'm used to it at this point.
which is why I'm bad. I'm like trying to
but,
show
yeah.
people stuff like that. Like,
Aww.
aw.
Aww.
But no, this is good for me though to like go out of my comfort zone and like share stuff, which
I'm really glad.
my therapist would be so proud of me.
I am very proud. Actually, so that being said, chat, do you guys have any questions for Staci? Is there anything that you would like to ask or know? Anything is
Anything. I'm pretty open.
Oh,
Like
dear.
I'm brutally honest when I'm like actually like honest. Or, well, no, I'm honest all the time, but I'm pretty like point blank. Best time I ever used for burnout.
Oh, you burn those business cards up.
I find, I'm actually like a burner. Like and like an act of doing something like that, like when I let things go, I usually write it down and burn it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah, and that's a good practice.
and
to
I
have.
like actually to have like a candle for like my readings and stuff. Like I like the flame and the burning and like, that kind of stuff. But,
Babe, you're
go
so
to Chili's
sweet.
order.
It's
At
She
Chili's,
is obsessed with
it's
Chili's.
it's the fajitas.
like
the-
favorite thing
the
ever.
steak and shrimp fajitas.
Dude, I love the fajitas at Chili's too,
They
man.
have the best. They have the best.
Actually, we just went to Chili's recently, and I hadn't been in like 10 fucking years, and I wanted fajitas.
The night that my apartment flooded, I was at Chili's.
Really?
So I don't know
We
if
don't
that was a
have
good
one
sign or
here.
a bad sign, but
I have one here. I wish we did.
I
I got
Southwest egg rolls are really
chicken
good
and waffles.
too. Yeah. They're little like sliders. If you can get like the threesome with like the egg rolls, the sliders, and then maybe like fried pickles if I'm in that mood.
Okay, got like a combo going
Yeah,
on.
like a combo. Thing
I
going
love
on.
variety, so
Yeah.
I love combos.
I love
like
the
buffets.
samplers of like
Yes.
appetizer sampler. Just bring me all the
Yes.
appetizers.
That's why I love charcuterie.
Yeah.
Because it's fucking everything.
everything,
It's
yeah.
so everything.
Okay, so I answered the Chili's question. What haven't I painted yet that you want to paint? There's actually a lot of stuff on that list that I've tried painting and haven't been successful, or plan to paint. I was just telling Sammy I'd never been like wanting to paint a rainbow until recently, and then I'm like, well, maybe I should give that a try. And like, I would like to paint more animals. Starting with the birds, like, which I really enjoyed, doing a couple of them.
What about your deers?
And then I did paint 2 little deer in one of my last paintings.
Really? Good.
Because DJ was telling me, he's like, every time I told him about the deer, he's like, you need to paint it. You need to paint it.
Yeah.
And so I did stick 2 little deers in one of my last paintings, and I was like, I should try to do that more too, charcuterie boards. Yeah.
Yeah, Princess, you're a charcuterie person too. I love it. I actually made a massive charcuterie
If I could just
situation.
snack all the time and like with endless options like appetizers and charcuterie and stuff, it's like that's my
Actually,
I
leftover
love
from the
eating-
Henry's party, we have so much shit here still. Like I could bust out a
A
spread and
whole
a half
spread.
right now. Oh yeah. Oh
okay,
yeah.
that's what we're doing when we're
Oh,
done
we could
here.
totally
is,
do
like,
that. 'Cause
we
I was
just-
thinking maybe we'll
just
go to
snack.
Denny's, and then I was like, we got like 8 million things here.
and then they probably need to be eaten up.
Uh-huh,
So yeah,
uh-huh.
I'm like one of those people. I'm like
Uh-huh.
little bits of everything.
We got a bunch of dried
like
fruits
give me a
and
salad
everything.
bar or like something like that. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, you want to come over? Everybody come over and eat.
yes. Yes.
Uh,
Oh, definitely. Yeah, grazing foods for sure. For sure.
Let's talk
Okay,
about
Dusty
fried
had-
pickles.
Yeah, because he'd asked a question, and then it was like super funny because he's like, "Well, fuck my question. Let's talk about fried pickles."
What was
So
your
his
question, Dusty? Sorry.
He said, "So I know that you've been leaning into witchy things lately. What kind of things have you been experimenting with outside of tarot?"
That is a good question, Dusty. I've actually been doing a lot more like manifesting like spells and like kind of thing like setting water out on full moon nights for moon water, and I use a lot of the little like found objects like my feathers and like rocks and stuff, and like
Awesome.
um, just kind of doing these little spells either to like end something or like manifest something that I want to happen. Some like cutting cord kind of ceremonies and like
Yes.
burning. Trying to let go of some stuff that way.
Are
Um,
you doing it
I've
based on like very specific, like this is how you do the ritual, or is it intuitive?
It's more intuitive. Like
Cool.
I've picked up little bits of stuff here and there, just like learning about plants and rocks and stuff because I like that kind of thing. That I don't tend to go for like the how-to manuals on like stuff like that. I think it's more intuitive if you like figure out what
I
works for
agree.
you. Um, so I tend to make up my own things, like what I say and like what I do. But I
Fantastic.
think if you do a ritual while you say something, the two actions together like help. And I've
Yes.
actually always done that with, I mean, even as a kid, I would like say something to a stick and drop it in the water and watch it float away. And so I think I've always kind of had that in me. But then being brought up in a
Yeah.
very like Christian household, I squelched it for a long time. And then when I let it back out, of course, I read up on like all these other different religions. And then I picked out like little pieces of what I like. So
That's the way to do it.
like I said, I'm not really into organized religion, but I've read a lot of like stuff on it. I'm more spiritual, and so I've picked little bits of like Taoism and Buddhism, um, which, and it's funny if the Catholics actually stopped and thought about how much ritual stuff they did, how pagan it is that they do. Um, you know, it's so hypocritical. I find it funny.
It's all
But
ritual.
I've
It's
I've
all
yeah
ritual.
I've picked out my own little things, and so and like I said, I've always kind of gone to the dark side and stuff. So like I experimented with like what like the commercial witch was supposed to be like, in college a bit, being Wiccan, and it was like,
Sure.
and one of my most recent acquaintances that's kind of got to know me, he thinks I'm pagan. That's kind of what he thinks I am. But I've always liked history. I've always liked rituals and what people pass down to the next generation, and beliefs are in that for me. So, um,
Absolutely.
and some of the stuff like the tarot cards and like the moon water, I don't necessarily like consider it fully like witchy. It's just something that I think follows a ritualistic history of who we
Yes.
are
Yeah, being able to focus your intentions and
on
using
something. Yeah,
things to help focus that intention. I mean, that it just seems like a standard thing.
yeah. And
And
so I've
people use
done,
it in different ways.
yeah,
Like, oh, let's sing the same songs at church all the time to do this
exactly.
thing. That's their way of
That's their
doing
way of
that. And then
thing.
I don't know, the incense or whatever at Catholic mass or something. They have these very specific things to invoke certain
Steak and
things.
mushrooms. Yes, love it. And peanut butter and jelly.
Yes.
Not together, not the four of them. Steak and the mushrooms,
Yeah.
yes. Peanut
Yeah.
butter and
Like
jelly,
peanut
yes.
butter and jelly. I had a peanut butter and jelly last night. It sure was so good.
I peanut butter is a weird thing for me because it was like Pete's favorite thing, and so like for the first year I couldn't eat it because it would make me cry. But I love peanut butter, so it's like I've slowly worked it back in.
Good.
I'm like,
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, peanut butter generally has never been my favorite. Like, I don't hate it or dislike it, but as far as like candies and stuff, like I'm not gonna go for the Reese's peanut butter cups or whatever. over other things. But
Yeah.
if that's all, I'll be like, okay. And then once
Okay.
I start eating, I'm like, this is actually good.
See, he was just such a nut. Like, we always had peanut butter and nuts, and like, so yeah, they've been kind of a. I'm getting all choked up.
Like physically.
Like a trigger for me, like since so.
Interesting.
But I love a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know, like
Yeah.
especially if
Or
you.
maybe it's a way of like honoring.
Have you ever grilled
them as
peanut
well.
butter and jelly sandwich like you do a grilled
Tavia
cheese?
has
It is so
she put
freaking good.
apples in it too.
Bananas,
It was really good.
peanut butter and
Ooh.
bananas, and grill it.
Mm,
Oh my god,
that
it's the
sounds
best
so
thing
good,
ever.
dude.
Yeah, pagan I think is a good descriptor, you know, because I definitely fall into that kind of like, you know, like I've tried rune stones and stuff too, and like I'm like 81.3% Scandinavian. I did my
Really cool.
you know, the 23andMe thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the rest of it is like, you know, all the Northern European, you know, like my dad's side is like part Scandinavian, but then he's also like the English, Irish, Welsh, you know, kind of. And then there was like a 0.5% from like South Africa or something. I was like,
Oh,
I think we all have just that little tid of like Africa. in us.
Yeah.
But basically, I'm the whitest white girl ever.
Interesting.
Like, you know, very
Yeah.
European, but like I've always kind of like gravitated towards like the Viking side of my heritage, and like I like the runes and the the history of like, and the mythology of like Loki and Thor and Odin, and in the traditional sense, not necessarily the comic book versions, but I find those interesting as well.
Sure. Yeah. That's really cool.
You know, which is why a lot of times I paint ravens, is they're Odin's ravens, you know, like, and I gravitate towards that. So yeah, I think just the practices that I do are more nature based and stuff. So like pagan's a pretty good name for it if you have to label it. But I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't really like to label things like that. You know, like I don't like labels in general.
I
like
don't either. And that's like with pagan, like there's certain aspects of paganism that I definitely vibe with. But like paganism in a technical sense is the belief in multiple gods. So like monotheism is like, you know, I believe in one god, but paganism, like the actual like definition of paganism, doesn't necessarily take into account the nature rituals and stuff. But a lot of those people were pagans, but it's the belief in multiple gods, you know.
And
so that part I'm like, okay, so I don't fit in that label because I don't believe in gods, but I do understand where they were coming from with the way that they connected to those things through nature and divination
and see, and mine
things.
is a big nature thing, you know.
Totally.
Like I feel closer to the powers that be outside than I ever would in a building, you know, like kind of thing, where even when I was exploring different religions and like, you know, testing the waters on those kind of things, like where I was like, I just didn't feel it inside. And I like to do like a lot of my manifestation outside, you know,
I like that. That's good.
you know, and if I don't do it outside, I do it with like the 4 elements. You know, I always have a candle burning. I have a glass of moon water, hopefully, and then have like a rock or something to represent the earth, and then there's always the air, you know, which is lovely that it's always there.
I know, right? That's so easy.
It's so easy.
I love
But
it.
you know, and I like to do a lot of my readings with those elements around me too, like you know, and stuff too. Yeah, like you know, I've never been atheist where I didn't believe in anything. I've definitely been agnostic a bit where I wasn't sure what I believed, you know, which is why I explored the different religions and like read up on, you know, and of course, you know, even just reading about Buddhism, you know, I was going to go to hell, you know, type of thing, where like that's one of the other things that I definitely rebelled against, you know. It's like
how dare you actually look at other options?
how I,
you
know, have an open mind about, you know, and it's like
that's the opposite of organized religion. You do not want an open mind, closed mind.
Yeah.
This is the information.
And
Here's the answers.
most
You're
of the
done.
organized religions I find very hypocritical of like where you can, it's like a credit card system where it's like you can sin all week and then if you go in and confess, you've been wiped out. Like I just I do the whole like uh yeah, fuck the labels. I do a lot more of, like the golden rule type of thing or karma, where like I believe you should treat people like you should be treated, and
I
like,
agree.
that I, try to just be like, my own moral compass of like what I think is right and wrong, and
Yes.
like, that.
It's
and,
not
and
that hard to do if you're not an asshole.
Exactly.
Actually, I had an entire conversation
I
on
try
Facebook
not to be an
today.
asshole.
Me too. Yeah, a whole conversation on Facebook that's been going for a couple days, and most of the time, seriously, 97% of the times, I just scroll by shit that I don't fucking agree with or whatever,
Yeah, you
and I
just
don't
let
choose
it-
to even put my 2 cents in. But there's certain times that I feel that I want to share an alternative perspective, and
Because a lot of people do need to hear it. Like,
yes, and maybe it'll help inspire thought
Yeah.
in them. So yeah, there's this whole freaking conversation going where this guy was basically saying something to the effect of, because people aren't into Jesus is why this country is so fucked up, and there's pretty much no way that people can make these choices and live a life of kindness and love without the direction of Jesus. And I was like, excuse me. Excuse me. Like, normally I'll just scroll by. But
Yeah.
let me just let you know. This is how I feel about it. I truly am a good person, and I am not God-fearing. I don't fear that if I'm not, something's going to happen to me. I didn't need anybody to give me a fucking rule book saying this is how you have to
Yeah.
behave and this is what you need to do.
And everybody interprets things differently too. Like, a lot of the things that they're like, I did this in the name of God, type of stuff was amazingly evil things,
Yes,
and like,
fucking A, I brought that up. I actually made a list of that today too, because she was basically trying to insinuate that if people just followed God, that no, she was like, when people stray from God, the rapes and murders and all of these things happen, and the theft and everything. And I was like, hold on, can we talk about the like conquistadors right now
Yeah.
or whatever? Like,
Yeah.
they went to other people's countries,
The
told them that
Crusades,
yeah, with the Crusades, they came over, they said you were wrong,
And
they
you gotta do it
killed
this
them,
way, yeah.
raped them, stole their shit because they were judging them because they didn't believe. It was like so many wars have been fought because
all of the
of
wars have
religion.
been fought
Yes.
because of like,
So I brought all that fucking shit up. I did,
Good.
'cause- and I was like, and I kept saying, if this is right for you, I support you believing what you want to believe. It's fine. I'm not trying to tell you not to. I want you to believe what you want to believe. I'm not
Yeah.
sitting here like you fucking idiot believing this dumb shit. Like some people get like that. I don't care. I want you to be happy and believe what you want, but don't sit there and tell me that I can't possibly be a good,
person,
kind, loving
yeah.
person without. And I'm like, okay, everybody's murdered people over this religion at this point. Like,
Yeah,
come the
and
fuck
Christy,
on,
like,
man.
rapes and murders happen before God, and then they happen during, and they will continue.
Yes.
It's like, there's dark people out there.
And how many of these people that go shoot shit up and whatever are doing shit like in the name of the Lord?
Yeah,
You know,
because
like people are
these
doing
sinners
that
need to be
sometimes.
like taken off the earth,
Yes.
type of stuff. Where it just,
It's like it's not that black and white. Like, oh, if you follow Jesus, society just followed Jesus, everything would be fine, and there'd be no rapes and no murders, and
No.
everything would be totally great. Like that is not
That is
how
not.
that works at all.
And I'm fully believe that not one way works for everybody either. Like,
Absolutely.
if you believing, like, if you being like a particular religion makes you a better person, then good on you. I'm not gonna like try to convince you to come to my side.
Totally.
But it's like, it's how you use the information and like what you're doing with it that it really bothers me. Like, but
sure.
if this person believes and it makes her a better person,
Yeah.
I'm happy for her.
For sure. What is
but
believe whatever the fuck you want.
Exactly. And
But
like,
and if some people need a little bit more direction
then,
on how to
yeah,
navigate through this world in a good,
some
honorable way,
some people
that's
need
fine.
the structure. You know,
They do.
they said, you know, a lot of the, you know, even like sending like juvenile delinquents into the military to give them that structure. Um, you know, it was kind of for that same reason. There's just, they felt
Yeah,
like some
structure.
people needed like certain structure differently.
And that was
you know,
designed. I mean, the whole thing, religion was designed as structure for
yeah,
people.
it's structure. It's just like putting it, you know, but it really was some guy saying, this is what I believe and this is the structure
Absolutely.
for this religion.
Yes. I mean, it was
You
the
know,
easiest way to govern a large population when
Yeah.
they govern themselves because they're God-fearing.
Yeah.
So you don't need to have security guards watching you.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter
because
if a
there's
person's
the big
watching.
security guard in the
Big
sky.
security, Big Brother is fucking watching.
Yeah.
So
And
you
if you
be afraid of
slide,
yourself.
the devil's gonna like take you to
Yep.
his side. Yeah.
Yep. It's crazy to me, to be honest. Like the whole thing that people believe it in this literal of a way. To me, I do not understand it, and I think it's kind of kooky. But when it comes to the individual, some people really benefit from it. Some people need the community.
Yeah.
You know, and I would never try to tell them that they shouldn't have that. They can have that. Do I have a judgment about their, levels of introspection?
Yeah.
Yes. Am I disappointed that some people aren't willing to try to dismantle things and see things from
And have
another angle?
Yeah,
Like I wish
have
they would.
the open mind to have like a
Yes.
genuine discussion
Mhm.
about what something
Yes.
means.
But it's not
like,
genuine discussion with them. It's just like, well, God said so, and
Yeah, exactly.
God works in mysterious ways.
and
Like,
it's not it's not open to discussion for them.
it's just
Which
regurgitating the same shit constantly.
exactly, which I've always felt like you can hold a decent conversation, with someone who has an open mind and can see opposing sides
Yes.
on things. But if they can only see the one side, you're never going to get anywhere in that conversation. It's like,
Absolutely.
so there's roads I just don't go down with certain people because I'm like,
And
they
there's certain
can't-
times I'll try. I'll test
try.
the waters, and honestly, in this conversation today, I hit a point where I was like, well, I can see that this conversation is pretty much like me arguing with a fence post right now,
Yeah.
because you're not going to see where I'm coming from at all.
Yeah.
And we ended up continuing at that point, and we found a nice way to end the conversation peacefully. And she was like, okay, well, I hope that you continue to be happy through your life. And I was like, thank you very much.
And
cool.
that's kind of like
But it's tough.
I can
sometimes.
disagree with what you believe in and still find you to be a good person. But not all
Absolutely.
people are like that. There's a lot of people that are just like, no, you have to believe what I believe.
Yes. Yes.
And I've never been one of those persons. I'm like, I have what I believe, and I don't. And if whatever you believe works for you,
Yep.
I'm all good.
And the irony of this whole thing, the biggest hypocrisy of all, I feel like, is the majority of people who are these super Bible-y, judgy, you have to believe what I believe, and I'm going to control your body and
The
control
zealots,
everything.
the-
They are the
yeah.
ones who are waving the fucking flags and screaming about freedom. So I make sure to use certain verbiage with one thing that I
yeah.
typed yesterday.
Right.
I said, I believe that you have the freedom to believe in what you believe, but I want you to respect my freedom
Freedom
to
to
not.
believe, yeah.
Because they're like, oh, that's what's wrong with the country. The country. No.
No.
Do you believe in freedom? Because
Yeah.
you're the one waving the flag with the shirt with the freedom.
Yeah, with the
whatever. So do you really believe in freedom, or do you only want freedom for you and your beliefs? Because that's not fucking freedom. So I make sure to use certain terminology to not to be like throw it in your face, but I want you to think about it. Think
Yeah.
about when you yell about freedom all the time. What does that mean to
What
you?
does that mean to you?
Does this
Yeah.
mean freedom for everybody, or just freedom
for you and how you think freedom should look?
That ain't
Yeah.
fucking freedom. That
Exactly,
is controlling.
exactly.
Oh, everyone should have prayers in school and everyone should do all these things. Like, no, you can pray if you fucking want to, man.
Just like reading some of the comments,
Yeah,
like
if
while
you
we're
can't hold,
discussing.
You cannot hold a conversation without using other people's words. Yep, then you're incapable of thinking for yourself. That's the thing. It's that regurgitating over and over and over.
The people that decorate their houses with those little signs that you can buy everywhere with like the quotes on them, you know. I'm like, do you not have an original thought in your head, or like
The answer is no.
interpret art, or you know, and they post like the stuff that they post on like Facebook, none of it's original, and like, you know, stuff too.
Yes,
And it's like,
that's something I noticed too, is like a lot of the memes and stuff that have these like these inspirational quotes and you know, like,
like,
I don't know, whatever, but I'm like, why don't you write how you feel? Why are you only
like,
sharing these things that are already
already out there?
It already exists.
And most of them, I think think they should post them, and they're not even resonating with them. It's just like, I should be posting, you know, live, laugh, love, because everyone else is.
Yes.
All my girlfriends are, you know,
100%.
Kind of thing,
And honestly, I think, and this is, you know, a very blanket statement. I do not mean this for every single person that is of, you know, religious persuasion, but generally, no. A lot of them do not think for themselves in that kind of way. They're much more basic.
They much go with the crowd and
Yes,
conform.
it's like, this is what everybody says, so this must be true, and I'm not really going to question it because everyone's just told me all the answers, and then this is what we do, and these are the kind of things that we say, and these are the kind of clothes that we wear, and you know, you get married, you have the kids, you do the thing,
and
you
get
live
the
the
dog,
American
and you
dream.
buy the house, and like,
this is the way that
way.
things are done. And I think lack of traveling and lack of experience really says a lot for that, which is why I believe a lot of this is in the small towns. It's the people that have never left their small towns.
Yeah.
Or maybe they went to Disneyland on a vacation, or they one time went and did this
They
thing,
went to
or
a
whatever.
conformed place for their vacation,
Yes.
too. You know,
But
it's
they're
like,
in this echo chamber. They have all these people around them
Yep.
that are all saying the same thing, so it's like this reaffirming
they don't have that
thing.
diversity of like
No.
ideas, and like,
All they hear is liberals are bad people, crazy people in Seattle, liberals, blah, 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 blah. That's where the crazy people are. We know. We live in Arkansas, and we know exactly what's going on and how it is.
And then, of course, there's always the opposite side to all the coins, too. You know, there's the ones that are so overly, like, they, you know, there's like the overly conservative Christian, you know, kind of thing, but then there's like the extreme liberal on the other side, too, that wants to fight everything to the point of ludicrousy, and like,
yes,
you know, where it doesn't even make sense what they're fighting over.
There's
and
so
what
much
they're
built
like,
up angst that they're just ready to fight over everything.
And so,
and that's an issue as well.
And
so
that's an
happy
issue as
fucking
well.
middle
And that's
ground,
what
man.
I
Everything's
think-
not worth a fucking fight.
Yeah.
It ends up becoming the same kind of thing where it's so judgmental, and everybody on any extreme is just like, la la la, can't hear you, don't care what you have to say. And that's not how we will find ways to communicate and find.
And I think that's
middle
why we're
ground.
so separated right now too. It's gone to those extremes a lot. And I've always been one of those people where I'm in the middle. Like, I can see both sides. I can see the good points, the bad points on each side.
Yes,
I can
me too.
hold opposing ideas in my head and not go crazy.
Absolutely.
Because,
absolutely,
you know, and sometimes it's hard to be in that position because, you know, I don't like to choose sides on things, because I'm like, you know what, you have some points and you have some points,
yes,
but not either one of you have all the points.
Yes.
You know,
there's very few things that, like, especially like social issues or whatever, that I have like a very hard fucking line.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Roe versus Wade. I'm like, I'm sorry, none of your opinions fucking matter. Yeah. Like, sorry, like, I understand what you think that you're doing, but like, no. Like, there's a big hard fucking no. But with a lot of the other things, I'm like, hey, believe what you want. You're welcome to believe what you want. But with that one, I'm like, you don't have a right to believe that you can force me to, like,
exactly. I'm like, and
like,
it's like every person should have the right to choose what they do with their body, their mind, their religion, beliefs. You know,
Agreed.
to a
1,000,000%.
point where as long as it doesn't like harm anybody else. Like if your religion requires human sacrifices,
Yeah,
you know, that's
not
kind
good.
of where I draw my line
Uh huh.
on
Uh
that
huh.
stuff.
Uh huh.
But
For sure.
um I think on most things like everything should be a personal choice and the government should not dictate what religion you follow, what you can do or not do with your body, with your brain,
Yes.
you know,
Which is why it's the separation of church and state. It's not a fucking Christian
exactly.
nation. I love how so many people are like, "It's a Christian nation." It's like,
It's
okay,
one
there was a
nation under
lot
God.
of
Yeah.
Christians back in the day, but they specifically wrote into the
Like
Constitution that there was a separation.
all of our
Like,
ancestors came over here to like freedom of religion. Like, oh, how have we forgotten that?
yes,
You know, we have.
they have.
They have.
And you know,
Um,
Princess, I see what you and Christy are saying over there. I you know, like we we're talking about, I agree and disagree at the same time. Yes, with the internet, there's not much of an excuse because you're open to the entire fucking world.
Yeah.
And people have the ability to research and learn about these other things that could change their perspective. But on the other side of that,
and there's a lot
if
of people who
they're-
think everything they read is
that's a, yeah. And then
truth,
Christy's
too,
saying
you know.
misinformation is huge
Misinformation
too.
is huge.
But just the fact too
Huge,
that
huge.
that there's such a closed-minded perspective that these people are living in a bubble. It's a bubble where everyone around them feels like this. So in order to break out of that, in order to be like, okay, well, I researched things and now I'm having all these questions and maybe I don't believe it. Now you have to go break your grandmother's poor heart by telling her
and
that you
that's-
don't believe.
That's basically what I did. Like, you know, in college, I started reading all these other religions and, like, because I just, I found a lot of, like, things I didn't like about, you know, what what I had been exposed to as, you know, as a kid. And, you know, like, they were so worried about me, you know, she's going, you know, she's, like, going to hell, you know, she's evil, you know, kind of thing. And like, you know, and it was, but I was just wanted to be informed, you know, like I wanted to, and I've always been one of those people, like, I like to learn things and I like to
You have that
learn
curious
the
mind,
sides,
what
the
Princess was
curious
talking-
mind.
the
Yeah,
curious
it's
mind.
like,
Some of us just innately have that, and some
yeah,
people,
you know,
just
and some people don't, you know, it's like, have I read some of the Bible? Yes. Have I read all of it? No. And I think it has some interesting like stories in it.
Yeah.
You
Some
know,
good metaphors,
some
some
good
good
metaphors,
fables
some
and
good
stuff
fables.
like that. But it's not a goddamn rule.
But it's
book.
not a rule book. But neither is like any of the other religious texts either. You know, so I'm not just bashing Christians per se or Catholic
Sure,
or like
anything that's a very specific.
and a lot of that I
thing.
think is like it's all kind of the same but different. Like the God is like the spoke of, you know, the center of the wheel, and all the religions are the little spokes that come out of it.
Yeah.
They all come from that center space and they all share a lot of the same things.
You're right. There's
In
a lot
this
of reoccurring
circle,
things.
there's a lot of reoccurring things.
But they're
that
like, no, my version is more
better,
worthy
you know?
than yours.
And then if I tell someone who's highly religious and some one of them that their religion is just the same as the next one, oh my God.
Nope.
You know, like, and even saying, oh my God, you know.
Well, it's funny, even with Christianity, which is like one religion, you've got like the Baptists and the Presbyterians and whatever,
Yeah.
and you have so many different versions.
Yeah,
and
the
it's like,
little
okay,
differences.
So you
and,
guys
like,
are just like deciding your own shit at this point.
Yeah.
And you have your church that's your
someone
Presbyterian
along
church,
the
and you
way-
believe these things, but the Baptists are totally wrong, or are they only partially wrong?
Wrong, yeah.
Because you're all Christians, but you're not the same Christians.
Same Christians. And
so,
some are stricter, some are, yeah. And see,
Yeah,
I
it's
was kind of
crazy.
brought up Lutheran, which basically came from Catholic origins, but they didn't like all the idol worship and,
Okay.
you know, the certain things like, you know, they saw like putting the cross with the little Jesus on it in your house as like being like idol worship. And then they saw, you know, like some of the rituals, like the palm leaves and whatever, is like being too pagan. So, you know,
Interesting.
Martin Luther like decided to take the little bits of like Catholic that he liked and his own ideas from the Bible and created a whole new religion. But
You just don't get to just do that. But apparently
did.
they
But
do.
he did.
Fuck.
You know, and it's like that's the kind of like random knowledge that's in my head because I read up on certain things. I'm like, well, how did it go from this to this? Because this guy, and there was people that agreed with him, and it turned into a whole thing. You know, so.
And then you've got Mormonism where this guy's like, I found magical tablets in the desert, but you can't see them.
Yeah.
But you have to believe me.
Yeah.
And like,
And people do.
and they fucking do. It's just
Because
so
you can have as many
interesting.
wives as you want. No.
Yeah.
You know,
17 fucking kids
you gotta
and shit.
have
Oh my
the
God.
you know, like you gotta have the perks that go with it.
It's so interesting. People just pick and choose.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
the fuck
And
they
that's
want.
and you know, I do it too. Like I have certain pieces of things that I like and I work into my life.
But that's cool because you're not claiming I'm this thing because
Yeah.
somebody took these parts and smooshed them
and
together,
I'm
and
not
that's what I am.
And I'm not gonna start Stacyism or something like that, you know. Like I don't care if anybody
Yeah.
joins me. In fact, everybody
No.
just fuck off. I'm
No,
doing my own
it's-
thing, you know. Like
It's great. It works for you. And I think that most of us have done that. Like for me, I pick different parts of different things that
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. All right. But then also a lot of the things that I want to say believe or I lean more towards, I guess is a better way to put it. They're just things that I've worked out in my own head, and it's
Yeah.
not even a part of someone else's belief system.
it's
It's
just
I've
from
sat
your
with myself,
experience and
yeah,
like you figured it out. And yeah.
introspectively, and I'm like, okay, I feel
Magical
like this
underwear.
makes
What are we talking about now?
the Mormons talking about
Oh,
the
yeah.
justification for banging multiple women because they wear the undergarments.
Yeah.
Which you have to have special magical
Yeah,
undergarments
undergarments.
to like protect you. It's very strange, but it's ritual. It's
Yeah.
one more version
It's just
of
another ritual,
and
really.
it's something that they can do to control people. Because hey, if you're going to do this thing, you need to have these things. You need to.
Now
wear
I'm
it,
like,
you know?
you know, my mind instantly goes into like the dirtiness. So I'm like magical underwear.
I know,
I'm
yeah,
like,
what's
I'm like,
going on?
I'm like, what's going on down there? Like, what
Where can you
what
get
do we?
some?
Yeah.
Utah, Christy. Utah. No, I think that might be something too to be like, okay, every day you have to put this thing on, and every day when you're walking around, you know that you have this layer, so this
And
is
it's
your
this
reminder.
ritual of like, yeah, but and that's all this stuff is, and even, you know, some of the stuff that, you know, is considered anti-religion. It's all like, look up soaking.
Do you know what that one? Did you hear about that? I
No.
more recently last year would have heard about this. I had no idea.
I've literally
This
had
is-
my head in the sand for the
Okay,
last
this
like
is so fucked up. Are you
year
ready
and a half.
for this? I believe it is associated with Mormonism, where you're not, or maybe it's just religion in general. I think it's Mormonism. You're not supposed to have sex before you're married. It just says you're not supposed to have sex, but so they're like, oh, well, sex is like the in out.
The penetration.
So if we can penetrate, but if we're not doing in out, then it's
Then
not,
it's not
actually
so
sex.
sex.
So they're doing this where they will have somebody as a witness there to make sure that
That
there's
they're
no
not
in out,
actually-
and they'll actually like insert penetration, but like not move. And that way, God's not mad at you. It's fine if you stick the dick in, but you don't wiggle it around.
But you don't
It's
wiggle it
fine.
around. It's fine.
When I heard about
so
that, I
they're
was
finding
like,
they're
no.
finding loopholes in
Loopholes.
it. To be like, yeah,
Just fuck somebody and just take your fucking chances
Yeah.
at this point. My God.
exactly.
What? Come on.
Come on.
And there's like people watching.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to make sure that
Yeah.
they're not going in and out. And it,
Yeah, you just
So you just put it in, leave
Yes,
it there.
Yes.
But that I guess it's the in and out. So if you're just in and out, like
You're in one time, you
I'm
sit
and
there,
out.
you're just hanging out, whoop, and then you're like, okay, done, but we're fine because we didn't actually do the pumping.
and now
Oh yeah, the anal. A lot of people are doing that too in the Mormon religion too. They're like, oh, it's vaginal sex is technically sex, so you can
the
stick it in my butt.
anal
And
or
it's fine.
oral is fine.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it's not
yeah.
actually
Oh,
sex.
yes, that was the other part. The witness jumps on the bed
Right.
to help them
them
along, but they can't move. That's right. Thank you for reminding me of that. Yeah.
The witness
yeah,
jumps on
yeah,
the
yeah,
bed.
yeah. So there's a movement,
they-
but they can't, like, no gyration. This is something that's actually happening. Religion is so fucked up that it is making
That
people
is
feel like
can't.
they can't like follow their own instinct, and if you like somebody, go do your thing or whatever, wrap it up, be careful. But like, to
Yeah.
make people feel so guilty about
Got
everything
it.
is so fucking
Well,
sad,
and
dude.
I've seen like in college I saw a lot of people get married because they felt guilty about having sex without getting married. And then I saw all these
Crazy.
crazy bad divorces later
Yes.
because they got married too
Yes.
early because they thought they should because they were having sex.
Yes.
And like just stuff like that where I'm
It's
just
so
like,
shitty.
why? But I've never really had like any kind of guilt associated with sex, so like I don't get it to
No.
begin with, anyways. But I'm definitely not a prude over here. You know, the kind of thing where like you know, I just saw so much of that, and I was just like, are you just getting married to have sex?
Yes.
Or are you
Yes.
getting married because you feel guilty that you're even like hang out with this person like without like, you know, it's like, or you know, do you actually want to spend the rest of your life with this person, you know? And it's like the literally like
No.
most of those people I know that got married in college or been divorced,
Yeah. Or some girl that would get knocked up,
and they felt like
and
they
then they're
needed
like,
to
"Oh
get
shit!"
married.
Like,
and
did you see
yeah.
that movie, Riding in Cars with Boys?
Mhm.
I love that movie, and it's super sad and fucked up, but it's a really good, accurate
It's a thinker.
portrayal of what happens when a young person gets pregnant and is forced, because it takes place in the 50s, you know, and it's like what happens when you're young and you get pregnant and you're not given choices. You have to marry this guy that you just hooked up with, who ends up in the movie being a fucking junkie
Yeah.
anyway, and then the mom doesn't get to go to college and do the things they want to do, and ends up being resentful and fucks the kid up, which the whole movie is from the perspective of the kid. Talking about how their mom fucked them up because the mom didn't want them. And I'm like, dude, like, why was this the way to go about it? You know,
Yeah.
like, you don't just force somebody to marry somebody. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Man.
So in the 40s, my grandmother got pregnant before married.
Oh.
And, you know, I mean, this is the
40s,
40s.
that's big deal.
That's big deal. So, she did not want to get married to the guy, and her family agreed that she shouldn't get married to the guy.
Okay.
But so they sent her off to, like, a home for unwed mothers so she could have the baby and put it up for adoption without anybody knowing.
Yes, that
Her,
was such a thing.
her brothers didn't even know. I mean, they just sent her away.
They would totally do that because it was shame.
Because it was shame. And, like,
and these are the people making the rules for the country, are the people who
Yeah.
did shit like that and feel
and then,
like that. Oh,
you know,
my God.
and I have to applaud my grandfather because, like, when he met her, the friend that they met through, it also had been at that home, so he knew she was, you know, had a child. And he just asked her, like, did you love him? And, like, why didn't you marry him? You know, kind of thing. Like, that was his questions, his only questions. And she was like, I did love him, but because of his drinking and our religious differences, I didn't want to marry him. And he's like, okay, I'm good.
That's fair.
And they, you know, but it was just when she told us all, which was a big shocker one Christmas, about this, you know, it was just like, you know, realizing that, I mean, only her parents knew that where she was and what she was doing. She just got, I'm like, I think they
so
told her
crazy.
brothers that she got sent somewhere to work, you know, like,
Yeah, they always made up something.
and you could be gone for like 9 months for on a, you know,
the
some
boarding
kind of thing,
school
you know,
or whatever,
yeah.
whatever
Well, I mean,
bullshit.
she was in her 20s at the time, so
Oh.
like early 20s.
Yeah, then you
but
can make
like,
up
you
whatever.
know, so yeah, they're just helping the family go work somewhere, you know.
It's just-
And they
it's
would like
crazy.
at the girls' home, they would put them to work doing stuff like laundry or whatever, you know. So it's like they couldn't just like hang out and be pregners, you know. It
It
was
just
like,
doesn't make fucking sense why it's anybody's business and everybody gets judged so hard. Like, people
like,
just want
can
to
you
bang it
imagine your
out.
choices is
My
like
God.
either get sent away, like people are ashamed of you, or like you gotta fucking marry this guy and, you know, deal with it, or, you know, it's like it's really, and then one of my friends is going through a really bad divorce right now. Got married right out of high school, waited to have sex with him, and then he was so controlling and, like, 40 years, not 40 years because we're not that old. Um, almost 30 years of marriage, though, of having a very controlling, like, she's, and not knowing anything different, and then finally, like, getting out of it and realizing how unhappy she's been, and, like,
That's what happens when you marry somebody you don't fucking know.
yeah.
And then even like oh, you're not supposed to live with somebody before you're married. I'm like,
But that's the best
yeah,
way
you
to, like,
fucking
figure
should.
it
Yes,
out.
because
Yeah.
if I marry somebody, I'm committing to be with this person and to work it out
24/7, and
yes.
like, I need to know
So
if I
want
can be
to
around
know.
them 24/7.
I really want to know. Like, it's
Yeah.
very important. You gotta test the merchandise in that kind
Yeah.
of way. Are we compatible forever?
And that goes for sex too. Like, it's like there's a compatibility there too that I think is very important for relationships. Is it everything? No.
But especially like respect,
Yeah.
especially is such an important thing. Like, if you're gonna be with someone and he's gonna be controlling and unrespectful of you,
Yeah.
like, how could you imagine you have to stay because you told your family and you said okay in front of God, so therefore now you have
Yeah.
this obligation.
And even, like, being
no.
separated right now, she feels so guilty about, like, dating this other guy because she's not, they're not fully divorced yet. And, like, I was just like, that is your, like, how you were brought up
It's
to
dogma.
believe. It's, it's like,
It totally fucking
it's
is.
like, are you guilty, or are you, like,
Yeah.
or do you just feel like you should be guilty, kind of thing, like.
We shouldn't ever be made to feel guilty for doing what is right.
What makes us
to
happy.
make the right choice. Like, and Dusty's grandparents, I love them so much. They're like the sweetest, kindest people, and they're very accepting, and they understand that we are different. It's fine. But when me and Dusty, before we got married, we were living with each other, which was really good. I'm glad that we did, and we made a very wise decision. We knew we could live with each other. And at one point, his grandma just made just a little comment about, like, I pray for y'all every night, and the fact that y'all are living with each other before married, like, it's not my favorite idea type of thing. And she wasn't being, like, rude or mean about it, but she was expressing how she felt about it, and that she prays for us every night because we're doing a bad thing, basically. And in a very respectful response, I was like, well, honestly, I think it's really fantastic because me and Dusty are really making sure that we are, able to be with each other for forever, which is what marriage is all about, And I just left it at that, I had to just put my 2 cents in there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, like, thank you, but I don't need you to pray for me because you think that I'm doing something wrong. But there's shame in it. There's not shame. I think it's shameful to just, like, be like, oh, you held hands with that boy? You got to get married.
Yeah.
I see
Yeah.
what's happening. You kissed him. Okay. It's like, oh, if you touch the fruit, it's yours. You gotta
It's
buy
yours,
it.
yep.
Like, no, that's not how that
Yes,
works.
That's how that works.
But there's a lot of
I'm, like, catching some of the
ideas.
comments in here. Yeah, physical compatibility is just as important as the rest of it. Like, physical compatibility to me, and, like, mental and, like, yeah, it's like I want to be someone who we're, like, that I connect to on all levels, kind of thing, where
Sure.
and it's interesting, like, and different relationships work for different people.
Absolutely.
And I'm in that same boat where I'm like, if you're happy, I don't care what you're,
Totally.
like, what you're doing exactly, as long as you guys are happy.
Yeah.
It's the
Everyone's
everybody's
experience is
relationships have
different.
differently,
Yeah.
and, like, and there's definitely, like, people that are very compatible, like, as friends, but then they get married and then, like, find out they're not so compatible that way, and, like, and then there's the people who their marriage is more like a friendship, kind of thing, than it is like a more of a sexual thing too. And it's like, if that makes you happy,
Yeah.
You know, there's all kinds of relationships
There's so many
out
different
there.
kinds of partnerships.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
yeah, it's individual
And
to
there's the people
the
that,
people involved.
you know,
It's no one else's
yeah, and
business to tell
it's
anybody what it has to be, you
yeah.
know, as long as it's
Long as it's
kind, you
mutual
know, and
and
as long
like
as everybody
and you communicate,
understands.
you
Yeah.
know, there's all kinds of different relationships, you know. It's like
Whoa. Chrissy's dad and stepmom were together for 3.5 years before
getting
getting down and dirty, and it was neither of their first marriage, so it wasn't even like they were virgins. Whoa.
wow.
That's so interesting.
That is interesting.
And then I just saw the comment up top, the Magdalene sisters in Ireland. I don't know about that one. Do you know about
They
that?
were talking about you know, like the homes like that my grandma went to and stuff, that they were
Oh.
like you know, they're still around um like into the 70s and 80s, and there's probably still around, really. It's just
People don't talk about it as
people
much
don't
now.
talk about it. It's not as common and stuff. It's like, I'm like, you know, I was like, someone the other day was like, we were watching a movie and they're like, is there even orphanages out there anymore? And I was like, well, not like it used to be, but there's still like those kind of systems in place, you know, like um, they just kind of call it different
Yeah,
things.
where
And
do
I
all
think there's
the
like
unwanted kids go?
exactly, there's like some sort of, but it's not like the orphanages that we would see in like the old
Like
movies
Annie and
either.
whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
There's different systems in place now and stuff, but and some of that is so messed up, it's ridiculous, you know. Um,
Yeah, Christy, it's fine. Like you,
and if you have a kid and like, you know,
it's
you're
not the right
unmarried,
thing.
you know,
It's fine.
I definitely took a different path too. Like I didn't get married until I was 30. Let's see, how old was I? 30, 36, 37. Um, because I'd rather be single than be with the wrong person before that. And then I met this wonderful guy, you know, when I was in my late 30s, he was in his early 40s. We're together for a couple of years, decided to get married. Not for anybody else, but for us. I mean, we went and eloped because it was definitely a personable thing. And if you've been listening all night, or, you know, every once in a while I mention Pete, and that's who he was, and he unfortunately passed away about 20 months ago. So I've been dealing with the loss of him a lot, which has got into my art, and it's made me reassess some things, like and like learning my boundaries, and a lot of the stuff that we've talked about is a lot of soul searching since then. And
But it's like one door closes, another door opens.
exactly,
and, you're going
and
through
it's
those
like
doors.
I'm at the point where, like, I know I will never stop loving him, but I'm also like open to, like, you know, he's gone, so it's like I'm open for hope, I guess, you
I'm
know,
so
at some
glad.
point.
I'm so proud
But
of you.
if I never find anybody else, you know, I'm probably okay too, you know. But
You've done really, really well considering the circumstances. You know, like, it was nuts. Like, if somebody has cancer and you have time to prepare,
yeah,
it still sucks. But I mean, it was COVID, man.
They say like sudden deaths is a lot easier on the person who dies, and long deaths are a lot easier on the survivor. So yeah,
Yes.
I didn't get to like say all the stuff I wanted to say to him before he left. But I talk to him all the time now. Like, you
Good.
know, like, and like I said, you know, I keep one of his pics in my pocket, and like little tokens of him, and like, and we definitely didn't do anything the way we should, you know, like I said, we eloped, and, you know, it's, of course, like, my family's like, well, we'll help you buy a plot, and, you know, in the local cemetery, you know, and I'm like, no, he does not want to be there. I'm like, I'm cremating him and spreading him in random places, and I'm still, like, I didn't do it in one thing, so I still
love it.
have like parts of him, and like
I think it's beautiful.
and I still talk about him a lot, and if it's like I would have to, at this point, I've tried dating and it's been terrible. um, but if I do end up with someone else, he's going to have to realize that I will probably never stop loving him or thinking about him, but it's just will change over time, kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Um,
And you shouldn't. It's not like you trade one for the other. It's that was
yeah,
a
I'm not,
chapter
I'm
of your
not
life.
looking for a replacement for him,
Yes.
and, um,
Wow, princess.
yeah.
That's a good way to say that. Yep.
Yeah, I've never been like, never the type of person that's like, I don't want to be with the wrong person, and so, yeah, it's like, and I have friends that are my age, so we're, approaching 50 that have never been married, because they just never found that person. Um, I was lucky to have found my person, um, and I may not find that again, but I'm okay with it, because I did have him for the time that I had him.
Yes. Yes. And it was a really wonderful time that you had together.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's so sad and it's such a shame that it was cut so short. But you
Yeah,
can take
I
those
don't
memories.
understand how like people can be married for like, almost 30 years and be unhappy. And then I only got
No.
9 years of marriage with him, and like, we were together. Actually, today is our was our dating anniversary, and we would
Really?
like when we were together, not when we met, but like when
Right.
we were together, it would have been 14 years today. And
Wow.
so like it came up on like my Facebook, like this little me going, we've been together for a year, and then stuff at the beginning, and 2 years, and then like a decade, and then like, you know,
Cheers.
um,
Cheers to that.
so
That's
and it's funny,
still a very
days like
special
that
day.
is like hard. Like there's certain days that are harder for me than others, and like
Totally understand.
and some I don't even realize how hard they are until like that day hits me, kind of thing. But yeah, it would have been.
And then the first year, I'm sure, the first birthday and the first Christmas and all
you know,
those things was probably really tough.
he passed away. Thanks for all the hugs and the hearts and stuff, guys. I'm surprised I'm not like a complete wreck at this point, but I'm doing good.
And if you become
My-
one, we love you. It's
my
okay.
my throat is starting to feel it a little bit, but I lost my train of thought because of all the hugs and hearts, which is nice. But
Oh, we're talking about like the first year and.
oh yeah, he passed away on like Thanksgiving weekend, and so like that first Christmas, I was still very numb because it was like a month later. So I don't even remember what I did. So like last Christmas, which was technically the second one, really felt like the first Christmas to me.
That makes
And
a lot of sense. The shock.
the shock,
had worn
his
off.
and he passed away 2 days before his 50th birthday, and he was actually cremated on his birthday.
Christ.
So
That's so crazy.
the first birthday, I was like getting him cremated. So I mean that I was like, so then when his birthday rolled around again, and like the there was like our anniversary, um, the anniversary of him passing, his birthday, and like Christmas. It's like from like November and December, I was like a total wreck.
Oh yeah, I can see that. That's
It was
That's a
it was
toughie.
hard. But it's evolved, and it's getting, I have less bad days now, and it's
glad.
and a lot of therapy and a lot of painting and a lot of talking to friends and stuff that are like is helped. So
I am so glad. Honestly, I'm really, really, really proud having known you before that and seeing this whole transition. I'm really proud of you for trying different things. And even though you were sad and will continue to be sad about it for a long time, like you are not giving up. You're not stopping living your life. You are moving forward, and you're just taking each moment as it is, and you keep trying to move forward. And that is all we could hope for the people that we love who lose somebody, to see people keep trying. Because when people like your friend totally give up and throw the fucking towel in, it's
Yeah.
like, well, you're not dead, you know? And the person that loved you who's gone would never
Never.
want to know that they've destroyed your life by not being there. They would
there.
want you to be
And
happy.
and I
you know?
hate to, like throw out like the, well, think about like, they have kids, and like, think about what it would do to your kids if they lost their dad, that close to losing their mom, and like,
Totally.
kind of things where I'm like, but he has to, like whoever it is, me included, like we have to live for ourselves. Um, and there was a lot of things where I'm like, you know, there was times where I really wanted to join him. Um, and, but then there was other, I'm like, well, it wasn't me. So, and I believe we all kind of go at our time, which
Yeah.
makes it, but, like it wasn't me. So I must still have a purpose here. Um,
Yes.
and so that's kind of what I've been working on, especially in the last like 6 months or so, is figuring out why I'm still here. Like, what's my purpose of still being here? And it's, I'm still working on that.
And it's constantly unfolding.
Yeah, it's
And
constantly
at this
unfolding.
point, it is what you make it. That's the coolest thing. At this point, you do not have to ask nor compromise anything with anybody. You could literally put all your shit on your back right now and move to Alaska if you wanted to. Or you could go become a fucking nun in Italy if you wanted
Well,
to.
I-
Like anything.
I,
that you
I was
choose,
asking,
you know?
and Dusty and I were talking earlier. I was like, can I still do that? Like, where I become like the witch in the woods, where I like, read people's tarot and like hand out like herbal medicines.
Totally.
And like, I'm like, that's still a thing, right? Like, I could
It's a
do
thing
that
if
as
you
an
make
option.
it a fucking thing. Absolutely.
And then we got talking about like, like roadside attraction type things, like where he was asking me where that was, and I was like, I could like, do the whole like, mystery shack, like,
Totally, dude.
come into my haunted cabin.
You
and, like,
absolutely fucking could.
That's
the thing. Nothing is off the table.
Nothing off,
And
because I'm like, what are the things that interest
kinda
me? I'm
cool.
like, plants, like, living alone out in the woods sounds nice, or like, or like, I love the old school tourist traps, like
Me
the
too. It would be
the
so fun,
the
actually.
prehistoric forests and like the mystery shacks and that kind of stuff, where it's like, I feel like I want to like, take a different path, but I just haven't figured out quite how to do it.
It's okay because it's still the beginning stages of like recalibrating your entire life.
Yeah, because I mean,
And
all
it
the
sucks and
plans
it's
that
scary.
we
Yes,
had
yes.
have like flown out the window.
Yes.
And actually, the mystery shack tourist attraction type thing was one of our ideas for a future. And I was like, I could still do it and have like all these little Pete touches to it, that I know like he would dig about it. Who says I can't do it by myself?
No, you can, and you could do it in honor of him,
Yeah.
and keep his energy still there and
Yeah.
present.
There's a couple of things where, stuff that we had kind of bounced around, it's like, well, I could still do that, because there was still that interest, from like,
Absolutely.
it was just much easier to think of taking that leap of faith into doing something different with someone holding your hand
Absolutely.
versus
As a team.
versus
But you know what?
the single.
The benefit
part.
is we always got to try to look at the silver linings of things. With this scenario, you get to choose what you want, and you don't have to take anybody else's feelings into consideration.
That
You
is
could
very true.
go
I could be
anywhere.
the
you
boss
could
bitch.
decorate it. Yes, you could decorate it however you
You
want. You
wanted.
could literally
Yeah,
anything.
anything.
It's completely up to you.
Yeah.
And that is a really neat part. I mean, being in a partnership is really magical, and there's so many great things, and you bounce ideas off and you make each other stronger. I get that. And there's
yeah.
value to that, but there's also value to autonomy,
Yeah, exactly.
where you get to choose
I
whatever the
find,
fuck you want.
like I did not realize how much he was my sounding board until he was gone. And now I'm like, I call up other people. I'm like, what do you feel about this? And they're like, that was the most random phone call. I'm like, I needed to talk to someone about it.
You can call me anytime and ask me about shit like that. for
And like
sure.
my poor sister, I
love
was
it.
like, all of a sudden, I'm like, what do you think of it? She's like, what? Or like,
By the way, Chrissy, I am reading your comments, and I love you too, and thank you so much for being here, and I'm so glad
She
that we
just
have helped
renewed her
you
for
through
4
a tough time
months.
too. I am so glad. I'm glad you're part of the fam. So I acknowledge that. Thank you so much. But yeah, I'm excited to see what you choose. And the thing is, you don't have to choose today or tomorrow, or you can if you
Yeah.
want to. You know, like you have every opportunity
you know,
available for
I
you.
figure I will figure out exactly what it is at the right moment. You know,
Yep.
I fully believe that there's patterns in our lives where, you know, we go through phases of
Definitely.
stuff, and like when it's supposed to happen is when it's supposed to happen. You know, so
Yeah. So right now you're
so
in a
right
place,
now
you're
I'm
comfy, it's fine, but you know that it's not what you want forever. So
forever.
it's okay. Just figure it out, save your pennies, have some time for introspection and figure out what you want to do in your
Yeah.
life.
And
then,
that's kind of
and you know what, even if you choose something and that doesn't end up being the thing, guess what? It doesn't have to be forever. You pick up, you go somewhere
Exactly.
else. Like it's all what you make it.
Yeah.
So I'm proud of you for keep moving forward, and you'll figure out what it is that you want to do. And if that's something forever, great. And if that's something for 5 years, great. Whatever, you know.
Yeah,
Then you
I mean,
do something else. Like
that's
whatever.
kind of what we did
So
when
cool.
we moved from Seattle, but you know, to Montana. Is we were just like, well, this will work for now, and we'll figure it out, and like
Yeah.
you know, and
Stepping stone.
like I said, it was a lot easier with someone holding your hand doing it, you know, because I knew no matter the outcome, you know, I was still with him, you know, and so it was much easier to take that leap of faith.
Totally.
But now
understand.
I'm realizing, yeah, it's like I don't have to have any other person's opinion on that
Yeah.
leap. It can be,
That's kind of cool.
it is kind of cool because, you know, and it's been interesting, like rediscovering myself. Because being an empath, especially, I think I let other people's, you know, energy affect mine a bit, even if it's someone I love very much.
Good night, Scar. We love you. Thanks
Good
for coming and
night.
hanging out.
Yeah, we've been talking for a long time, haven't
We have. We have.
we? We have. I'm like surprised there's still people
Time
like
flies.
listening here. But you know, I've been kind of rediscovering myself a lot, you know, in this time, and like I've gone back to some of the things like before I was married, and then some things that I like picked up along the way, and then some new things, and it's been really interesting.
It's so awesome. I'm really glad that you have this opportunity. And I know if you would have chose A, you know, still having Pete around or this, obviously we know what you would have chose, but it is what it is. There's no changing that.
Yeah.
So I love the fact that you are reinventing yourself and you're taking the time to figure out what do you want to do? Where do you want to put your energy? Like it's really a cool process to watch unfold. And you know, obviously, of course, when I first found out what happened, I was very concerned because everybody reacts so differently, and you never know what is going to become of somebody when faced with such a shocking tragedy like that. But I'm genuinely really proud of you for everything that you've accomplished so far and for what I know you will be able to accomplish. Like you've got a lot of potential.
That means a lot, Sammy. That's thank you. It's gonna make me all cry and like.
I love you.
Squishies.
I know. Yay. Your therapist is going to be so proud of you for
I know,
sharing
I'm
all
like,
this stuff. This is so
sharing
awesome.
all this, yeah.
But since it has been quite some time,
Yeah, we should probably wrap it
we
up.
could wrap it up. But if, of course, if there's anything else that you would like to share, especially on this subject or any like words of wisdom, by all means. But you could always get a snack.
Yeah. I've been thinking about the shark.
I know, me too.
Or chilies, yeah.
I know. God, I wish I had chilies.
No, I just I appreciate the people that are like yeah, like I'm doing okay.
You got support, man. You got new
yeah,
friends that
support and like, you know,
all are really glad to be here for you.
you know,
That's cool.
I think Yeah, this has been actually pretty therapeutic, just like letting some stuff out.
Glad.
But it's, I think it was good, like the readings and like the art and stuff. You guys probably know me better than like some of like my coworkers do now. um,
It's really great. I'm glad that you're
yeah,
sharing.
because I do compartmentalize a lot. Like I have like work me and like home me and like social me and like and yes, not everybody gets all my junk laid out.
I think it's really awesome. It's really neat to get to share. I love inspiring people to share what's what their thoughts are and what their passions are and what their fears are. I really like learning about people, and I do that on my own time, but I really love being able to do it in a forum like this where, I mean, people are engaged, they care, they want to know too, and then people have similar experiences sometimes, and then they resonate with it, and just the act of putting it out there into the world can make those little ripples,
Yeah,
that can help
I
people
really,
along the way.
I really believe that like holding stuff in is so harmful to you. Like,
Yes.
like your
Agreed.
brain, but like it affects your whole body. Like so I try to let it out. I just, only certain people get it, and like sometimes it's me and the universe, and I've really gone back to like doing stuff like journaling this year, which I hadn't done since like I was in college.
Really, that's great. A
And
way to release
yeah, to
what
read
you need
because
to
it gets
let
it
out.
out there. And I have several journals. I have one where it's fully talking to Pete. Like when I write in it, it's just
I
talking to
love
him,
that.
and
That's
I tell him
great.
things and like and share things and and then I have ones where I kind of been keeping track of like my tarot journey and like some of the readings and stuff in and like
Cool.
my thoughts on that and then I have one where I just sometimes I write random poetry or like my thoughts on the world, like, and I've always kind of kept notes, but I've been trying to like put it all in this one
I
journal.
love
And
that. That does
so
sound very therapeutic.
it is.
And
It's
good way to organize your thoughts as well too.
yeah,
Which
art and like writing it down and
in
like
chaos
is
when there's so much going on and your brain is in chaos and shock and all of these things and all of these emotions, I think being able to organize the way that you feel about things
yeah.
can probably really help you from day to day.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, and yeah, the journal like burning some of it. Oh, most of the most of the time when I'm done journaling, I do burn it. Like not until the whole notebook is full,
Really?
but like a lot of my journals from college, like I went back through and like all the junk that I um, like put down in there. Um, when I kind of reread it, I was like, I need to let go of all this, and so I burnt the journals. Um,
Wow.
and so there's ones like that that I do burn, but then the one where I'm talking to Pete, I don't think I'll burn that one. I have kind of a container that I've been putting stuff, like all the cards that people sent me, and like the his notebook, and like some stuff I want to keep but don't need to be right in front of my face.
Yes. It's the Pete
Um,
Bucks.
it is, and it's actually a big tin container of like from pretzel containers from the
Oh,
East
cool.
Coast. It was like his favorite pretzels. And he had the
Aw, that's
container,
so
so it was like
cute.
so
I like that.
I've just been sticking stuff in there. So I think once the journal's full of talking to him, I will like put that in there, and then I'll probably start a new one.
Yeah.
And but I find like I mentioned earlier like I'm a burner. Like when I want to release things into the world, it's usually a burning act. I've bought wish paper, which is actually flies and burns at the same time, which is awesome. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Yeah, it's so look it up. You gotta buy some wish
Okay.
paper. But I mean, you basically write down what it is, and then you light it on fire, and it just kind of floats and then burns, and like
Cool. That
it's
sounds
really
like some
cool.
Harry Potter
I
shit.
almost started a fire though, once, so you gotta be careful like when
Ah,
you do it. But
okay. Okay.
um,
Good to know.
but even just burning it like in a fire pit or a fireplace or whatever you have access to, the releasing it into the world is very therapeutic. It's a very good way of letting go of something.
I totally agree. And you know what? That's something I've given as advice to many people in the past that I felt like were struggling with certain things or not being able to let something go that they couldn't control. I was
The
like, hey, why don't you just write it down, write everything you need to say, and then fucking burn it and let it go, man. You know,
I gave
I've done
one
it.
journal a Viking funeral. Like I lit it on fire and set it afloat, like down this
Interesting.
river,
Cool.
and that was really cool. Like that really like I felt like I gave it a good burial. Like it was like I
Wow.
put it to rest. Um,
I really like that.
but I mean, any way you can do it, it's the act of actually doing it. Um, um, or letting things go into water too is, you know, a lot of the places I've um, scattered peat have been into water because I wanted that fluidity of like him
Yeah.
traveling somewhere or like him being pulled out and like not just stationary. It was like putting him out there. So I
Yes.
burned him first, and then I
Okay.
put him. Then most time I put him out in the water. So
I like
and that's
that.
actually what I want done too. And it's like I hope someone's around to actually like respect my wishes for that, kind of thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, you
Where
want to
like
go all over the world, huh?
like my family would be like put me in the ground, So I'm gonna have to find someone that'll honor that. But
Write a will. At least have a will out
yeah,
there that has your wishes on it,
and
at the
that's
very
no
least.
matter what age, like let your partner know what you want done, and like have a will, and like don't have all your utilities in one person's name. Um, Canceling phones are really hard, and they will make you cry.
Fuck.
Um,
I bet you're
Death
right.
has a ton of paperwork. It sucks, and you're not in the emotional state to like do it.
Yes. That is
Um,
something I've noticed a lot. Like when Dusty's dad unexpectedly died, and all of a sudden we're having to make all these arrangements and do all this financial shit and all this stuff. And we're still in shock from what happened. Like, it's not a good time to have to be handling very important things
yeah.
when you're in a completely fucked up emotional state. That sucks. You
I
need like,
haven't mowed my grass in 2 months because of a turtle. Yeah, don't be lighting fires out in the like not mowed grass.
yeah, yes,
uh,
careful.
yeah, be careful. But a fire pit or like taking it out somewhere, on a rocky shore next to the water is like the perfect place to burn something because you have the
Absolutely.
water
Yeah,
right there,
yeah, yep,
and the
yep.
rocks don't burn very much, and like um,
Agreed, agreed. That's, yeah,
um,
that's a good
that
safe
that's
place to
that's where I
do it.
recommend is buy water and like rocks, or
yes.
like in a fireplace or fire pit,
Hmm.
something like that. But yeah, be careful because yeah, I have almost started fires. A little bit of a pyro is like
Oh,
that.
a turtle laid eggs in your front yard, so you've been very careful.
I would respect the turtle too. So I
Be-
agree with that. Don't
now I
mow.
see what you mean. I haven't mowed because of a turtle. Oh my god, there's little baby turtles in your yard.
I would absolutely love that a turtle chose my yard, and I would
Yeah.
not mow the grass, and I
No.
would be so careful, and
Oh yeah.
I would protect those eggs like they were my own.
Yes. Oh my god. That's so
So,
cool. You just have
uh,
turtles just like hanging out?
the box turtle lives on our porch. I love it.
Oh my
I am actually
goodness.
jealous. Like, please send me a turtle.
I know. What the hell? That's awesome. You got
uh,
like free turtles coming out. That's so rad. Oh my goodness.
um, I definitely have like lots of rabbits and deer in my neighborhood, so I feel like I've adopted like half of them. But and some
Oh,
magpies and like stuff. I'm like I need to carry more like treats for the magpies when I go for walks.
that'd be awesome.
But
Some Cheez-Its or something like
yeah,
that. And just chuck 'em
something
at
check them
'em.
out them. Yep.
Or maybe even like Cheerios, like a bag of Cheerios
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah.
'Cause those are easy and they're little beaky, little
Yeah.
small. Dusty's so funny. I say go ahead and mow. They need to learn to move faster. You fucking asshole.
Dusty.
That's so funny.
Yeah. So.
Oh man. So funny.
If you'd have asked me like the beginning of this what we'd talk about, like I wouldn't have picked half or like I wouldn't have thought about half of this stuff. But it's been
Really?
yeah. But
That's
it's
awesome.
been good though. It's
I'm
like
so glad. Because, yeah, this is how I prefer to go about
I
stuff.
love
You
like
know?
the comments and like the people's, and like, doing
Yeah, the people are
the readings
engaged.
engaged and stuff too.
It's really, really
So
nice. That's what makes Twitch so special is that, people can come and go, and if somebody wants to stay the whole time, awesome. But if they've got to go, it's okay. You have no obligation, but it's really nice to see when people are engaged and want to be a part of the conversation. They want to learn about something new, whatever it is.
Legas.
It's always awesome. Inspired by mystery. Like there's so many different kinds of
Like life.
mysteries that we cover, and
Yeah,
the mystery of the individual,
and the
who
mystery of
are
life
you?
and like
All of
why
it.
things happen the way, that's the biggest mystery for me is like, it's like just life in general. Like it all
Yep.
is a big fucking mystery.
It is. And we're all just winging it.
Yeah.
We're just doing our best and we're winging
I
it.
think that's why I like, I have the curious mind is I like to learn new stuff because there is just so much out there.
There's so
I
much.
bought a book this morning on like how certain plants affect our brain, like caffeine and like
Cool.
narcotic type stuff,
Interesting.
and like so I'm like, because that stuff fascinates me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And medicinal, ones and like stuff, but like how the whole gambit of like
We gotta keep learning, man.
we got to keep
There's
learning.
so much information.
If
especially
I
with
could have
the
stayed
internet,
in
man,
school
there's so
forever and
much.
just kept learning stuff, I probably would have. But I have no desire to be a teacher. Like I want to learn.
Yes. That's the thing. Like, I want to go to school, but I don't even care if I get a degree or not. It has nothing to do with, like,
Yeah.
the degree or
I've taken
I
random
specifically want
online
to do
classes
this
just
job.
because I wanted to learn
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Yeah, I actually, when COVID hit, I took some online classes, and I really have been thinking I need to get back into doing those because I really
The nice thing
learned
about them is you can
so
do them
much.
around other things.
Yes. And I was doing the ones on mainly on Coursera, and it's like $50 to get the certification, and then you can do all the homework and all the labs and shit like that too.
Yeah.
But there are free options for it. You just can't do certain parts of it, but you get all
Yeah,
the
you
knowledge
get
that
all
you
the
want.
knowledge.
But I preferred
Like,
like
you don't really
to
get the
do the
credit
work.
for it if you're working towards a degree
Yeah.
or whatever. But yeah, like
That's so cool.
I've been
Oh, yeah.
really interested
Princess
in like plants, but like food and like the way like our society has like what we do with food. Like we use food to celebrate, and we use food to like there's always food at like funerals, weddings,
Yeah.
birthday parties, and it's like how
It's not only for
it's not only for
sustenance.
sustenance, kind of
Comfort
thing, and
as
like
well.
and then rituals and like all kinds of stuff where and even our celebrations now are based on rituals, like and whatever. So like I was on I was visiting my cousin on campus, and I actually bought one of the textbooks on it because I was curious. And he goes, why do you want the textbook if you can't take the class? I'm like, I'm just gonna read it because I'm interested
Yeah.
in the subject,
That's all it is. It's
And,
not
like,
necessarily about.
And it's like I probably won't read it all the way through without reading like some fiction along with it or something, because some of that stuff's pretty dry. But it's also interesting,
It
kind of
is.
thing. And so
I just
I'm
love
usually
learning.
reading 3 books at a time.
That's awesome.
And one's nonfiction, one's fiction. And then lately I've been throwing in some self-help or like, some other stuff in there too.
That's good. So depending on the moment.
Yeah, depending on what can hold my attention,
I
or
like
like,
that.
and sometimes you need the escapism, and sometimes you need to want the knowledge, and sometimes you're
Yeah. No, for
you
sure.
know,
And
so-
actually, Princess talking about the great courses. It's amazing. Have you heard of it? Do you know about it?
No.
So,
But it sounds like something
there's
I should
two
look into.
versions of it, and there was one, the Great Courses, and then the Great Courses Plus, and the Plus was the streaming service, but they changed the name now. It's now called Wondrium. So Wondrium is the streaming service. I think it got too confusing because the Great Courses, you could actually purchase these courses for like 200, some of them are like $300 or whatever, and they're full courses, and it's not for credit, it's just for the knowledge.
Knowledge.
But with Wondrium, previously the Great
The
Courses
Plus.
Plus, They have lecture series,
Oh, that
and
you
there's a
can just kind of
shitload of
stream
them.
and watch them.
Yes, each episode is like about a half an
Ah.
hour, and they're scholars standing there talking about
I totally
whatever.
love physical books. Like, I've never got into the ebooks. Like, I like the smell of books. I like the feel of them. Um, I like the physical books. I love bookstores. They're my favorite
I remember like
places.
Walden Books back in the day. I used to love
Yeah.
that shit so much. I kind of
Um,
phased out of book reading,
you
and it
know,
makes me really sad.
I've been actually, I kind of got out of the habit of reading a bit when, when Pete and I were together because we were doing other stuff. But some nights we would have, like, we'd both be reading,
That's
kind
nice.
of thing nights.
Yeah.
Whatever. But, I used to, before I was with him, like, I'd read a book a week, kind of like I would just
Wow.
devour. I've always been a bit of an insomniac. And it was one thing that it could, like, kind of shut my brain off of what else I was thinking. I could get into the book for a bit, and then it would help me sleep. Or if it was too good of a book, I'd end up staying up all night reading it, which I did a lot
See,
too.
for me, it sucks because I fall asleep in like 3 pages.
Oh, see,
It
no, it
sucks.
takes me like
And
3
I'm not even
chapters
a
at
sleepy
least.
person.
Yeah.
But I'm into it. I'm like, okay,
Um,
and then I'll just notice like I'm not
So
actually
I've
paying
been
attention.
doing it. I've been getting
Sucks.
back more into reading, which is awesome. Which is
I'm
why I
so
like
glad.
brought a whole 2 boxes of books with me and sold them at half price this morning.
Oh, really? You're like,
And
okay,
bought
we're
some
done.
and bought some new ones.
Good,
Because I was like,
good.
my shelves like couldn't. I'm like, I only have certain capacities, and like I keep like my favorite ones that I'll read over and over, but I like to kind of pass on like the other ones
What's
and
your
stuff
favorite?
too.
I know it's
So,
a really hard
yeah.
one. But
my,
like,
my top 5, like the ones that I've actually like reread, and like still would like pick it up and reread it again, is Watership Down,
okay.
The Life of Pi, um, The Alchemist. I have bought and given away The Alchemist more times than any other book.
Really?
I have 2 copies at home. One is a like copy I've decided that is my copy, and then whenever I see it in like used bookstores, I buy it and then I give them to people.
That's awesome.
So I will give you a copy
That's
probably.
awesome.
And it is about finding like kind of yourself and like what it's a good graduation gift because it's like how do I figure out what I'm going from here.
Ooh, I like that.
And so
That's
I've
cool.
just reread it like recently too.
Oh, very appropriate
Um,
timing then.
Yeah, it was perfect timing. And then okay, so that was 3. I feel like the other one should be right there because I just did those 3 like so fast.
I mean, you could do top 3.
Yeah, there's my top 3.
That's pretty good.
Um,
Pretty good 3.
there's definitely been a lot of books that I've enjoyed and like, read the whole series and like, on some, and then there's ones that I literally cannot get into and I've learned to like just put them down and not, and some I have to go back and like, at one point I kept every book and was like wanting to have like a library, and then at some point I was like, I don't want to carry all these books
Oh yeah,
around.
lugging them all.
I need
around.
like
Oh my god.
like Hermione's like bag, the
Oh,
never
yeah.
ending bag. And I could put
Totally,
all the books
dude.
in there,
Sure. Speaking of, I have the entire series that somebody gave me of the Harry Potter books, but it's so vast that I haven't gone there yet, and I know that I will at some point. Like I'm
I
waiting because I have
did
them.
not get into them right away. Ooh, Water for Elephants was a good one. I didn't get into them right away, but then once I did, I like devoured them.
I love the movies. I love the story. I've seen them a million times. Like
Yes.
I love it, and I want to know all the other details that are
Yes, there's
in the
so
fucking
many
books,
other
you
details.
know. I know,
And, like,
and I
so
feel like I need to just fucking do
I
it.
watched like the first 2 movies, then started reading the books. So then I like read all the books before the next movies, kind of came out. And so
Gotcha.
it was definitely interesting to go back and like, oh yeah, this book actually matches, the and then, oh, why did they chunk out all this stuff? It's like, well, for time, kind of stuff.
For sure.
But there's some
There's
stuff
so
like
much in
that's
there.
so. And then I was like, oh, Dumbledore wouldn't do that, I get to be like the purist where it's like the book
Yeah.
version is the
Yes.
version,
Oh my
and
God.
like,
Well, one of my favorite books of all time ever is 1984. And I've read that one a couple times, and I absolutely
Slaughterhouse
fucking love
5
that fucking movie
is one that
or the
I've
book. But the
read
movie is
multiple times.
absolutely atrocious. The movie should never have happened.
Yeah,
It is a
there's
horrible representation. And I know that a lot of people are like, "Oh, the book's so much better," but like you lost the heart and soul of that story in that
there's
fucking
only
movie.
been
So
ever
sad.
one movie where I thought it was better than the book. Only one.
What is it?
Um, have you seen the movie Big Fish?
Yes. Yes.
Have you read the
many,
book?
Many times.
I love the movie. Absolutely love the movie. The book, just he's
Really. Not so, I love
like
the movie. Well, the
it.
visuals
It
are so
has
magical.
and the visuals are very magical. Um, uh, the book, he is not faithful to her. It's not a love story per se. Um, and
Interesting.
it like I was like, oh, I don't like that.
But in the movie, it's
But
like
in the
so
movie, he's
sweet,
just like
enamored
her
with
and
her.
every other woman, because like when she does that line about, he's like, well, it's logical if you think like your father, because then he's your mom and every other woman, like kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I absolutely love that. And that's one of the things I loved about Pete is like he did not see any other girl but me, which was lovely. And I'll never find that again, I'm sure. But I mean, he was like that. Like he did not see, like I had no worries with him. He just didn't see other women. Like it was amazing. And then reading that book, I was like, oh, it
You're
ruined
like,
the
"You're a
love story
scumbag,
for me.
fuck."
You just come back, yeah.
Oh man.
But that is the only one where I've ever been like, I maybe if I'd have read the book first, but I had watched the movie a bunch of times, loving the movie, and then found the book,
And you're like,
and I was like, oh,
nope.
nope.
Interesting. I love that story. I think it's a really cool
I do.
movie.
I love that story. I love
It's
the visuals,
very
and I
cool.
love, yeah, it's a very good. I just probably thought of my other two ones though, like Slaughterhouse 5. I've reread several times. Animal Farm. I've like reread several times.
Yep, that one. I've probably read that like
and
4 times, and I never get tired of it.
I
ever.
never get tired of it. Yeah.
I have the
And
Ralph
then-
Steadman illustrated version of it,
Oh,
actually.
very nice.
And the Ralph Steadman illustrations are fucking phenomenal, dude. They're great. I got to see him in real life, actually. There was a Ralph Steadman art exhibit in Oregon, and I got to see his Animal Farm drawings, and it was fucking great. And I have the book with those illustrations, and it just makes it extra awesome.
Extra awesome. I love when I like the movie and the book, like either separately. I like them and for their own way, or I like enjoy both of them. Like like Blade Runner, the book that was based off of the do like Android's Dream of Electric Sheep or whatever. I always get the name of that book wrong. It's something like that.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed the movie and I enjoyed the book, but kind of separately. Like
Okay.
I don't always like go, this is based off this.
Sure.
It's like they're the same idea, obviously.
Yeah.
And it was like the book inspired the movie, but I enjoy them both separately.
Cool. That's good. You can kind of separate. All right. Good.
Yeah,
Different things.
different things, And then there's ones where I'm like, well, that's not the way it was in the books, and then, or. And sometimes they get it right, though. I was really worried about Life of Pi being made into a movie because the visuals I had in my head of reading that book so many times. And I'm glad they waited till, like, the CGI was up to the task.
Okay.
Have you seen them?
I've never seen that one.
You've never seen it or read the book? It wonderful imagery and, like, a big metaphor for life. And it's, like... It's a
Cool.
really good one. I highly recommend the book. Like, you have to get through a bunch of information at the beginning before it really gets good. So if you can get through the beginning of it, I always tell people, I'm like, you gotta get through this like kind of background junk to understand him more.
Right.
To
Okay.
get the but the movie is absolutely amazing too.
I've heard great things about it.
It has a lot
I
of
just
visual elements that it is very
Yeah.
interesting. So I highly recommend both the movie and the book.
Okay. Yeah.
And I have an
should.
illustrated copy signed by the author and the illustrator.
Cool.
Because I went to a book event
That's
just
so
for that because
fun.
I've always loved that book, so.
I've always gravitated more towards like nonfiction learning type of books, but there is definitely a few fictions throughout my life that really made like a profound effect on me, and especially like with the Orwell, with 1984 and Animal Farm, both of those
Yeah.
books that I've reread so many times, even though it's obviously fiction, there's not talking pigs or whatever. It's such a social
That's why I
commentary
think I
that
like
I love
Watership
it.
Down so much. Is, I mean, on the basis, it's about bunnies. You know, you could simplify it as that, but it's actually a social commentary about
that kind of shit.
how, like, we live in different communities and what we accept as reality and what is reality, And it's
Okay.
actually a really deep book. And most people are like, well, it's just about bunnies. And I was like, no, it's not. And like Pete always had a thing for like Steinbeck, like Of Mice and Men and Cannery Row and stuff. And like we watched the movie Cannery Row together, and he's like, "Book's so much better. You got to read the book." And so I finally actually got around to reading the book fairly recently, because we had it on our shelf. I just never really had read it, and I could see what Pete meant. It's like the book is so much better.
It's so hard when you're taking so much information and trying to put it into one feature
And
length
making
film,
it something
you know?
entertaining, for the masses too.
Also true.
So
But I don't know. I prefer if they used it more as like a screenplay type of thing. Like,
Yeah.
no, this is the fucking story. Don't take.
I
the
always thought
liberties
there
with
was
it,
some book series that would make better TV shows, so then they could do chapters as like
Oh, yeah.
episodes,
Yeah.
and like do it. I mean, Harry Potter would have been like a long running series, like you could have, but the kids would have just grown up too fast.
They
to
could have
do
kept
it.
going. Well, now they have
And they would have had to make
the
it
Fantastic
simple.
Beast ones,
Which are I like too.
which I started to watch the first one about 3 times, and every time I fell asleep at different points. Besides the last time I
And
made
see,
it through.
I love the
But I
little
was like, damn
creatures.
it.
Like I want to adopt them all.
Yeah, they're cool. But
Um,
now there's the newer ones that are out. Like I didn't even know that the last one was like about Dumbledore growing up or whatever, and I was like, oh my god, okay, we need to watch that
Yeah.
because I had no idea that the worlds were
The
combining because I
combining.
knew that they were like of the same
World,
like, universe. But I didn't realize that
They
you
would
get to like
connect,
meet
yeah.
Dumbledore as a young man, and I was like, oh, okay, now
Now I kind
now
of
I'm
want
intrigued.
Yeah.
Like I gotta do it. I gotta do it because I love that whole story. I think it's so amazing, and I've seen the movies so many times. I feel so connected to the characters, and I've just never seen it from the
That
other
angle,
angle, you
yeah.
know. And I'm sure in
And
the
that was
books, it's
the
helpful,
interesting
too,
thing
for that.
about like what they did with like Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit too. Like, did you ever read those books?
Mm-mm.
So, I grew up reading all the books. So they cut a lot of stuff out of the Lord of the Rings series for the movies, and they
Did
still
they?
made them quite long and like good. But then like The Hobbit's a short book, and they like stretched that out to make a trilogy. Um, so it was like really interesting what they cut out and what they added.
Yeah.
To make those both trilogies, because the Lord of the Rings is a 3-part book, but then they had to cut one of them is like super long.
Gotcha.
And some of it's like really goes through like where it's hard to kind of get through because he's going through all this like, and this is how this blah blah. But like The Hobbit's such a quick little like fun little story, and then like I'm like, they're gonna make that into 3 movies. How are they gonna do that? But it's like they stretched out the journey, and like the relationships, and I was like, that's not. That was actually kind of good.
Yeah,
like, where
it's engaging.
it's
I mean,
engaging.
all of it is very engaging.
I'm I'm definitely a big like I love like I've read all those series. Like the Black Cauldron cartoon from
Mm-hmm.
the 80s. That was actually part of a bigger series of books.
Oh, cool.
Which I read the entire series, and like the someone brought up Narnia earlier. I read all of those too,
Man, you read a lot
and
of
like
stuff.
I
Shit.
I've always been a big reader, and I've read a lot of these things. But then I also worked at Blockbuster for how many years, and like watched all the movies too, and so I enjoy both, and it's like there's some that um, yeah, the Pride End Chronicles. I was trying to remember that. I knew it started with a P, and I was like, I can't think of it at the top of my. Thank you. Um, yeah, the Narnia, like the movies didn't take off, and I mean, really with the Narnia books, they only did a movie for every other book too, just with the kids involved. And then Black Cauldron was the only thing ever made out of the pirate, and it's like it's this big dark thing, and I think it just didn't go over well with like Disney at the time. It was a little too dark, which I absolutely loved. My favorite things as a kid, Secret of Nim was my ultimate favorite book and then movie when it came out. The Last Unicorn, which is also dark as
Oh,
hell,
yeah.
and Black Cauldron and Alice in Wonderland. Like I said, I gravitated towards
Yep.
the dark side even as a kid.
That's awesome.
And like I watched them as adults, and I'm like, this is dark. My parents let me watch this, But
Yes.
it's
Yeah, Labyrinth and Goonies. Those were like two of my favorite movies ever. And those
and see
have
those I was a
that
little
darker
older, and I
edge,
love those too, and like my Raven is like Jeremy from The Secret of Nim, like on
Oh,
my
that's
shoulder,
awesome.
so it's like I do have my Nim tattoo, but like I definitely want the Alice in Wonderland one at some point, and like
You've got a lot of space to work with.
I'm
Plain
working
old
on
space.
it.
Yeah, it's good. I know, I love it. You guys can't tell, but she's got a bunch of cool tattoos on her legs. But I'm just seeing all this empty space and like, what's
Yeah,
it
I
gonna
haven't really started on
be?
my arms except for like this little guy, but my whole like top half of my back is, and then I've got most of my legs like working in progress.
It's interesting.
And
Most
I'm
people
adding.
go for the arms first.
I know, and it's
It's
funny. It's like
interesting.
I don't know why the legs, but like I decided to go with legs, and
It's cute.
I'm actually adding to it tomorrow with
Cool. That's so
Caitlin.
exciting.
So like I haven't quite
What are you
figured
getting
out.
tomorrow?
I'm getting a Luna moth.
Oh, sweet.
Um,
Oh, I
with
love those.
me too. With like, I told her either dark berries or dark flowers to counteract like the light green of the
Yeah.
moth.
Are you doing
And
it by your other moth?
that's I'm debating on where, because we have a plan for all these bugs and connecting them
Okay.
with his style, and but I kind of also felt like I needed her feminine touch, so I don't know if I want to put it somewhere else or yeah. But the next thing
I
I'm
don't
finishing
know.
up with him
Moth
is the
buddies.
snake, that because we only got it from here to around here, and then it's like all the way up to my ass.
Awesome.
But it's not the flower and him are not finished, like, because that part of my leg swells like crazy. He's like, we got to do it in stages. So.
Yeah, that's rough. But that's exciting. You get a new tattoo tomorrow. That's awesome.
I know. I was like,
always love
I
getting
like
new tattoos.
when I finally figured out the dates. I like texted Caitlin and I was like, "Do you have like
Can you
one of
squeeze me in?
these days like have something open?" And luckily she did.
I was really itching real bad for a long time for a new tattoo, and I finally got one when we were on our road trip. I got a traveling tattoo on my fucking traveling arm. I got my Jerome, Arizona
That is very cool.
tattoo, and I love it. And I got it in Jerome
Jerome.
at Jerome Tattoo, and I fucking love it. That spot was empty on my arm for a long time.
Pain therapy of tattoos has actually really helped me a lot this year. I've spent
Interesting.
more probably on him than I have on my therapy.
Good, as long as it's helping you.
And
That's
for
great.
some reason it is helping me, and I like it, and I don't really give a shit if other people don't like it. So I'm like,
Not for anybody else.
it's not for anybody else. It's for me,
No,
So
for sure.
yeah, and the guy that I found in Montana is like an hour away from me. So like once a month I like drive and go see him. But I like and we've become friends because like I've spent so much
Oh,
time
for sure.
in his
Yeah.
chair.
Definitely.
Where
That's
the
great.
last time I was there, we were like sharing dating horror stories. It was funny because
Well, when you're stuck with someone for
yeah.
hours, you may as well
yeah,
chat it
and
up,
he's
you know?
about my age too, and he's like we were talking about dating at this age. It was funny, like
That's cool.
but yeah, we've become friends where I can text him, like random stuff, and he'll just like his thing is Halloween and Michael Myers for sure. Like that's his like main thing, but like horror movies in general and stuff. And he wants to open up like a. He's like, when I'm done tattooing, I want to open up like a toy store, like an adult toy store with all Halloween themed stuff.
Oh, man. Sign me up. I'll be there.
I know. I was
Opening
like, oh
day.
yeah. I was like, I'll
Oh,
be a
man.
partner if you want to like.
Yeah. That's
And
awesome.
so he has toys, all over his like
I like him already.
and stuff. He's a good guy. And then once he found out my thing was Godzilla, he's like, like so he'll send me random like he sent me this link to this Godzilla coffee. And so I'm like, because he knows I love coffee too. And I was just like, oh my God, I got to order this. And then so the next time I saw him, he's like, well, how's your coffee? And I'm like, it is actually pretty decent coffee. But I had to order it just for the packaging alone.
Man. I know, I'm
like,
a sucker for packaging sometimes, for sure.
me too. And I'm terrible. And like, yeah, Godzilla all over my house.
Oh, I love it. It's a good way to express yourself, and going through a lot of the healing that you have been. I think it's really cool that you get these little different things that represent different parts of yourself.
Yeah.
And then it always feels good to have something new, like a new adornment, a new
Exactly.
decoration,
Like,
and it's fresh. It's like,
it's-
okay, there's motion happening.
There's
You're
motion.
not always the same.
Yeah.
Because now you have
It's
a guy
it's
on your
definitely an artistic, and I've like, the last time I stuck my feet in the sand, I didn't have Godzilla and King Kong on my feet, and so I'm like, I usually always send, like my mom a picture of, me and with my feet in the sand, and she has not seen them.
Oh, this is gonna be a great way for her to
Um,
see it. Be like, oh.
Because she knows I'm getting tattoos, but she also doesn't really approve of them, so I haven't really, like, here, Mom, look at my new tattoo. We haven't really talked about it, so I don't think she has any idea how much I have.
Maybe
So-
you send her a text before and be like, hey, I always send you pictures of my feet in the sand. Are you ready for my
Yeah.
feet in the sand? And she'll be like, yes. And then you just, Pop that over.
So,
and she'll probably be like,
we'll see.
that's nice.
That's nice,
My
yeah.
mom was not a big fan of tattoos in general. She is now totally used to them on me, and now it's not. It's fine. She
I
is like
just, like,
acclimated to it.
yeah.
But when I was younger, she was not a fan. And actually, when I went and got my second tattoo, I went to New Orleans with a friend and I got a tattoo, and I was like, so I got another little tattoo. Do you want to see it or no? And she's just like, nope, I'm good. I'm sure I'll see it sometime. And I was like, damn, you don't even want to look at it. It was a little
Yeah.
panda. It was like a
And
little fucking
I was
panda that
telling,
big. Like,
I told her about
panda.
the one I did for Pete. That's based on my artwork, and like, she's like, yeah, when it's healed, I'll show me, and then she's never brought it back up again. So I'm like, okay, it's been like a year now, and I'm like,
well, if you see her in the summertime and you're wearing shorts, then
Yeah.
she'll see them all.
yep. And that's what my tattoo. He's like, so are you gonna wear shorts? Because it would be terrible if you didn't show these off. And I was like, yes, and I will wear sunscreen. I promise.
Yeah.
Because he's like, don't wreck it, because I was like, I'm, and I didn't tell him I was seeing Caitlin, like on this trip. So I'm like, I almost feel like I'm cheating on him, like,
I
because
know what you mean.
I've
My friend
gotten
Doc did
so
like
many
almost all
of
my
his-
tattoos, and I
Yeah,
know
when
what
you
I
get
feel
someone, you're
yes.
just like, but I was like, Caitlin did a couple, like, like before, and so I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know, but it's funny. It's like I do kind of feel like I'm cheating on him in a weird way. I was just like, so, I'm sure he'll be cool with it, but like, but I just didn't tell him. Like, I just told him I was going on a trip and I didn't have enough money to see him this month.
Yeah,
and
that's
which is
totally
true.
fair.
And that I already have my appointment for next month to finish the snake and the flower. That
Well, what
goes
if
with
you
it,
put
so.
the moth in a different spot that doesn't have any of his stuff on?
And that's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking about, like, she did this Big Dipper, and so I was thinking I could put it here,
Oh yeah, so it's like
and we're gonna
Caitlin's
do a
zone.
second snake, I think, too, down this and and so we could work that into
Yeah.
it like he did. You know, the snake goes through this tattoo and like, you know, around this one, you know, kind of thing. So
Honestly,
um,
he'll take your money no matter what. He's not going to be mad at you.
exactly, he's not
Just
gonna be
do
mad
your
at me.
thing.
But I was thinking it would look good right there.
Oh, I think that would be super cool. Yeah.
Because my other thought would be like on the bottom part of this leg, but we have kind of a plan for the top. I have ideas,
I know.
and he loves them. So like and he
That's
doesn't always
fair.
love all my ideas, but like a lot of them he has. So it's like we've rolled with them. And it's like I have an idea for my lower back already, but I'm like, we need to finish my legs.
I know, yeah,
first,
like
and,
one thing at a time.
And then I
know,
have
it's
I have
hard to
ideas for like
not
you
get
know,
off
starting
track.
the arms and like and stuff too. And I'm just like, I have more ideas than money, so we got to pick which ones we're
That's
doing.
the
and,
problem
like, you know.
sometimes. Like, I have so many more things.
And
that
I
want.
might have to slow down a little bit and like not see him every month, anyways. So because I'm like, you know, my savings is like dwindling
It
a
adds
little bit
up for
because
sure,
it adds
man.
up with just everything, you know, life, junk in general. So
I love that there's just all this like awesome fantasy talk in the chat right now.
yeah,
It's
there's
great.
like been talking about all these different series of books and stuff too.
Ooh, Christy says, "Are you waiting on your arms on purpose?"
You know, I don't know. Like we've been so busy working on my legs, I just hadn't like I don't know if there's like a full purpose or not.
It's not like you're avoiding having your mom see it or having it be like put out to the world or anything
Yeah,
like that.
no.
Okay,
I think I just
focus has been shifted.
like yeah,
Okay.
because I definitely like yeah, I don't know. We just started working on my legs, and then because I originally was gonna have him on my arm, but then I wanted him in a place where I could see him better. Um, you know, where like I'd have to kind of use a mirror, so I wanted him. So we decided here, and then we did this moth, you know, and then we kept on going, and like it's been very organic
I want more
process.
tattoos
Like
too.
I
I
was
think-
like yeah.
Up until recently,
he
both of
started-
these spots were empty, and
And
I'm
now
so
you
glad
got
that this is full. But I'm like, God,
Now-
and I've had so many different.
And I was like, I feel like
thoughts
I'm
about-
uneven because I have like more on this side than this side. Now we got to even it out.
You got to even it out.
So yeah.
Totally.
Um,
Well, guys, I'm hungry.
that's what I was like. I'm starving
Let's-
actually. and,
Let's
like,
do it. Let's go wrap it up and
my
have
throat
some
is like
snacks.
I can feel it from talking so much that
Okay.
I
Yeah,
feel like,
you do you. Fucking do whatever you want.
yeah, you do you, boo. I love that. Like
That's great. Okay, so we are going to raid a channel right now. Actually, maybe we just like stop transmission. I don't know. Who is on right now? Because the thing is, when you raid channels, sometimes they're like, "Oh my god, you want to talk to you," and then they want to
Yeah.
like play you songs, and I love that. But right now, I don't want to be doing that right now. I don't. I'm not feeling that. So let's.
no
raid someone
worries
real
on
chill.
asking me, Christy. It was just kind of one of those like I don't think I have a purpose, but it's just kind of the way it's been happening. You
Yeah,
know?
just your focus has been in one
Yeah.
spot.
We've just been working on projects on my legs and like I've had other ideas and like he's talked to me twice out of getting a sternum one because he's like they're hurt and he goes and it's a pain in the ass for me to do them and like you know like
He's talking you out of it.
yeah he's kind of talked me out of it.
Thank you, Princess, for those bits. You're so sweet. Well, let's see.
Yeah, so I like
let's go
things
to
to be
turtles.
organic and natural procession. So it's like kind of one of those things where like some things I don't do on purpose, even though it looks like it may be on purpose. But
Dusty, super mud. Let's do turtles and chill since we were talking about turtles. Since Christy's got turtles.
turtles.
So yeah, we're gonna raid out to it's pretty awesome. It is a turtle tank with fish and stuff in it, so it would be very relaxing and very calming if any of you want a calming experience. But I just want to say thank you, everybody. Thank you guys for being
Yes,
here
thank
and being so
you.
sweet and so
Very
supportive
much.
and so kind. And I think you guys are all wonderful. Thank you, everybody. And thanks for the
Yes.
resubs and thanks for the little bits.
And
little
the
bits.
input and the questions and and just listening to us talk for this long.
It was pretty good, right?
I think it was pretty good.
I think it was pretty good.
We worked out some of the world's problems, like, you know,
Yeah.
we solved some issues.
And
I think,
everyone was
you
on
know,
our team too. It was
and
great.
everybody
We
was
didn't
on
have
our-
anybody
we didn't
like,
have
"We're
anybody
going to
like,
hell."
you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're going to hell.
No, it's great. I love that, you know, we all have very similar understandings of things. You know, we each have our own details, but the fact that, you know, we all kind of get it is
Yeah.
very nice. You know,
It-
like
it was-
attracts like. It's that magnetism we
that
talked about,
magnetism,
pulling
yeah.
people in, you know.
And yeah, if you didn't get all of it, that's fine, you know, and I need to be in the comments more when I'm watching and listening
I would
to your
love
show,
it. I would love
too.
for you to join. And now everybody will know Big Sky Magpie is Stacy. So if she pops in at another time, that way you guys will recognize her little.
You know why I
name.
gravitate towards magpies so much? Is because they like shiny things, and I'm like, ooh, shiny.
Well, that's extremely appropriate.
Yeah,
it's
thought so.
perfect.
And
I
then,
know. I like
you know,
shiny things
it
too.
rhyming with like Big Sky, you know, which is like the Montana, you know, thing. It's the Big Sky state, you know. So
Yes.
it's like,
No, it's perfect.
yeah,
It's fucking perfect.
I started the handle as like you know, when I moved back basically. So, and then I've been using it for things. So
I think it's really cute. I really like
I
it.
like it too.
Well, guys, we love you so very much.
Very nice
And
chatting with all of
everybody
you,
says that you've been
and
super entertaining, and it's nice to meet you.
I tried.
And it's true. Yeah, and I hope that you come hang out more often in the chat.
Yeah,
I think that would be great.
I should.
It would be awesome. 'Cause I like having you around.
I tend to like be painting or something while I'm listening, or like, you know, and I listen more than I actually watch, you know, kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
So I don't tend to comment very much because I'm you know, the fly on the wall kind of voyeur.
And that's fair. But I like at least know when you're there. All right, bye guys, we're going.
Bye.
Bye.